Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I am here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. I see my peoples in the house. Hello, Vicky Davis. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Vicky Davis says, we're ready. Vicky Davis has says, hello, Edward and chat. Peoples, you guys come on in. I am back, and I am back with a vengeance, peoples. I am back. And I am back to shoot my shot, and I am back to tell my story, peoples, as to how I view the Kenneka Jenkins case. Now, peoples, for the longest time, I have sat back and I have listened to so many content creators and so many people share their narratives when it comes down to the Kenneka Jenkins case. But never again, peoples, will I ever sit back and accept all of what the people say. Never will I sit back and accept that, peoples, because see, the thing is, I have my own narrative and I have my own thoughts and views as it pertains to the Kenneka Jenkins case. And I will not, shall not, and won't allow anybody to steer me otherwise unless you can come and you can come to my life and you can prove to me unequivocally and undeniably that Kenneka Jenkins has ever walked the halls of that establishment on the night. Until then, peoples, this is my stance, and this is what I say, and this is what I stand up on. Now, I've always respect everybody's opinions and every thoughts and views and everybody's commentary and everybody's narratives. I respect it to the hilt. But I will always stand 10 toes down with what I say and what I believe, peoples. And I will always stand 10 toes down to prove to you unequivocally and undeniably why I say such. Now, I'm not here to try to debunk people, but if it does debunk their narrative, well, then that's what it is. So be it. I'm not here to try to make enemies. I'm just here to politic with the people and let the people know this is how I view it. Now, many of you may get mad, many of you may get all into your feelings and things, but I can't help that, peoples. Because at the end of the day, it is my narrative. It is what I said. And it's what I have been saying for over 7+ years. And I'm never going to change that. Now, for all of you people who thought that Kenneka Jenkins ever walked the halls of that establishment on the night, well, continue to keep thinking that, peoples, because again, my stance is that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment on the night. Now, I never did say that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. I never said that. I just pretty much said that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of the establishment on the night. That's what I said. That's what I meant. And that's what I'm going to show. And is that all right, peoples? So, again, everybody's welcome to give the narrative. Everybody's welcome to speak and shoot their shot in things. Everybody is welcome, peoples. Everybody's welcome. But the rule is be respectful when you come into this house. Be respectful to me. Be respectful to anybody who is on the platform. And be respectful to the people in the chat. And then if you come respectfully and humbly, peoples, you will never have a problem in here. For I employ all narratives, good or bad, whatever you have to say, but be tactful and be respectful whenever you give your response. Is that all right, peoples? Because see, we want everyone to come in and we want everyone to feel welcome and we want everyone to shoot their shot. We want everyone to speak that of what they want to say. But we will not tolerate mess, madness, nor confusion. Is that all right, peoples? That would not be allowed in here. And so, peoples, let me go ahead and let me get into this live. Let me go ahead and let me prove my stance as I had said it for many, many years, peoples. And my stance has always been Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. And when I say that, peoples, I meant Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment on the night. I have yet to have anybody through any means whatsoever that proves to me that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment on the night. Now, let me repeat that again, peoples. I never said Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls. I said that she never walked the halls on the night, which a lot of people, the content creators, continue to keep believing that she did, and she didn't, peoples. She never was alive. She never was there on the night. And then the people say that it was only one Kenneka. Peoples, it was more than one Kenneka. And then it was more than one Kenneka, and it was more than one girl who played Kenneka. Now, many of you may believe that only one girl, Kenneka, was the only one assaulted at the establishment. Well, then, people, I'm not here to try to change your narrative. I'm not here to try to change your stance. I'm not here to try to do any of that. And I'm not here being antagonistic. I'm just here shooting my shot and telling you what I believe. Now, I gave everybody a platform and I gave everybody an opportunity to speak their truths. Now, I'm going to speak my truth. Is that all right, peoples? I'm going to speak what I believe has happened, peoples. Is that all right? And so it's no need to get all worked up, get all into your feelings and all like that and stuff, because again, it's just my narrative. And I'm not dousing nobody's narrative. I'm not dousing nobody's belief or anything. I'm not trying to change what you believe. All I ask you to do is just sit back, relax, and watch what I do. And if it's still not satisfactory to you, well, then, you have an opportunity to come to the panel and come speak to the people and let the people know exactly what you feel and how you feel and explain it in great detail. I'm not going to have nobody up here ranting and raving about anything and stuff unless you can come and you can be able to express to the people what your narrative is in great detail. That is the key word, in great detail. Now, all of your ranting and raving and stuff, it won't be tolerated. All of your this and that and the other and over talking, it won't be tolerated. You got to come and you got to come with some receipts. And you got to come and you got to come expressively in great detail. That's how I always did it. It's how I always did my lives. I've always showed you why I say such. Now, you don't have to believe it, peoples. I'm not asking you to believe it. I'm not asking to accept it. I just ask you to listen and learn something because I am in the teachable moment right now, peoples. So you can take some good things away from the things that I have been telling you. But I'm telling you, peoples, I've been doing this for quite some time and I'm very good at it. I have eagle eyes and God has blessed me with eagle eyes. God has blessed me with a mind in a meticulous manner to be able to see and understand things that the average person don't. Is that all right, peoples? So again, Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls, peoples. That's what I said, and that's what I stand up on. All right, peoples. I'll be back in a moment. I got to refresh my screen because for whatever reason, all of my channels doesn't connect to StreamYard. I don't know why that is, but this is irritating. And I'm going to call them before I ever pay another fee to them and things, but they're going to have to do something to correct this. So I'll be right back in just a moment. Let me refresh my screen, peoples. Absolutely wonderful. So after the intro, we will get right into the live, peoples. Let's go. All right, peoples, I am back. That is my intro. That is always going to play every time I come live until I change it. But we are here and we are ready. And so, peoples, just for a little recap, I've always said that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. I am not saying that she never walked the halls, peoples. I'm not saying that nothing never happened in the halls. I'm just saying that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment on the night. Plain and simple, clear as daylight. I have yet to have anybody to prove to me that Kenneka Jenkins was alive on the night. As I have shown many people on the other day, that they have literally played with the video footage. As the young lady has outlined in the live that I have played, that many people played their part. The establishment had to cover up the various things that these gang members has done to Kenneka. They had to clean up their part, but in also cleaning up their part, well, then they had took advantage of the situation as well. Because see, the thing is, peoples, and this is what I've been telling you all for many years, that the establishment is into human trafficking and organ harvesting. Many people did not believe that, but that is okay. Yes, it is factual, actual, and it is true that the establishment is into organ harvesting and human trafficking. And they were affiliated with someone who had been captured by the FBI. But because money plays an important role, people's the man was left off. Oh, you do remember back in the day, people's when they had the news article playing that the young man that was literally blocks from Rosemont was caught with body parts, penises and torsos, severed heads and limbs, arms and legs. Oh, you do remember that, peoples, right? And all of that was literally on ice. And they had it stored in all of these different freezers because, see, again, peoples, Rosemont is a corrupt town. It may not be a sundown town, but it is a corrupt town. And Crown Plaza is heavily involved in human trafficking and organ harvesting. As you know, peoples, in the daytime, yes, it is a business adventure, and all of the people come from all walks of life because they are right in the heart of Chicago. They are by Chicago O'Hare, which is the hub, which is central location to all destinations in the United States and around the world, peoples. And so Crown Plaza is not too far from the Chicago O'Hare Airport, where everybody under the sun tends to fly into. And everybody under the sun tends to come and frequent Crown Plaza. Businessmen and the likes and stuff. And everybody comes to get their stinky little winky wet. Oh, yeah, yeah. They done shut down Backpage Peoples, but they got other sites that the people uses to go ahead and solidify clients. Yes, yes. Now, see, peoples, you cannot sit here and tell me that the Crown Plaza was tolerating a bunch of ghetto fabulous kids. Because as we've seen on video footage, peoples, that these ghetto fabulous kids were in the halls of that establishment. And at night, people with masks, people with dirty jeans, people with this and that, and all walking the halls and was in a room and was up there smoking dope, drinking some stuff, and doing what they do. And all in the hallways and stuff, and all in the staircases and things, and everybody was getting their little groove on. Oh, you do remember there was a post that one of the people, one of the patrons there at the establishment came out, and in the post it says that his dick is little, and let me be a thought in peace. Well, see, peoples, that is indicative of the fact that these young black broads, these hoes, was down there selling their little kitty cats for a little bit of change. But see, someone else had a bigger venture in mind, because someone else had the number 3 and 4 in their phone. Now, could we assume that she was selling her kitty? Not to Diddy, but to a young man, a businessman from California with money? Could we assume that, peoples? Because see, back then, Backpage was prominent, and then she used to work at McDonald's at the airport, so it wouldn't have been no problem to go ahead and get the number to someone and say, come see me. Because R. Kelly said, I don't see nothing wrong with a little bit of bump and grind. So was she bumping and was she grinding? Because see, the thing is, peoples, if we go back and we go back in the case files, if we go back and we take the testimony of the friends, if we go back and we go back to the testimony of the people, well, a lot of stuff has been going on, because just like the young lady said, who had went and saw TM at the counter, she said, I saw your daughter with a group of men, a couple of men, and a couple of girls on the 11th floor. And so people, the party was on the 9th floor. What was Kenneka doing on the 11th floor? And then Monifa, the one who was supposed to have been her best friend way back in the day, back when she was in grade school, said that she left her on the 3rd floor. Well, whether she was on the 11th floor or whether she was on the 3rd floor or whether she stayed on the 9th floor, the bottom line is simply this, peoples. The bottom line is simply this. And this is the thing that the many people kept forgetting. Why was number 3 and 4 in Kenneka's phone? I said, why was number 3 and 4 in Kenneka's phone? Nobody could answer that question, peoples. And why is that? Well, for the simple fact that the people don't have an answer for why the man was in Kenneka's phone. And that's the thing that I kept trying to ask the people. See, you guys all the time want to give me this and give me that and say this and say that. But yet when I ask you a poignant question as to simply why, Lenore would tell the police number 3 and number 4 was in her phone, and y'all need to take a look at them because they were at the party at that particular time. But see, peoples, when you say party, what party? And when was the party? Because peoples, the party was there well before this fake party was there. Do you understand what I'm saying? Well, what I'm saying is, peoples, Kenneka Jenkins was at the establishment on the 6th. And Kenneka Jenkins was at the establishment with her friends, peoples. Yes, she was. Kenneka Jenkins was at the establishment days before this reenactment, peoples. Days before all of this madness started to transpire, peoples. And so this is one of the reasons why that the Crown Plaza had to go ahead and switch up, change up, and shake up, only just to try to make up, peoples. Because see, the thing is, many of you are so stuck on stupid. Many of you want to try to take the narrative that they gave you and try to run with it. But see, there is no validity in stupidity, peoples. Because at the end of the day, peoples, as I stated many times before, several girls had died at that establishment. And there is the evidence right there, peoples. That is the bingo to the bingo moment right there, peoples. You can't tell me that it wasn't no more than just one girl who got assaulted, peoples. This young lady is not Kenneka Jenkins, but this young lady name is Kenneka. Yes, indeed, peoples. Yeah, yes, indeed. And see, I know that you just don't believe that there were several girls named Kenneka, and you just don't believe that several girls was assaulted at that establishment. But I am here to tell you people, yes, it was. And that several girls played Kenneka. Several girls played Kenneka, peoples, and several girls had got assaulted, and several girls had died. Now, peoples, I have shown you this picture on last night, and I've shown you, and I've asked the people, who is this girl who played Kenneka in the hallway? Because see, the thing is, peoples, when the young lady got off the elevator, whom you guys call Kenneka, I said that there was truths and lies all wrapped up, tied up, and tangled up in that video, peoples. It was truth and lies. And people could not grasp and understand that there was truth in lies in all of that video. Oh my God, peoples, they gave us a narrative. They told us that Kenneka was at the Marriott. Kenneka was at the Doubletree. Kenneka was at the west side of Chicago. Kenneka was at Schiller's Park. Oh, they told you that, peoples. They told you that. But see, the thing is, peoples, what they didn't tell you is that several girls played Kenneka. And several girls was assaulted, peoples. And so see, the thing is, peoples, how is it that all of these things had tend to seep and surface in the case files, and yet there was just only one girl who was supposed to have played Kenneka? How could Kenneka be transported all over that establishment and be in every situation, in every scenario possible, but it was just only one girl? How could that be, peoples? How could that be that Kenneka Jenkins be in the hallway commandeered by some gang members and let go, only to walk the halls of that establishment and then later be commandeered again by the establishment? And then from there, not only be commandeered by the establishment, peoples, but placed in the freezer to rot. And then they had the audacity to sit here and say that, hey, she was found on the 10th of September. But come on, peoples, we all know better. We all do understand, peoples, that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls, peoples, of that establishment on the night. And there's no way that you can be able to walk the halls of the establishment on the night, peoples, and then be looking like this on the gurney, decomposed peoples. This is one of the reasons why TM herself and Lenore herself never came over to touch the body. She couldn't stand to look at her daughter because, behold, this is your daughter. And this is how your daughter looked while she was on the gurney, peoples. Oh, you guys remember when TM had said to you, peoples, this is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home. But peoples, it is a big and stark contrast between the picture that is on the gurney that you see and the picture at the funeral home. And so which is which and what is what? You know, it's just like that play that Richard Pryor had played then, Which Way is Up? Well, which way is up, peoples? Because see, the thing I surmise to you that Kenneka could not have been looking like this on the gurney at the funeral and then looking like this on the gurney at the establishment. People's TM had said, this is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home. Well, what funeral home, TM? And when was this picture taken? Because at the time to when they had shown everybody of what your daughter had looked like, your daughter was looking like this on the gurney. Decomposed, ma'am. Decomposed. And so, Edward Joseph, what are you saying, my friend? Well, peoples, I am saying that somebody is lying. And who is lying, peoples? Because see, the thing is, you can't have all of these people in the Kenneka Jenkins case looking in the manner to which they're doing, and nothing happened to my daughter. You guys remember that? Nothing happened to my daughter. I said nothing happened to my daughter, and for the book and for the record, ain't nothing happened to her. She was left here at the party, but she wasn't set up. She wasn't beaten up. She wasn't raped. She wasn't sodomized, and she wasn't murdered. Nothing happened to her. Well, peoples, how could not nothing happen to Kenneka? But when we see her on the gurney, this is how she was looking on the gurney. But yet nothing happened to my daughter. Really, Tia? Really? So how could nothing happen to your daughter, Tia? Help me to explain that, ma'am. I still, today, peoples, I still been trying to figure that out. How could nothing have happened to Kenneka Jenkins? Well, peoples, there is somebody who probably can shed some light upon something happening to Kenneka. And so let's listen to the person who had something to say about what had transpired with Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. Let's listen in.
She said she grew up 3 minutes from Rosemont. God damn, they got me fucked up. She told me how she died, or that she doesn't know the who or the why, but the hotel fucked up. Everybody kept saying, oh, the hotel moved her, and I kept saying, why would they do that? That would be fucking up so big time. They fucked up big time. They moved her, they found her, they freaked out, and they moved her, and they threw her in the freezer to try to make it look like an accident. And I got this information in exchange that I'll do the fucking interview with them, so you can't say nothing yet.
But see, peoples, they may not be able to say anything, but Edward Joseph is saying something. And this is the aftermath of the hotel and the gang members fucking her up. I said this is the aftermath of what happens when Kenneka was at the establishment, peoples. because according to Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina, the hotel fucked her up. But it wasn't only the hotel that fucked her up. It was those gang members as well, peoples. And see, I have yet to talk about the gang members that fucked her up. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So if nothing happened to your daughter, well, then how could it be that you are looking, or your daughter is looking like this on a gurney, peoples? How is it, peoples? It doesn't make no sense to me how Kenneka can be looking like this on a gurney. And these are the things, peoples, that I try to get an understanding with many. How could it happen, peoples? What happened? What happened, peoples? See, we have to come to grips, peoples, that something happened. We got to come to grips with it. We got to come to grips with something happened. And so once we come to the understanding, peoples, that something happened, then we got to ask the question, what happened? What happened to Kenneka Jenkins, peoples?
(911) where's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I'm at the Crown Plaza at O'Hare Airport, and I was calling because my daughter came to to a party here last night, a gathering with her friends, and now her friends, they said that they left on the front of the hotel and she's not able to be found now. Yes, and they said that when her friends was asking earlier today, like about 4 o'clock in the morning, because they run the video cameras, they said that they didn't have no camera. But now I came and it was a lady. She said that she heard music, and she asked me that I want to go upstairs, and we went upstairs on the 11th floor, and it was someone came to the room, and she said that she did see my daughter there with a group of girls and a couple of guys, but that's all she just saw because she was busy trying to get reception on her phone.
Your love has called my name.
And so, peoples, she was upstairs with a group of girls and a couple of guys on the 11th floor, but yet nothing happened to her daughter. How could that be, peoples? How could that be that Kenneka Jenkins can be found on the 11th floor with a group of girls and a couple of guys and nothing happened to her daughter? Well, see, peoples, that doesn't sit well with me, and it never sat well with me because for the simple fact that I have been trying to tell you all forever and a day that something happened to Kenneka. If something happened to Kenneka, I don't believe the narrative that nothing happened to Kenneka when something happened to Kenneka. And they even said it themselves that something happened to Kenneka, peoples. And so the question is, what happened to Kenneka? And yet, and still, peoples, I have yet to have anyone give me a good enough reason as to what happened to Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. Everybody wants to continue to keep spreading a narrative. But what is the narrative? What are you actually saying to me? Because see, the thing is, peoples, what you're saying doesn't make no sense to me. Because if nothing happened to Kenneka Jenkins, well then why are we here? Why are we even going live? And why are we even talking about this, people, if nothing happened to Kenneka Jenkins? Well, see, peoples, we already know that's a bold-faced lie. We already know that. We already know that something happened to her, and we already see the aftermath of what happened to Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. And so you can have the people sit around here and spread this false narrative as much as they want to and say nothing happened to Kenneka, you know, but peoples, we already know something did. Because see, the thing is, peoples, these people who they call friends, how many of us have them? Friends, the ones that you thought that you can depend on, but they said, let's be friends. But what friend would sit up here and stand with the establishment and watch you get beat down? Now, people, you got to you got to answer the question, and you got to try to make sense of it. Because see, the thing is, peoples, you said that Kenneka was commandeered in the hallway. She was carried. She was carried. Okay, so if Kenneka was carried in the hallway, well then what happened after that? What happened by Kenneka being carried in the hallway, peoples? What happened? Where did she go? You know? Can anybody express that? Where happened to Kenneka Jenkins after she was being carried in the hallway? Could anybody come to the live and express that, peoples? What happened to Kenneka? Because see, the thing is, peoples, if Kenneka was carried, but then you got to help me to make this make sense. What happened to her? Where did she go? What was going on with Kenneka? Because she can't be carried and then she can't be beat up as well by the establishment if the gangs already had her. Right? Right? Well, a lot of people say that, well, Kenneka wasn't there. Well, I should surmise to you, people's Kenneka was there. Wholeheartedly, full in flesh, but not on the night.
I love you, Lord, for your mercies never failed me. All my days I've been held in your hand. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. 'Cause all my life you have been faithful, and all my life you have been so good.
And so, peoples, we see Kenneka Jenkins at this establishment well before the night with her friends Monifa and Shemaiah. We seen them there, peoples. We seen them there at the establishment well before the night, peoples. Yes. So when TM wants to sit up and say that nothing happened to my daughter, well then how could that be, peoples, when we had seen Kenneka there at the establishment? And Kenneka said, TM had said, nothing happened to my daughter. I came down and I was talking to her friends and stuff, and her friends gave me all of this and that and the other and things. And, but my question is simply this: what's all this scripted? Did all of these people already know ahead of time what was going on? I want you to listen to this, people. I want you to listen to this intentively because, see, the thing is, I just don't believe that nobody knew anything and everybody was just so damn surprised. No, because, see, one thing is, people's, the street talks and the streets gets justice. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so it was already becoming that something was going to happen to Kenneka. Because just like the young lady said last night, I mean, if the streets really wanted to Kenneka so bad, well, they didn't have to go to no establishment to go and take Kenneka out. You know, they didn't have to do that. I mean, they had ample opportunity to go ahead and snuff her out because that's just Chicago. You know, Chicago is just like that. I mean, if we want to get you, we won't clap back and say, man, we already know where you are. We'll just drive up there and pop, and then they yell, you out of here. But that wasn't the case, peoples. It was something a little bit more sinister that was into play. And so I just wonder what in the world was going on, peoples. What in the world, what was going on? And so let's listen in, peoples, because, see, maybe this may shed a little light as to some things, or maybe not. But see, peoples, I never will ever sit back and I never would just discount anything because you got to take a look at everything. You got to encompass everything, peoples. And see, that's the thing. If you just go with what they gave you, well, then that's all you're going to know. And you'll never grow. And you'll never be able to get outside that box. You got to be able to think outside the box, peoples. Never box yourself in if you really want to win. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I don't take nothing off the table. I don't take what TM say, what Lenore say, what the kids say, what the establishment say, and then what you say. Because, see, what I say is simply this. I'm going to hold you accountable for what you say. I'm going to hold you accountable, peoples, and be careful about what you say because I'm going to hold you accountable for what you say. So be cognizant as to what you say because it can be held against you. But this is not a court of law, peoples. But this is Edward Joseph. Let's talk live. And I told you, this time around, I'm only going to go by what the people say. So now let's listen in to what she had to say, peoples. Let's go.
911, where's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I'm at the Crown Plaza at O'Hare Airport, and I was calling because my daughter came to to a party here last night, a gathering with her friends, and now her friends, they say that they left on the front of the hotel, and she's not able to be found now. She's 19 years old.
And you said that and you said the Crown Plaza at O'Hare Airport?
Yes. Yes, and they said that when her friends was asking them earlier today, like about 4 o'clock in the morning, because they run the video cameras, they said that they didn't have no cameras. But now I came, and it was a lady, she said that if she heard music, and she asked me that I want to go upstairs, and we went upstairs on the 11th floor, and it was someone came to the room, and she said that she did see my daughter there with a group of girls and a couple of guys. But that's all she just saw because she was busy trying to get reception on her phone.
All right, well then, you know what? Are you sure you don't mean the Crown Plaza in Rosemont?
Yes, yes it is. I'm sorry, the Crown Plaza in Rosemont. That's exactly where it's at. I'm
okay,
sorry.
No, it's okay. And have you and you said you spoke with the
front desk. I'm sitting outside right in front of the hotel in a parking lot right now.
And they were saying that they haven't seen your daughter since she left, or?
No, it's a different set. It's a different it's a new shift, and they said that they haven't seen her. Well, of course they wouldn't have seen her. because this is like 3 or 4 in the morning. And I just seen that she was here because I just found the ticket where they entered this hotel. It was at 1:36 p.m. So hold on, this is not her ticket because this is on the 6th. My daughter wasn't here on the 6th.
Okay, and well, you know, real quick, I'm just gonna see if maybe I'm gonna see if maybe she was here at all. What's your daughter's name?
Her name is Kenneka Jenkins.
All right, and could you spell her?
The room wasn't registering her name. She came with some friends here.
And yeah, I just want to verify. I'm about to say I actually just came in myself. Probably been on shift for about 45 minutes, so I just want to make sure that, you know, maybe she didn't get arrested and sent on her. You know what I mean? I just want to double check everything. But
Thank you.
You're very welcome. But it doesn't look like we had any run-ins with her last night at all. Do you think it's possible maybe she went to one of her friends' houses, or, you know, she's probably...
No, actually, because she had my car. She was driving my car. She know I don't like nobody to drive my car because my insurance will not pay for nobody, no one besides her. And her friends kept calling my phone. I told them to stay out here. They stayed out here, but they called me like about 3-something in the morning. I was laying in bed. I just had breast surgery. I fought deep breast cancer, so I'm, you know, sedated off medication early. And they telling me she out here. So once I rejuvenated, strengthened myself enough to get up and drive out here to look for her. Once they brought me my car, I right out here. And I came to the hotel and I showed them a picture of her and I asked them if they see it. And there was a lady in the lobby and she heard me asking at the front desk and she said it was music. She did hear music. She called the one downstairs to report the room and come to find out it was the people next door. And when we knocked on the door, that person said that she did see my daughter downstairs it was like 4 of them, and it was 4 of them. And she said my daughter, she was with 3 of her friends, but her 3 friends said, which they, you know, these kids won't tell the truth. They said that they went upstairs to get her cell phone. And when they went to get her cell phone, she was standing in the lobby, in the front lobby. And then when they came back down, she wasn't there anymore.
No, I completely understand.
East of Carver Entryway.
The one issue we have, and it's not necessarily that it's an issue, but she is an adult. She is 19 years old, and I mean, as of right now,
she's 19 years old. That's my daughter. She's 19. Her name Kenneka Jenkins, Kenneka.
No, yes. No, I remember that. You told me that she was 19. But what I'm saying is that she, again, she's only been gone for a couple hours. She's, you know, I don't know, maybe she's, you know, she could be somewhere with one of her friends or something, because, I mean, it is only a couple hours since you hadn't seen her, correct? Or since her friends supposedly hadn't seen her?
Correct. Let's say about 3 to 4 hours now, they said. They told me. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning when they called me.
Yeah. Well, I guess the one. Are you looking to file a missing persons report then, or are you just? Or would you? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry, sir, but I just want to know: is it possible that maybe they can look at the cameras and see? It's because they send the police out here and ask them to look at the cameras and see if they've seen her on their cameras around that time.
I was about to say, even if I did send an officer, it would take a little bit in order for us to get the camera footage and for us to pass it on to the detectives division.
Okay. So what would you suggest?
Well, again, the only thing I would suggest maybe just you know, give her a couple hours. You know, she could have went somewhere with one of her other friends. I mean, and who knows what her friends are saying is true. You know what I mean?
Exactly. You could tell, not to be saying. You could tell it don't sound right. I'm a parent. I've been young before, and it's not sounding right. It don't sound right. Period. That's why I came out here myself. because and then it sounded like they had been drinking, honestly.
Yeah.
And I asked them, did she drink? And they said she had only 1 cup. But okay, my daughter ain't the type that normally, she can't even take liquor. Her liquor level is just like mine. We can't take liquor. We cannot take liquor. We take a sip of liquor, we drunk. Honestly.
No, I completely understand.
And I'm like, 1 cup is too much for her, And I like I asked them, and then they end up with her cell phone. I pay her cell phone bill every month to make sure my daughter has a phone. How did she love her phone? I don't understand why would she leave her cell phone with you all and just go disappear? And she know I just had surgery. She know my predicament.
No, yeah. Well then, so that in that case, what I would recommend, just go home, relax a little bit, give it some time. Of all we know, she very well could still be in the room. She could just be passed out. Again, you know how it is. You drink it the night before, you get, you know what I mean, whatever else have you. So just give it a couple hours. Maybe see if she'll get a hold of you again. I mean, does she know your number?
Yeah, she know my number very well. She's very smart.
Okay, well then, like I said, just give her a couple hours. You know what I mean? Give her some time. Again, maybe she went to one of her other friends' places, or maybe she is still in the room. Just knocked out. You know what I mean?
Yes, I thank you. Okay, and so how long does it take for me to file a missing person report?
Well, you can file it at any time. It just, like I said, just give it a little bit of time. If you hadn't heard from her by, I want to say about 10, 11 o'clock, then by all means, give us a call again. You can come to the station, and we can help you out from there.
Okay, I live in Chicago. Would it be better for me to come back to you all station, or should I go in Chicago and make out a missing report?
I think you can try to file it out in Chicago. They may tell you to come here since it happened in our town, but I do know that since she lives with, obviously she lives with you in the city. I think this might actually fall on them, or at least they'll be able to take the report, and then they'll get in contact with us, and we'll be able to help them out with the investigation from there.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter, whichever one. If I have to come back out here, I'll come back out here, but as long as, if we be able to see, if I come, okay, I give it to tomorrow. It's 24 hours. After 24 hours, do you think they'll still be able to see the video camera of today, the surveillance camera
Yes.
for today?
Yes, we'd definitely be able to get the footage.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I'll do that. Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Okay.
You're very welcome. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Bye-bye.
And as you can see, peoples, the video footage wasn't readily available at that particular time. As you can see, the video footage wasn't readily available, peoples, but it became available after they had went on and sent it off to a Target forensics laboratory. Now, why Target? Why not the Chicago Police Department? Well, because Target did something that they wanted to do, and that was edit the video footage so they can be able to give it to the people, and they can edit it down in a manner to which they want it. Now, people, I surmise to you that the video footage from the original file was all posted up online, and a lot of people captured that content, and a lot of people didn't. But then later on, people start to find out what was all in the video footage. And then they will start calling out all this hilarious and nefarious madness from the video footage. But then after a while, people, since everybody's been capturing all of that madness from the video footage, then guess what happened, peoples? They went on and then they changed it. They changed it. And so when they changed that narrative and things, because remember, they got the case They opened up the case. They said all what they said. They did all what they're going to do and stuff. And then they closed the case immediately, real quick, before even the FBI even had a chance to overlook it and whatnot. And so it's amazing to me, peoples. But see, the thing is, back in the day, you remember the beverage manager whose brother or friend was the ambassador for Israel. And you know that they do organ harvesting and human trafficking. Not to put a damper up on the state, but it is what it is, peoples. You know, that's the Middle East. And so they do strange things out there and stuff. And so he was a part of the statehood. And so, you know, he've already had a major friend, which was called D. Trump, right? Y'all remember him. He was president at the time. And because there were figures in high places, do you actually think for one moment that anything was going to happen to the Crown Plaza? No, 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 peoples. And thus there was the major cover up. Because, see, the FBI could not get involved because this was a regional jurisdiction and the FBI is fed. So the FBI cannot come unless they have substantial proof. And so without substantial proof, well, then there's nothing that you have. Remember, right? And so this is one of the reasons why the FBI could not get involved, because Rosemont is not a police department. They are a security detail. They're not a police department. And so that was the reason why they chose not to go to the Chicago Police Department, because of the simple fact, peoples, simple fact that Chicago is a police department. And had Chicago had it, Chicago would have done, and they would have administered protocol. And protocol was to put up the tape, you know, did all of these things that they would do in a death investigation. But remember, in the beginning, they deemed it as a murder investigation. This is one of the reasons why they told TM, hey, you cannot touch the body. What do you mean I cannot touch the body? This is my daughter that was supposed to be laying on a gurney, but you cannot touch the body because it is a crime scene. Yes, it is a crime scene, peoples. Yes, it is. It was a crime scene. But where was the crime? Where was the crime? Nobody seems to be able to express what was the crime. And so, peoples, my question is, where was the crime? Did anybody see the crime? Did anybody see the crime? Where was the crime? When we go back and we examine this video footage, peoples, where was the crime? Did anybody see the crime? I've seen a girl who walked some halls of that establishment. But where was the crime? What was the crime? Now, see, peoples, I've told you last night that when you see the red boxes, that is the video footage. But do you see the crime now, peoples? Do you see the crime? I don't think you guys seen it. You do? Do you see the crime? Okay. So I told you on last night, when you see the red boxes, that is original video footage, right? I told you that, right? When you see the red boxes. Okay, so do you see the crime? I don't think you guys are getting it. Let me rewind this back. Let me rewind this back. And then we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about this, people. So let me rewind this back. I'm not going to play the music. I'm just going to play the video. You guys remember when the young lady got off the elevator, right? You guys remember when the young lady got off the elevator, right? And so she's getting off the elevator, but the video is saying 325, right? But then if I call up this, if I call up this right here, this PDF file, and we're going to call that up right here. What did it say? It says that the time says that it was 224, not 325, right? Y'all see that? So the video says 325, but this says 224. And so you got to help me to make it make sense, because if either it's 325 or 224, either way, there is a significant difference in the time. Do you see what I'm saying? So when we look at video footage, peoples, if the video footage doesn't have a red box, that means that video footage was not the original video footage. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? If you're playing back video footage and you're playing back a scene that was supposed to have taken place at the Crown Plaza, well then, if the red boxes is not there, well then that's not original video footage. And so as you see, peoples, I have been playing you original video footage, because every time you saw the young lady walk into that hallway, you say that is not original video footage. I say it is original video footage. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Okay, so when I say that it's original video footage, it's only one way and one time that the box is going to come, is when people appear in the video footage. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay, follow me before you guys, follow me. So when we see the young lady in the hallway and we see the boxes going, we know that that is original video footage, right? But that is a copy of the original video footage. But what happened was, and this is what made everybody get off kilter here, because even with the original video footage, they even taken that and put it in a program to what? Change the time and change the date. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you guys see where I'm going here? Okay. Let me show you. Let me go and let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share my screen, and then we will be able to get a greater understanding. We're going to hold on to that video, but we're going to search the web right quick, and we're going to see who had copied video footage, whether it be original or whether it be hilarious and nefarious. We're going to check to see. We're going to check to see what's original and what's not. and then I'm gonna open it up for discussion. But I wanted to prove a point first before I start to really engage in everything and stuff. Because see, I got to prove myself what I'm saying, and I got to give you what I got. And if you don't have a greater understanding of what I'm saying, well then, you know, all it is going to cause conflict and confusion. And I don't want conflict and confusion. I want you to greatly understand what I'm trying to convey. And so once you greatly understand what I'm trying to convey, then we can have a good, wholesome conversation. Is that all right, peoples? All right. So let's see if I can find someone who had went and posted this stuff and to see what's happening here. Okay, so we have the CBS Chicago News. Let's see what they posted. So let's go ahead and let's put this on mute, and then let's watch this, and we're going to talk about it.
Also breaking tonight, hours of new video are released revealing more about a woman found dead in a hotel freezer. CBS 2's Audrina Bigas joins us now. So you poured through this video. What is it showing us?
36 hours of video, and this was just released to us a few hours ago. This video shows Kenneka Jenkins walking into the kitchen, but we never see her entering the freezer.
Okay, did you see what I just saw, peoples? Do you understand? Do you understand the play? And this is how they played many of you. And see, it was so sweet and so subtle, but you missed it. I said you missed it. Okay, let me go back and let me play it again so you guys can get a greater understanding of what I am saying. What did she say? She said that the 36 hours of video footage was just released to him, right? So if the 36 hours of video footage was just released to him, well, then you would think that the news would have the authentic, original video footage, right? But that is not the case. That is not the case. And let me prove to you why that is not the case. Let me show you, peoples.
CBS 2's Audrina Bigas joins us now. So you poured through this video. What is it showing us?
36 hours of video, and this was just released to us a few hours ago. This video shows Kenneka Jenkins walking into the kitchen, but we never.
What is it that you've seen in the clip now, beforehand, that you see now? You don't see the red box. In the very first clip, you do not see the red box when she walks in, right? Let's rewind this again so you guys can see what I'm saying right here. 36 hours of video footage has just been released to them, right? And look, it says the source is from what? Rosemont Police Department, right? But where is the red box? If the video footage was just released to them and Rosemont Police Department is the source, where is the red box? Look. Listen to what she said. She said 36 hours of video footage was just released to them. They're showing millions of people, but they're showing fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious video footage because it wasn't no red box on that first part of the video. Do you see what I'm saying? See, people, this is why I do my lives, and this is why I break this down, because I want you to get a greater understanding as to what I'm trying to convey. And once you get a greater understanding as to what I'm trying to convey, it is easy to have a conversation, but you got to understand where I'm coming from first. It wasn't no red box in the first video. And the source was where? Rosemont Police Department. But they said Rosemont Police Department, but we know that Rosemont do not have a police department. That is what? Deception. That is deception. That's number one deception. Rosemont do not have a police department. Rosemont has a what? Public safety department. That's deception number one. Deception number two, there was no red box. And that video came from Rosemont Public Safety Department, not police department. It is a big difference between a police department and a public safety department, peoples. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Do you guys really get what I'm saying? Because see, the thing is, peoples, if Rosemont was a police department, Rosemont should have followed protocol. But Rosemont don't have to follow no protocol because they make their own. They make their own protocols, processes, and procedures, all because they are not a police department. If there was a police department, well, there is federal and state mandates that you have to follow by when there is a death that occurs. Do you understand what I'm saying? But if you're a public safety department, well, you don't operate like a police department. And so certain rules, regulations, and guidelines that govern a police department does not govern a public safety department. You guys understand what I'm saying now, people? Do you get it now? Do you understand why Rosemont did what they did, and they had every right to do what they did? Because they were in control. They had literally botched this thing from the beginning, and they put it in your face to make you think that this was actual, factual, and true. But many of you people ran with it. But people like Edward Joseph saw through it and tried to explain to you for years, this is bullshit, bogus, hilarious, and nefarious. Now that I'm breaking it down to you in the manner to which I'm doing, and I am showing you my receipts, it is making a big difference now, right? So people, we all know, for those who are in the know, we all know that the young lady that was walking the halls of that establishment that was in some of the videos was not actually Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. We know that. That's why they had the facial masking. That's why you see the differences in body styles and attire and hair. We know that wasn't Kenneka. Now, I'm not saying that all of it isn't Kenneka. What I'm saying is every bit of that video is not all hilarious and nefarious, because there is truth and lies. Now, let me explain. We know that Kenneka Jenkins has been commandeered by the gang members. We know that, right? We know that. And that is actual, factual, and true. We know that Kenneka Jenkins has been carried in that establishment. And that is actual, factual, and true. Kenneka was down there in that area walking the halls of that establishment. Yes, that is true. But she wasn't walking the halls of that establishment on the night. Do you understand what I'm saying? So some of that video footage that we see, yes, it is really Kenneka Jenkins in the hallway, walking the hallway, but she wasn't walking alone, peoples. She wasn't walking alone. She was carried. Did you hear what I said? I said she wasn't walking alone. She was carried. Which goes on to say that Kenneka never walked the halls. She was carried. She was carried. Some of that video footage that you see that's playing is real actual video footage, but it was edited. And it was edited to the degree to where it made it look like it was just only one person in there. You've seen the unnatural movements that this person had made, right? You've seen the unnatural movements that she had made, right? And so let me play this so we can see this. So you understand what I'm saying. And it is my summation, peoples, that was the only place and time that you will ever see the real Kenneka Jenkins ever again in any of this video footage. It was just only in that hall. Not here, not coming up the ramp and walking back and forth in this and that and the other. Like you see the young lady here, bouncing off the walls and things like that. But not here, not roaming down the halls, right here, and bouncing off the walls. And not here, bouncing off the walls and traveling back and forth. And not here, walking into the kitchen. And even not here, walking across into the other kitchen. But right here, not walking down, peoples, but is at this point right here. It is at this point right here is when I believe we see the real Kenneka. Right here is at this point is where we see the real Kenneka not walking, but being carried. Being carried. Now you say, Edward Joseph, what is your reasons? Because we've seen a girl walk into the kitchen. We've seen a girl walk the halls and stuff. Well, no, you didn't see a girl. I mean, you seen a girl, but it wasn't Kenneka. You seen a girl walking, but it wasn't Kenneka. Let me explain, peoples. And the reason why I say it was at this point when we see the real Kenneka is because, look, let me rewind this back, peoples. From the moment down here, from the moment down here, right here, this part right here, from this moment, from right here, is when I truly believe it was the real Kenneka. But when we see this, when we see this part, it wasn't the fake Kenneka, it was the real Kenneka. And now let's watch this. Let's look at this closely. From this part right here, grabbing, and then look at this, bounce off the walls, trying to, and then look. When you see the hands go up and things, see the hands go up on her breasts and whatnot. There was no other time that she ever raised her hands up on her breasts like that. See that? See that? Now watch this unnatural movement right here. See that? And look how the legs are spread apart. But then look how the video changes. See? Look at that. You see the extra lining behind her head. See that? You see her whole top body. See that? Look at that. Look at her whole top body. That is totally unnatural, peoples. Totally unnatural. This is when I say that Kenneka was being carried. This is when she was being carried. And it was only this time. It was only this time. Because see, people's, and I'm going to explain this, but let me stay up on this right now. Let me go back and I'm going to show you. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to screen clip this, and then I'm going to explain to you in great detail. So y'all give me a moment. Although we've seen a young lady walking the halls, that's what they want you to believe, that, yeah, oh yeah, that was Kenneka. Okay, hold on, let me save this, and I'm going to explain to you. Okay, so let me put this in my download. All right. So now I'm going to show you some other pictures, people. So let me go ahead and load those up. I'm going to show you some other pictures that was sent that literally matches up with what I am saying. Literally matches up with what I'm saying. So let me show you this right here. So I'm put the download that to my computer. Download that to my computer. Download that to my computer. Download this to my computer. Download this to my computer. Download this to my computer. And you will see exactly what I'm saying. Okay, so I downloaded it. So now let me go ahead and send it to my let me send it to my email or to my Facebook. Okay. Let me go to my email real quick, peoples. Let me go ahead and call this up, and then you guys will definitely see what I'm saying. Okay, so. Okay. Okay, cool. So I'm going to share my screen with this right here. So let me share my screen. And then you guys will see exactly what I'm saying. It was this time and this time only right here is where I believe that we've seen the real Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, right here. As you can see the screen. See the screen, peoples? Now, if you look at the picture, you can see the body, her body is right here. Let me go to the actual thing. You can see the body right here. You can see the legs bent over like that. You can see this is her backside, this is her head. And you can see the arms protruding down. And you can see him holding her. He has her in his arms. And they tried to fuse both of them together, as you can see in the picture. You can clearly see her legs. Clearly see her legs going across like that. And you can see his arm holding her from, and he's got her by the buns, and he's holding her up. And her whole body is connected to his chest. That's why you see this little space right here that is all blotted out in things. Clearly see that. Clear as daylight. See that? Now let's go to the next picture. Now you can see it even more. Now you can see the arm right here, and you can see the leg right here, and you can see the torso. You can see it right there, and her head is embedded on his shoulders right here. See that? You can clearly see it because you can see her now. You can see the form of her. The arm, the torso, the legs, and it's going across. And it's just like if you was holding a baby. You see that? And they blotched out the head, so it doesn't give it no form. But now you can see the ripples of her hair that is flowing down her back. As you can see, you see the little ripples like that and stuff. And then you can see him, and it's a tall fella. She was being carried, peoples. This is when she was being carried. And she was being carried through the establishment. They were walking her down into the establishment. So the girl that you see walking the halls of the establishment, that was just nothing but a distraction, because you can clearly see him carrying her. Okay, let's go to the next picture. Now you see he's trying to keep his balance and things. Now, she's out of it, people. She's not fighting. She's not beating on him. She's not doing anything. She's out of it. I'm not saying that she was dead, and I'm not saying that she didn't have the strength to fight, is what I'm saying. Because if she had the strength to fight, this man wouldn't have been able to walk in the degree that he was. Because if she was fighting, then he would have been and fell down. She would have just been pounding him in the head and, trying to hit him down below and, just doing whatever, trying to get away from him. But she was incapacitated. And as you can see, he's bracing. And she, Kenneka, she was small in stature. But I'm talking about Kenneka Jenkins. Kenneka Jenkins wasn't an Amazon, peoples. She wasn't an Amazon. Kenneka Martin was an Amazon. She was taller, but Kenneka Jenkins was shorter. and more stockier and more well formed and built. But that's here for another day, since you guys don't believe Kenneka Jenkins and Kenneka Martin. Okay, but I'm talking about Kenneka Jenkins. Kenneka Jenkins was healthy. You seen her in the you seen her in the refrigerator. You seen how she looked, and she wasn't that tall, but she was well built, and she was a thick girl, and she had some meat on her, as you can see in the freezer pictures, but as you can see right here. And so he had to extend his legs wide enough to hold her and to brace her. See that? Now look, here again, he's carrying her. He's carrying her. And he's trying to hold her. You see that, right? He's carrying her. Okay. And now look, from the previous photos, now you see they tried to merge everything all at once. Because look, tried to merge them together. See? Now it's only right here is where we see her form. They couldn't do it. Because see, she slipped down from his head. So instead of being merged together like that, now you see the full form of her right here. See that? There's the top of her head. There's her hair. This is her torso. Inside and everything. There's her legs. There's her arms wrapped around him. You see that, right? Okay. So now let's go to the next. Now you can see it just a little bit more. Now the heads separate. You see that, right? And then finally, see the final picture. Where is he? He is still in the same area by the stairs, still trying to get his footing. Now you see how his foot is. His foot is elevated right in front of him. He's trying to keep his balance, trying to carry this girl because she's heavy. Look, now it's together. Now he's already repositioning, bracing. Now this is kind of a awkward position, but look, they eliminated his foot because you can see how his foot is right here. How he's going to balance on one foot. See that? See how he went forward right there? There's the leg right there, but eliminated his foot. Now brings it all back together again. See that? See that? Now look at his leg. There his leg right there. So when you look at this picture, there's the thing right there, but then look at his leg. It's the same thing. It's still black, that little black part, but they just omitted his other leg. See that? So he is stepping forward because he has his legs open, but they eliminated his legs right here, as you can see. See that? Look at this top part right here without the rest of the leg, and then look at that. See? There's the top part right there without the rest of the leg. They omitted his leg. And they just trying to make it seem like, oh, yeah, well, you know, he's stepping still. No, peoples. He has his legs open, and he's bracing himself with her in his arms, as you guys can see. See that? There you see the top part. His legs extended open. There you see they eliminated his legs. And guess what? They did the same thing in the picture in the elevator with Shamaya and Munifa. Case in point. All right. Y'all see that, right? Okay. So that is actual, factual, true video footage, peoples, of Kenneka being in the halls, being carried. That's actually Kenneka Jenkins being carried in the hall. The other person that's walking the halls was just a distraction, peoples. They make it seem like, yeah, you know, she walked through Chandel Lane and she walked all through there and stuff. Peoples. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. Kenneka Jenkins never walked through Chandel Lane, peoples. She never walked into the kitchen, peoples. And she never walked herself back there in the freezer, peoples. It wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. All right, let me go a little further. Let me share my screen, peoples. So that, did I explain that? Now let me go and show you the pictures of Monifa and Shemaya and the supposed Kenneka in the elevator. See, when you piece this thing together, peoples, and when you piece this thing together and you start to look at it and stuff, now it all tends to make sense. And remember, it wasn't just only Kenneka and the guy. It was two guys down there, two guys in the black hoodie, two guys in the black hoodie that was carrying Kenneka. Two guys. Let me show you, peoples. I'm gonna do it this way so I can enlarge it now. So let me go back to the Kenneka Jenkins folder. And then we're going to look at this picture here. And you guys know this famous picture and things. Let me show you, peoples. Now I'm getting ready to, okay, right here. This is but this is not the guys, but this is what I'm talking about. Okay, now you see there is Monifa, Shemaya is on the side, and then there is the thing of Kenneka, or the image of Kenneka. But look, where's her body? You see that? You see when they tried to say that Kenneka was in the elevator with Monifa and Shemaya? Well, look what's happening right there, peoples. Where's Kenneka? I mean, she's supposed to be there, right? Where's the rest of the body? All we see is just a torso without a head, without arms, and without legs. Y'all see that, right? I've shown you the picture of Monifa and Shemaya in the elevator having a selfie. You know, was supposed to have been taking a selfie, but they wasn't taking a selfie. Somebody was in there with them taking a picture of them. Okay, y'all see that, right? All right, so now let's go to the next picture, peoples. Let's go to the next picture right here. Now, again, where's the legs? It's supposed to be Kenneka standing behind her. But why is the picture all blotchy and stuff? Because they had photoshopped her into the elevator, peoples. Why isn't it that we never seen an elevator picture of Monifa, Shemaya, Kenneka getting on the elevator? Because it never happened on the day that they said. That's why you will never see that video footage, peoples. See, how did you notice, peoples? The absence of things is an abstract, and they can make you fill in the blanks. So you guys say, oh yeah, well, you know, we seen them there at the establishment. We seen them walk in and stuff. Well, did you really see her walk in, peoples? Did you really see Kenneka Jenkins walk into the establishment? Or was it somebody else playing her? You know? No, you think that you see her walking into the establishment, but it wasn't. It was a deception, peoples. You think that you know a lot of stuff, but you don't know because it was a deception. Well, okay, so I'll say it like this. If you say that you know and stuff, well then, hey, why couldn't you figure out that the news, the video clip that I just shown you, they said that, hey, that was her. That was her coming in. Let's listen to this again. Let's listen to this again, peoples. Because you said that you know that it was her. You know emphatically, yeah, I know this. I know this. I got it down. Well, let me prove you wrong. Let me prove that to you that you don't know as much as you think you know. Because if you did, then you would have been the one that had shown this and said this. But you didn't. And the reason why you didn't, because you're going on what they gave you. I'm trying to teach you something, but you don't listen. And I'm talking about the YouTubers who's talked about the Kenneka Jenkins case. You guys think that you know every goddamn thing about this case, but when someone like Edward Joseph tries to educate you upon some things, now you want to get attitude. You want to be butthurt. Peoples, I've been doing this shit for over 20 years. I got experience, and I'm trying to teach you something. If you would just be quiet and listen and learn. Listen in to what the breaking news is, peoples. Let's go.
Also breaking tonight, hours of new video are released revealing more about a woman found dead in a hotel freezer. CBS 2's Audrina Bigas joins us now. So you poured through this video. What is it showing us?
36 hours of video, and this was just released to us a few hours ago.
36 hours worth of video, and it was just released to them hours ago. So if it's 36 hours of video and released to them hours ago, well, then you would think that they would have had the original madness, right? Well, that's not the case, because I've already proved to you, just like I have proved to you when they were showing Bree, Mike, and some other person walk out the establishment, and then just a second later, you seen the box go up, but you didn't see nobody. Well, we assumed that it could have been, the guy with the colored jacket or whatnot. But when we look at the time, we knew exactly who it was. It was Franz Cave. Because the time to when we had looked at this was the exact time to when he got down to meet this so-called girl at the edge of the ramp. Do you guys see that? I'll show it to you again. I'll show it to you again, because the same thing I pointed out on the other live is the same thing I'm pointing out right now. Now, let's listen in. They got the 36 hours of video madness just hours ago. So if they just got it just hours ago, they're already doing the effery in this madness. Let's look.
This video shows
no red box. Rosemont police. They're not a police department, peoples. And they're not Rosemont police. They're Rosemont public safety. Did anybody catch that? Did you ever hear any other YouTuber catch that? And we've been showing this video for over 7+ years now, and nobody caught that. It says source Rosemont police. Rosemont do not have a police department. Rosemont has a public safety department, not a police department. And there's a big difference between a police department and a public safety department. So YouTubers, when you try to sit here and try to tell me about the video footage, well, then you need to go and look at the man in the mirror and tell him to change his narrative, because you got it wrong. And I'm telling you, you got it wrong. Rosemont is not a police department. Rosemont is a public safety department. Did you catch it? You never did. You never said anything. 7+ years and you never said anything. And then the very first video that they put out does not have what? A red box. The news never put out on the very first clip a red box of this young lady walking herself into a freezer. Now look at the video. It's all blotchy. It's all grainy. Come on now, people. You know that news department has excellent equipment, and all of their videos is beyond high def, beyond 4K. They got the best type of video equipment around. You look at the NFL. Look at the quality of that video. You look at these concerts. Look at the quality of the video. You look at when they go out and do the news reporting on the streets. Look at the quality of the video. But now you mean to tell me that when they are talking about this case about a young lady who had died in the freezer, look how grainy this is, peoples. Look at the edge of this. Look how grainy it is. Look where she's standing, and then look on to the left of her. Look how grainy this is right here, peoples. Come on now, Rosemont. Do better than that, peoples. Do better than that. They duped you and they wooed you from the very beginning. Because now the more you look at this, the more and more it gets ingrained in your mind. Oh yeah, she walked herself into the freezer and stuff like that. Peoples, this is bullshit of a narrative. And they did it from the very beginning. From the very beginning. I told you, if this doesn't have no red box, it is not authentic video footage. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, let's look at this. So you don't see the red box. Rosemont Police, they're not the police department. They are a public safety department. Now let's watch this, peoples.
Kenneka Jenkins walking into the kitchen, but we never see her.
Red box! Hello! Hello! It is a red box. But it's not Kenneka. But it is a red box. But it's not Kenneka. Let's go.
Entering the freezer. And tonight, that is why her family is not satisfied with the theory that she walked into the freezer on her own.
Come on. Why is it that you can't really see the face so clear? Let's look at it.
Surveillance.
So why are they blotching out all of the other girls and then don't blotch her face out?
Video shows Kenneka Jenkins walking with friends at the Crown Plaza Hotel early Saturday.
And look at the face. Do that look like the face of Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? You know what they did, right? All they did was just put a mask over that face, right? They put a mask over that face. Okay, so now this is where we get into the nitty gritty right here and stuff. You know, now this is what we do all of the comparisons and things like that. Because see, now you got a lot of people saying, you know, this, that, and the other. Look at the attire right here. Look at the attire. Remember when we saw Kenneka Jenkins in the bathroom? We never seen Kenneka Jenkins in the bathroom with a black stripe around the chest area. There's a black stripe around the chest area. So that's number one, tells you this is not Kenneka walking into the establishment because and you try to say that that's hair. No, that's not hair. The hair is right here and the hair is right here. This is literally a part of her this person's attire. Kenneka never wore a black stripe around on her shirt, peoples. See, you guys got an excuse for everything, but I'm here. I'm only debunk you because why would Kenneka ever wear her hair like that? And then that's too straight of a line, peoples, to be hair. Do you understand what I'm saying? It had to be a tuft of hair that just perfectly aligned and go all the way down. Same on the other side, perfectly aligned to go all the way down. People's no. That is a shirt that this person wore. You can clearly see that. So that already gives you the indication that is not Kenneka. That is not Kenneka, peoples. It doesn't matter what thing that they blurred on the face. Well, yeah, they put a mask over the face because they didn't want you to see who the person really is. But you can tell by the attire. You know what Kenneka wore because I've shown you what Kenneka wore. And she didn't wear that outfit. So that's ding, ding, ding. Number two, peoples. Because when you think that it was Kenneka, it wasn't Kenneka. The very first person. Now, I don't know if it's a girl or a guy. I surmise it's a girl. So the very first person, that's number one, who played Kenneka. Number one, who played Kenneka. People, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand this and figure this out. Because if you can't get a good wholesome thing by the face, well, then you look at the attire. You look at the attire. Now, question is this, peoples? Look at Kenneka and Shemaya, or the girl who you call Kenneka and Shemaya. They almost are at level height, peoples, right? Is Kenneka as tall as Shemaya? Is she? Well, people, the only way to solve that issue is we need to go back. We need to go back in some history. We need to go back in some old videos and see how tall Kenneka was with Shemaya. You know? See, these are the things that I point out, people. These are the things that I look at. See, I don't just take people's narrative for it and just run with it and things. You got to prove to me unequivocally and undeniably that you know what you're saying. And you got to think outside the box, not what they gave you. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, was Kenneka as tall as Shemaya? Well, let's go back to this picture here, people. So let's go back to this picture. Let me go back to... Let me go back to the case files right here. So that'll give us a sense as to, you know, what are the possibilities? Was Kenneka as tall as Shemaya, or was she shorter, or did she tower over Shemaya? Those are the questions that I ask, peoples. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. We're gonna first start off with the picture in the bathroom. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? With the picture in the bathroom. Okay, so let's go back to that picture in the bathroom here. So we're gonna call this up right here. We're gonna call that up, but we're also going to call it this right here. Okay. Now, if we look at this and we draw a line, and let me see if I can draw a line, peoples. See if I can draw a line up on this. Okay, so let me see. Where's the editing tools? Where's the editing tools? Can I draw a line on this? Edit with designer. Okay, so all right, so are you going to let me draw a line across the markup? Here's the markup. Okay, so I'm going to use a yellow pen. And so let's go across here to across here. And let's go down here to down there. And then let's go right here to right there. So basically what that's saying is, people, is that damn, they're about the same height. You see, from head to head, to foot, and from waist to waist. So what they're saying is that this person is about the same height. So we know Shemaya is pretty tall. So is Kenneka the same height as Shemaya? Well, I mean, according to this, they're about the same height. Okay. So it's not an exact science. So now let's look at other pictures of Kenneka. So let's look at other pictures of Kenneka, people. So let's take a look at something here. Let's take a look at something. I want to take a look at something, peoples. All right. So let's see here. Where's that picture of Kenneka standing there with some jeans on? I got all those pictures, people. Where I'm just trying to see where it is. Okay. I'm just trying to see people's where it is. All right, so y'all just got to give me a moment. I'm looking for something real quick here, trying to see because I had all of this stuff all together. Um, okay, let's take a look at this. All right, so according to this, so this is Kenneka Martin. See how tall she is, right? And she's towering over these girls, right? And then look how big and thick she is. Y'all see that, right? That's a big girl. Y'all see that, right? But she's not with she's not with Monifa. She's not with Irene. She's not with Shemaya. Okay, y'all see that, right? And she's pretty tall, and she's towering over them. Okay, so now I want to get the picture of Kenneka standing by herself. That's what I want to do. I want to get Kenneka standing by herself. So let me see if I can find that picture of Kenneka standing by herself. Okay, here it is right here. All right. Now look how short in stature she is, right? I mean, look at that, people. Look how short in stature she is. She's not an Amazon, is she? And we know that's Kenneka because look, we see the tattoo that's around her waist right there. Y'all see that, right? That's Kenneka Jenkins. We know Kenneka by her eyes and by how her eyes is kind of like she's, her eyes is so relaxed and stuff, right? Okay. So does she look tall in this right here? Does she? And then look, Shemaya is trying to mimic her instead of trying to wear a similar outfit and things. Button jacket and stuff. Blue jean jacket. But she's got the rips in her pants and she doesn't. And then, she stands with her leg kind of like bent. And look at Monifa doing the same thing. And then long black hair. Long black hair. Y'all see that, right? So Monifa is trying to mimic Shemaya. I mean, Monifa is trying to mimic Kenneka, as you can see. Y'all see that, right? Okay, so now let's go, people. Let's go and let's take a look at something here because we got to go back down memory lane. I said we got to go back down memory lane because I want to see if Shemaya and Kenneka is the same height. Okay. So here's Kenneka. Now, does she look that tall, peoples? Do she look that tall? Okay. She all the time wearing those shirts that just come up and show her waist and stuff. She has a watch on her left arm. Well, she always did. She always wore the watch on her left arm. Y'all see that, right? And she's a little bit more form-fitting. See that? And we know this is Kenneka again because remember, she took this picture and she wore this shirt with Rico. And then she all the time with the same look, the part in the hair, high cheekbones, rounded face. That is Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. There she is right there in the flesh. Now, it may seem that she's that tall, but this is a close-up of her. So again, let's see if we can find something or something if she is about the same height as Shemaya. So let's go and let's venture over to Instagram. People, let's see if Instagram can give us something here. You know, let's see if Instagram can give us something here. So let's venture over to Instagram, peoples. All right, so I may have to log in. So I'm going to log off of here. So I'll put this on and let me see about logging in and things. Okay, let's see. See if I can log in. Okay, so let me go on my phone and see what's the password on this so I can log in here to Instagram. And go to my password. See, people's this is how you do your research. This is how one should think before they ever open up their mouths and talk about things and stuff, you know. This is the things that you need to do in all because if you just throw stuff out there, it just makes you look bad. It really does. And this is one of the reasons why I just don't accept what everybody say because again, you know, I have my own mind, and because I have my own mind, I mean, what is it that you want me to say? I'm just not going to take your word for it just because you said it. You understand what I'm saying, peoples? You know, Edward Joseph has his own mind. Okay, so what is what? This is not the password? That's what it says it is. So here, let me change that from a lower E to a capital E and see if it's the right way. All right, so let me do this. So I may have to change the password. Well, okay, I'm gonna change the password because it ain't let me in. So let me just say forgot password and reset. Can't reset your password. Okay, let me do this here. Okay, send a link. No users found. Can't reset password. Okay, so what is my username then? Okay, send a link. I know they have to send it to my phone. All right, so send to my phone. I'm not a robot. Okay. Okay, they sent me a text message. Yep, they sent me a text message. There's the link. Now, come on. Okay, I got it. And I'm in. And are you going to let me in? So I'm in on my phone. So what is this on my phone? Okay, so here, let me do this right here. All right, so back to login. Okay, and then Okay, and then log in. And no, that's not it. So I'm logged in on my phone. I don't know how do I log in on the computer. All right, so let me go to my account on my phone. Go to my account on my phone and see how do I log in. That's crazy, people. Man, this is really crazy. How do I tools? So I'm logged in on my phone. How do I log in on the computer? Let me try one more thing, and then I'm just going to say forget it, shoots. I just won't be able to log in on Instagram on my computer. Okay, well, let me do it like that. Let's see. Okay, I'm logged in. Cool, I'm logged in. All right. So let me go to look for Kenneka Jenkins. All right. We'll do it that. Kenneka Jenkins. All right. So now we're on Kenneka Jenkins. All right. So let me share my screen and let me share my Instagram. Okay, there's my Instagram. All right, cool. So now let's go and let's look at Kenneka. Now look at Kenneka, peoples. Does Kenneka look that tall? I mean, she don't look that tall to me in this picture. You know, and she doesn't look all of that thick as that girl that was in the person that was in the Crown Plaza. So I mean, again, yeah, you know, it's different pictures and things like that. So you know, I'm just saying. So now here we have look of all of this, peoples. Now we have look. I'm glad that they put this up. Now we have TM being pulled. Whoever put this page together, they did an excellent job. Now we have all of this original content. Look, look. The red boxes is screaming. All in the video, the red box is screaming. Why? Because this is original video footage, peoples. Look how those boxes is just going. See that? Now look at Tim. She runs out, and the lady, she's pulling her. She literally grabbed her by the arm, and TM kind of like, you know, was literally trying to get away from her and things. But remember, she was supposed to have had breast surgery, right? She was supposed to have breast surgery, but yet what happened to the breast surgery? Because as you can see in the video, she has been took one way to another. But the red boxes is going off. Y'all see that? Now look at the color of the red box and look how it's bouncing while the people are moving. Y'all see that, right? Okay, now let's look at this. This is when it first walked in. Look at the red boxes going. Look at this going. You know? Look at that going. Remember, they can take people out. Is somebody standing over in this area while this red box is going? Because, I mean, it is just fluttering. Is somebody standing over in this area right here or standing right here in front of the door? Now they come. See that? See how the red box is still going. It's just bouncing up a storm. Look how this red box is going. Even when this guy is out the red box and over here. Now look at these people come. And then the red box down here turns on. Y'all see that, right? So Here's TM, I believe. She said, do this sound like my daughter Kenneka wanted to walk in a freezer? Kenneka words in the gray. I love you, my little baby girl. You wanted me to fight then, and babe, I'm fighting even harder now with the strength from God. In Jesus' name, amen. Okay. There's just a little post that TM had put up. Then here's Kenneka and Shemaiah. Now this is what they were saying that, and then there's Monifa. And this is they said that this is when they were on their way to the Crown Plaza. Now, even look, I want you guys. Ooh, I got to get this. I got to get this. Let me go ahead and download this because I want you to look at Kenneka's attire. Thank you. This is now we're finally getting somewhere because now we finally have something, peoples, that we can literally connect Kenneka's attire to. You see how Kenneka looked even without the smiley faces and stuff. Y'all see that, right? So now we finally got something that we can connect Kenneka's true attire to. Right? Right. Thank you. See, this is what investigation is all about, peoples, because this is how it leads you to the truth. Instead of all of this bullshit and madness people be saying. So now I got the video. Now let's go ahead and examine the video, peoples. There it is right there. So now let me call up my editing software and then let's examine this. So there it is right there. So I'm going to go ahead and close that out. I'm going to close that out and I'm going to put this in my editing software. Now we got something that we can clearly look at and say what type of attire Kenneka had on. And what her breasts look like and all like this and stuff. You know, finally got something definitively. All right, so here it is right here. Now let me share my screen, peoples. I'm gonna put that down in here. It's just a small little clip, but it's enough to give us some insight. Because I wonder if that's the only clip that they made. Wonder if that's the only clip that they made. We don't know. But let me share my screen, peoples. Boy, peoples, I tell you, you know, you can't mess with Edward Joseph because that brother is bad. I tell you, he's bad. All right, so now I'm going to put this like this. Now let's look at it in my editing software. And then we're going to, I'm going to put this full. Then we're going to blot out the sound. And then now let's look at this. And I'm going to play this in very slow motion, peoples. I'm play this in very slow motion because I want to see her attire. So let's go ahead and enlarge the screen. Now let's play this. Now let's look at Kenneka. Look at Kenneka's face. Look, she has the scrunchie on her left arm, as you can see, peoples. And look at Kenneka. Look at Kenneka's face. And Kenneka is looking at him like, what the hell are you guys doing? Now, look at Kenneka's jacket. Look at Kenneka's hair. Look at the part in Kenneka's hair. And look how Kenneka is looking at her. Then, you know, she comes with the squiggly face. And Kenneka still didn't make no face. She's just looking at her like, you know, what the hell are you doing? Now look at Kenneka's jacket, peoples. Look at Kenneka's hair. Now she goes ahead and smile because she's like, oh, you guys are funny. See that? She got a little smiley face on her. Y'all see that, right? Now she smiles. Then Shemaiah brings the camera back up on her. And now there's the little squiggly faces that they're doing. Then she's going to put it up on Monifa. Okay, now look at Monifa. Now we know that's Monifa because we see Monifa. And we know, look at Monifa. And Monifa has the same attire on. See that? Let's go back. Let's go back one click because it will show us clearly her her bra right here, clear as daylight. You can see it. She had on the purple bra. So they had on the same attire, peoples. So now, was this at 11:30 at night? Remember, we see Kenneka, we see Shamaya, and we see Monifa together, right? And so is Bree in the back of the car? Well, we don't know because this went out. But we do see Monifa, Kenneka, and Shamaya in a little Snapchat thing that they did. And look, we can clearly see Monifa's outfit. And if anybody from Chicago, if you guys know whatever this kind of thing is in the background, people, it doesn't look like they're there at 11:30 at night. Do you guys see that, right? Remember, Lenore said that they left the house at 11:30 that night. Well, it looks like it's daylight outside. And they're all in the same outfit, right? So we can say with certainty it wasn't at 11:30 at night, right? Now, we don't know if they were on the way to the Crown Plaza at this particular time, but we can say with certainty, people, is that it wasn't at no 11:30 at night, right? When they were together. So was this the only time that they were together, peoples? Well, obviously not, peoples, because they were together at an earlier time in broad daylight. You see that? You see how I'm poking holes in the narrative? Well, they only just came together and stuff at night and stuff, and they came in. Well, no, peoples, as you can see, the hair was already done. Because remember, they were supposed to go to Lenore's house to have Monifa's hair, Kenneka's hair, flat iron straight. Well, Monifa's hair is the same hairstyle that she had at the Crown Plaza. In the picture and in the car. And it's daylight. It's not at 11:30 at night. So what is this madness that Lenore was supposed to have flat iron straight Kenneka's hair and Lenore's hair? When Lenore's hair, Monifa's hair, when Monifa's hair looks just the same as it was in the video. As you can see, peoples. Y'all see that, right? So Monifa's hair was the same as in the video. Monifa's attire was the same as in the video. Kenneka was looking at them and they were doing funnies in the car. But Kenneka had on the same attire as in the video. But now, people, let's go back and let's look at that video again. Let's go back and look at that video again, peoples. Because see, the thing is, peoples, when the people say, oh no, she left at 11:30 at night. Peoples, where do you see 11:30 at night in the video? You don't. You see that is broad daylight, peoples. You see that is broad daylight. Y'all see that, right? Look, it is bright, broad daylight. And they're out in the car. And Shamaya went and did a little Snapchat thing. Now, what was this TM's car or was this Kenneka's car? Because remember, it was said that Bree did not want to drive Kenneka's car because she had a donut on it. Well, why are they driving around in broad daylight with a donut on the car? What, Kenneka didn't have money to get a car fixed, peoples? See, it's those little details, peoples, that you bring out that you clearly say, hey, this is hilarious and nefarious. This is bullshit of what the people are saying. But yet, look at Edward Joseph, boy. Edward Joseph is bringing this out. Edward Joseph is telling the people and showing the people, look, your narrative stinks. All right, let's bring it back, people. Let's bring it back up on Kenneka. Now, Kenneka is just sitting there looking at her like, girl, what are you doing? Now, look at Kenneka. Kenneka had on the black scrunchie on her left arm, as you can see right there, right? Now, the person in the video, let's go back to the video, peoples. I said, let's go back to the video. Is that all right, peoples? Let's go back to the video. This is not the video. Let me see. Let me try to go back to the video that I had up. Nope, that's not it either. Okay, so let me go back to the news thing right here. Call that up on the screen. Kenneka final moments. Here we go, right here. All right. So in the video, people, the girl has on a black watch and a black scrunchie. Well, Kenneka never wore a black watch in the video. Kenneka had on a gray watch and a red band. Do you see what I'm saying, peoples? I said Kenneka had on a black scrunchie, not a black watch. She had on a gray watch, and she had on a red band, peoples. Y'all see that, right? So peoples. Now let's go back to the testimony and see exactly. Let's go back to the video. Let's go back to the video, peoples. Let me stop sharing my screen here and let me share my screen here. Let's go back to the video. Because see, I love it when I just really just show these people that Edward Joseph means business, and I'm tired of the bullshit and nonsense that you guys have been saying. So Kenneka has on a black scrunchie, as we can see. Now let's look at her shirt. Now look at Kenneka's hair. It didn't go all the way down. At least this side didn't. So let's rewind it back a little bit. So you can tell a lot. Her hair came down to her chest area. See, did it go down any further than that? Nope. It went down to her chest area. Because see, if her hair went all the way down to her butt, well, then you would have seen the hair go right past her arm right here. You see that? The hair would have been longer. So the hair didn't go all the way down to her butt. It stopped right up here, peoples, as you can see. See the hair right here? See her hand? And if the hair was to go down to her butt, it would have been past her hand and went down here in this blue area right here. So that is indicative of the fact that her hair did not go all the way down to her butt, peoples, as you've seen in the video. Y'all see that, right? Kenneka didn't wear that long hair down to her butt, peoples. So again, that is unequivocal and undeniable proof, peoples, that it wasn't Kenneka in the video. It wasn't Kenneka in the video, peoples. Y'all see that, right? So it's little details like that, peoples, that you bring out. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's little details like that you bring out. And there again, wait, y'all hold on for a second. I had just did something and I don't know why. My screen had changed. All right, people. So as you can see in the actual video, well, Kenneka's hair wasn't that long. Because if it was that long, then that's just shoulder, that's just shoulder chest length right here. But the hair didn't go all the way down, because it would have went down, then it would have been past her hand right here. Kenneka had the white fingernails. Kenneka had the black scrunchie. And then look at Kenneka's face right here. She was just looking at her like, you know, what is it that you're doing, Monifa or Shamaya? Look at Kenneka. All right, so let's take this picture, peoples. Let's get a picture of this right here. Let's look at Kenneka's jacket. Let's look at Kenneka's jacket. See that, peoples? Let's look at it real good. Now let's look at the shirt. It wasn't no shirt, peoples. And it wasn't no black lining on no shirt. It was nothing that was really under her jacket. Y'all see that, right? You can clearly see Kenneka's hair, and you can clearly see the part in Kenneka's hair. Y'all see that, right? Clear as daylight. So let's get a screenshot of this, people. This is what I love, because boy, Negroes all the time just got some things to say. So let me open this up. Let me open this up and explore, and let's look at that picture. And then we're going to put this picture on. We're going to put this picture in the Kenneka files. And we're going to compare this picture. Okay, so no, I don't want to replace it. What picture is this? Okay, so that's that. So let's rename this Kenneka sitting in the car. All right. So now let's put that on. Let's put that right there. Now, let's go back and let's go ahead and let's see if we can revert this picture around like that. Okay, beautiful. Now we got a real good picture of Kenneka, peoples. Y'all see that? Now, look at the shirt, peoples. Look at the bra. She don't have no shirt on. We see the jean jacket. We clearly see Kenneka. And look at Kenneka. That's Kenneka Jenkins right there, peoples. That is the real Kenneka Jenkins right there, peoples. And it is daylight. And look at Kenneka and how she's looking at her. Look at Kenneka with the soft eyes and things. All right. Y'all see Kenneka right there, right? Okay. So now let's pair the real Kenneka. Let's compare the real Kenneka to the girl that was in the bathroom. Okay. Y'all said it was Kenneka. Well, let's compare it. Let's pair the real Kenneka to the girl that was supposed to have been in the bathroom. All right. See, now we're getting the juicy juicies, peoples. We're getting the juicy juicies, because you can't tell me what I don't know. You can't tell me what I don't know, peoples. See, tell you, don't play with me. I said, don't play with me, peoples. Now, let's look at Kenneka, because this is how she looked. Here's Kenneka at the Crown Plaza. Okay. Here it is again, peoples. The jean jacket. There's Kenneka. See that? See that? Okay, y'all see that, right? That's Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. There she is right there. Now, let's compare that to the picture of the girl. Here, let's put this in for just safe measures. Let's compare Kenneka to the girl, peoples. in the bathroom. Is that all right, peoples? Okay, so we got that. We got that. There's Monifa. Monifa. I want Monifa with the girl in the bathroom. And we'll know unequivocally, undeniably, peoples, once and for all, is that Kenneka. Okay, so let's do this. We're going to get this picture. I'm going to put that picture together. Okay, and then now let's get the picture of her in the bathroom. And we're going to compare that picture, peoples. Now, as you can see, here's surrounded face, here's surrounded face, here's surrounded face. Remember, you're not going to see her part because her hair is all wet and stuff, right? And then you can see the booty in her lips. You can see the booty in her lips. Y'all see that, right? You see the booty in her lips right there? And right here, you see the booty in her lips right there. Booty lips, booty lips. It's Kenneka all the way, peoples. There she is right there in the flesh right there. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Y'all see that, right? So we know that is Kenneka Jenkins in the freezer, because now I have the original picture of Kenneka in the same outfit. And we look at the jean jacket outfit, that matches perfectly, peoples. See that? See that? This is the original. This is the original, peoples. Y'all see that, right? Bingo to the bingo. So now, again, let's go and compare this picture to that girl that was in the bathroom, peoples. Now, this will say yay or nay. And this will totally debunk all of these people who say, oh, no, that was Kenneka Jenkins in the bathroom. No, it wasn't, peoples. And we have proof, unequivocal, undeniable proof that that girl who played Kenneka in the bathroom wasn't Kenneka in the bathroom, peoples. See? Now, on all the times I want to find that picture, I can't find that picture now. Ain't that something? It doesn't want to appear, peoples, because it doesn't want me to know that they played Kenneka. Where is that picture, peoples? I can't. Oh, okay. Well, let's do it like this. This one even better. Okay. Now, this is the young lady that was in the lobby. Do that even remotely look like Kenneka, peoples? Do that remotely look like Kenneka, peoples? And let me call up that other picture of her. Okay, so this one right here, this is a little. So again, do that remotely look like Kenneka, peoples? See that? See that? Did that girl even remotely look like Kenneka, peoples? I mean, that's Kenneka Jenkins right there, peoples. There it is right there. So do that even remotely look like Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? All right, so let's find that girl in the bathroom, if I can find her. There she is right there. Do that remotely look like Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? right here. Let's put her right here, right by her. Let's blow up her face. And then here's Kenneka Jenkins right here. Let's blow up her face. Do they remotely look alike, peoples? And then let's put this over here. And let's put this right here. All right. Bingo to the bingo to the bingo, peoples. The lips don't even match, hardly even match Kenneka Jenkins. The face don't hardly even match Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. You see that? Not at all, peoples. Not at all, peoples. And then even the girl on the end don't remotely match or look like her, peoples. Y'all see that? And see, the thing is, I took this picture off the video. I took this picture off the actual video. Y'all see that, right? See? Look at Kenneka's eyes and the way she's looking. Look how she's eyes and the way she's looking. Now, let's go back and let's go ahead and compare the other picture of Kenneka in the bathroom with Shemaya and Munifa. Let's go back and compare that other picture, peoples. Right here. This picture right there, peoples. Right there. There it is in the flesh right there. Okay. Now, look at Kenneka. See that? Got the part in the head, oval face, puckering up her lips, high cheekbones, and then look at the chin. That's Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. That's how she was looking when she was at the establishment, peoples. Not like this girl right here. Let's move this down some. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. I said bingo to the bingo, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, as you can see. The real Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. See that? There she is right there. Now you can clearly see that the girl in the bathroom played Kenneka Jenkins. I see that, right? Do they even remotely look alike? Do they, peoples? There's the proof right there. Now, do that girl even remotely look like Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? Because here's the real Kenneka Jenkins right here. You know? And then here's the real Kenneka Jenkins. Here's the real Kenneka Jenkins. Here's the real Kenneka Jenkins. Who is this imposter? There you have it right there, peoples. It's in your face. It's in your face, peoples. And then when we look at the video, peoples, even this girl who played Kenneka didn't have a black top. Didn't have a black top. Y'all remember that, right? Let's go back to the video. All right, so let's go back to the video, peoples. Let me share my screen and let's go back to the video. Now, let's look at the video, peoples. Where do you see anything black up on the chest of that girl or even Kenneka? And you see right here, the black little thing, because that is not hair, because the hair is on the side right here and the hair is on the side right there. So on the chest of this person, you can clearly see the black little thing right here. And it's a long straight line that goes all the way up from around her neck, all the way down to here. And it looks like it's a little thing that holds the shirt together. You see that? There was nothing black upon the girl who played Kenneka in the bathroom, and there was nothing black upon Kenneka that was in the freezer. So, which clearly shows you and tells you, okay, here's the second girl who played Kenneka. This is the first person who played Kenneka. Okay, y'all see that, right? And then here is the second person who played Kenneka. Right here. That girl. Because there is nothing black that is on her shirt. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. So let me share my screen a different way because I'm not sure if you guys are seeing what I'm seeing. Because I think I'm sharing the screen, the actual video. But let me share my screen this way so you can see what I'm seeing. Share my full screen. Let me call back up the picture and everything. So let me call up the picture. And then let me call up the live. Now let me call up the picture again. Now, bingo to the bingo. As you can see, peoples, there is nothing black that's hanging around her neck. See that? You see the hair, and even the hair that she is wearing only comes to her waistline, right? Just barely to her waistline. Y'all see that, right? And the hair only just comes to the waistline in the picture. And then Kenneka in the car only comes to her waistline, right? But when we see the picture of the person in the video, well, it went beyond the waistline because it went all down her back and down to her butt. So let's go and let's look at that, peoples. Let's look at that. So let's go here. And let's go here. I want one to share 14. So let's go to Seagate and 14 and 15. That's one to share 16. And I want one to share 15 and 14. Okay, let's go to the D file because it's on one of these drives. QPQRS. Okay, so it's not there. So let's go to the G drive. Where's one to share? Okay, there's one to share 16. Now, where is one to share? Let's go to the E drive. Okay, E drive. Here it is. One to share 14, 15. All right, this is it right here. Let's go to the download it. And then let's go to the place right here. Let's go to that place where they were walking right here. So as you can see, you see the lights going off, right? So now here they come. And then look at that hair. That hair is all down to her butt. It didn't just stop at the waistline. The hair is literally down to her butt. Y'all see that, right? Okay. Look at that again. See? Hair is swooped all down her butt. Look at that. So it's past her waistline right there. Okay. Y'all see that, right? Okay. So now we have that. Okay. Now we have that. Now let's go to the picture of the girl that was supposed to be walking herself into the freezer.
19-year-old Chicago teen Kenneka Jenkins attended a hotel birthday party with 3 of her friends to celebrate her new employment at a nursing home.
Okay, let's turn that down. Right.
Alcohol or drugs.
Here, let me turn it down. Okay. So this is swaying to her butt. Now let's look at the picture in the kitchen when she's supposed to walk in. Are you guys going to show that? Okay, just a little bit. So it went pretty quick. Okay, again, right here, there's no red boxes. Yeah, see that, right? So now, right here. So it just goes right down to her butt. Right down to her butt. Right there. See there? Right down to her butt. Okay.
And was not being used.
Scrunchie is on the right arm. Kenneka's scrunchie is on the left arm. Bingo to the bingo. So that tells you this wasn't Kenneka, peoples. It wasn't Kenneka. That's the right arm. There's the scrunchie right there. Y'all see that? You see the scrunchie, peoples? So Kenneka couldn't have never walked herself into the freezer because Kenneka never wore her scrunchie on her right arm. She wore the scrunchie on her left arm. And I got the original video of Kenneka being in the car with Shamaya and Munifa. And the scrunchie was on the what? Left arm. Right? All right, people. So, and then let's go back to that video. Let's go back to that video. Let's go back to that video. So, I mean, she got the scrunchie on her right arm, but where's the watch?
The very last video.
So she's got the scrunchie on her right arm, but where's the watch? Where's the watch?
That was undergoing.
Okay, so we see the watch a little bit,
and was not being used at the time. The very last.
So why is she walking with her other arm up and not dangling down like she had it when she was supposed to be walking all in the hallway? See, I told you people, so I look at behaviors. I look at behaviors. So there's Kenneka's right arm, and the scrunchie is off on the right arm. But the watch is on the left arm. But the person walking in the halls had a black watch on the left arm. Black scrunchie on the left arm, black watch on the right arm. I mean, black watch on the left arm, black scrunchie on the right arm. And if you go back to the video when she's getting off the elevator, let's take a look at that, peoples. Let's go back and let's take a look at that. See, there it is right there. Black watch on the left arm, black scrunchie on the right arm. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. There it is right there. It's not gray, it's black, because you can see the black tint right there. As you can see, the black tint right there on her arm. So, and Kenneka had wore the gray watch on her left arm, not a black watch. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. So, now, do you see the many girls who played Kenneka in the video, peoples? Do you see the many girls who played Kenneka in the video? You can clearly see it, clear as daylight. It's in your face, peoples. You can clearly see it, clear as daylight. And the thing is, peoples, you got to ask yourself the question. Okay, so now the girls got assaulted, right? We know that Kenneka got commandeered in the hallway, right? Well, so if Kenneka Jenkins got commandeered in the hallway, how was she going to go and be let go to be commandeered again by the beverage manager, the maintenance guy, the guy in the black hoodie, and security, and have Shamaya standing right there watching her friend get beat? So you got to make your decision. Did Kenneka get commandeered in the hallway, and then this is a different girl that's getting beat? Or did Kenneka get commandeered right here and get beat right here, and somebody else got commandeered in the hallway? Well, the proof lies within the way that Kenneka body is, peoples. And that is that it was indicative of the fact that she was carried and not put in a plastic bag, all folded up and bent up in things. Bingo to the bingo. That's your answer right there, peoples. Because the body tells it all. The positioning of the body tells it all. And again, here we go. Let's go back to this picture right here. Let me show you this picture, because a lot of people didn't believe this was Carl Nesbitt. And a lady had mentioned Carl Nesbitt in her video on last night. Y'all remember that, right? So let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share my screen. So I've already shown you the different girls who played Kenneka. Now let me show you this right here, peoples. Let me show you this right here, peoples. Bingo to the bingo people. Who is that? You guys remember him, right? Okay. It says Kenneka Jenkins. Why was he there? Why was he there? And then let's go right here, peoples. Who is that? Carl Nesbitt, Tanasia and T.Y.'s father. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. And then he was there at what? Well, they're saying 0107. 0107. And look, peoples, look, there is the red box. It's authentic video, peoples, right there. Bingo to the bingo. There is the red box right there. Okay. So I really can't see the time of the date that they have up here, but they said 107. Okay, y'all see that, right? All right. And then let's look at this. Here he is right here. But now this says 9/8. 9/8 at what? 23:11, meaning 11:11 on 9/8. Well, that's what the video says. But is the video actual, factual, and true? And then again, look, peoples, here is the red boxes again. There he is right there. So my question was, why was he there, peoples? Why was he there? Why was he there? And then look, what do we see, peoples? We see the young lady in a blue jean jacket being what? Carried. And this is him right here. And that right there is the red box right there. And he is all in the same outfit right here, peoples. Carrying Kenneka. Carrying Kenneka. Carrying Kenneka. There it is right there, peoples. All authentic, all red boxes and stuff, carrying Kenneka. Because you can look at the outfit, peoples. Carrying Kenneka. Carl Nesbitt. Carl Nesbitt, peoples. There he is right there. So we know that the gang members had a lot to do with the capturing of Kenneka as well. And we know that the gang members had did their due before Kenneka was ever left in the rear by the dock area for the establishment to come and do what they do. Now you got to pick and choose what you want to believe, people. You got to pick and choose whether the establishment did all of this stuff to Kenneka, or whether it was the gang members that did all of this stuff to Kenneka. So you got to pick and choose, people. You got to pick and choose what you believe, and not only that, people's, but the thing is that you got to pick and choose at what time of the day and when did all of this stuff happen. You know, you got to pick and choose that, not me. I've already told you what I said. And I've already told you that all of this video footage is all mixed up and it's twisted and turned around. And I'm not sitting here going by all of the times that is on this video footage, because the times don't mean nothing to me. You understand what I'm saying? Because they can always augment the time. Time doesn't mean nothing to me. Because see, if you go with a time and you go with this narrative that they gave you based upon the time that you see on the videos and stuff, well, then you got to help me to make this make sense. Well, if she got commandeered in the hallway, how did she walk into the kitchen? Think about that for one moment. I want you guys to really think about that for one moment. If Kenneka Jenkins, which I said she did get commandeered in the hallway, well, peoples, how in God's name did she ever finish walking the halls of that establishment and she was being carried? She wasn't being walked. She was being carried. Peoples, they carried her. So how did she go and how did she meet back up with Franz Cave at the end of the ramp at 324? How? She didn't. Simple as that, people. She didn't. If you get commandeered, peoples, and you're being carried, they're not going to let you go just to walk some halls and meet, hey, Franz Cave, here I am. And then go walk herself in the kitchen only to be commandeered again. To be transported in a black plastic bag all over the establishment because everybody said, oh, look. Y'all see that blood? Y'all see that blood in the kitchen? Whoever was in that bag was all bent up and it was blood squirting out that bag. Well, if Kenneka was in there, why didn't they have blood on her clothes? What, they transported her naked and then later on they put on her clothes and then they went on and put her in the freezer? Really? Really, peoples? When they was transporting whatever they was transporting, and I believe it was a body, but it wasn't Kenneka's body, blood had spilled on the floor. And then the people came right behind it and did not even mop it up. They just looked at it. And then next thing you know, they're transporting some big bag down these stairs here. So if Kenneka was in a bag, why wasn't no blood on her clothes? If Kenneka was in a bag, why wasn't her body conformed to that type of position? Because certainly she had to be dead, peoples, to be transported in a bag and then being blopped down a stairwell and taken wherever. But understand one thing. The bag was taken downstairs. Her body was found upstairs. So what sense does that make to take the body downstairs to only bring the body back up upstairs? Oh my God, peoples, boy. The stuff that you guys sit here and believe, it is just amazing to me. It don't make no sense. Gina, what sense does it make, Mel? It don't make no sense. She didn't do it. All right, people. So I'm going to play this live. I want you guys to listen in and stuff and things. I want you guys to listen attentively and stuff. You know, I'll walk this thing down. If you guys don't have clarity by now that several girls played Kenneka, I really don't know what to tell you, because I can't make it no plainer and simpler than that. I walk this thing down the best way that I can. I gave you the proof to the truth. I told you, peoples. I told you, and I've shown you, it was different girls who played Kenneka. And I've shown you, no other YouTuber showed what I did. No other YouTuber did what I shown. No other YouTuber has brought out these facts, because it is a fact. Rosemont Police is not Rosemont Police. They're not a police department. It is Rosemont Public Safety. It is a major difference. No other YouTuber brought that out. So I don't care what you bring. You can show every video. You can show every picture. You can show every post. You can show any and everything, but you didn't bring it out. You didn't show it. You didn't say it. You didn't prove it. And I took the video exactly from what Kenneka had wore, and I've shown you that these other girls wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. Clear as daylight. No other YouTuber has had the wherewithal to do that, right? So what are they saying? What are they saying? Carla Henry, what are they saying, ma'am? Come on. You can tell me whatever you want and stuff, but at the end of the day, I need you to come to my live, and I need you to prove this thing unequivocally and undeniably. Peoples, if you watched the live on last night, that live was on hit. It was on hit. Literally. And then tonight, I just had to come back and I just had to slap it into place and seal the deal. Put the screws in it. Screw it down. Because the people tried to tell me what I don't know, and I'm telling you what I do know. I showed you what I know, unequivocally and undeniably, that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls. She never did, peoples. Not on the day that they stated she did. And you can't debunk me. So, peoples, I am so happy, and it brings joy to my heart to report that the love of my life is back here, and she's on the channel. And that's none other than Trish Hollywood. Trish has literally been my backbone, and always and forever will be my backbone. Trish Hollywood is the one who had kept all of the hilarious and nefarious people out of my chat. And Trish Hollywood is back, peoples. And she's back with a vengeance. And she's back in her rightful place. She's back. She's back, peoples. I got all of my originals back. She is back, peoples. You know? And so y'all don't want to mess with me, because Trish is in a house. I said Trish Hollywood is in the house, peoples. I got my originals back. Woo, thank you, Jesus. Boy, I prayed mightily. I prayed mightily for this to happen. And Gina, she can tell you. I prayed mightily for this to happen. And see, peoples, the gang is back. The gang is back, peoples. And so there you have it. My originals. They're back. Now one is still waiting in the wings, and I don't know what she's waiting on and stuff, because I ain't gonna beg. You know, I have already said, okay, you know, nobody's beefing, nobody's got nobody's got no issues and stuff. You know, you need to just come on back and come on home, and let's do this thing together. All of us together. Every last one of us. And so we still got a few strays, but it is just my belief, peoples, that they will come back home. This is their home. Doesn't matter what you guys may say. It doesn't matter what you guys may think are doing stuff. This is their home. Their home. This is where they're always welcome to shoot their shot, to say what they need to say, do whatever they need to do. See, well, what you guys thought that Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live was going to be something that wasn't going to pretty much, excite the people. Well, you better think again. Never discount who I am and what I can do. You understand what I'm saying, peoples? I said, never discount who I am and what I can do. I'm always here and I'm always on fire. I'm always lit, peoples. And the people is coming in and the people are showing out majorly. And that's all of the love and support from you all. I love it. I thank God. See, I love God. I serve God, and God always answers my prayers. See, I prayed about it, and God still answers prayer. What a friend we have in Jesus, all our sins and griefs to bear. What a privilege it is to carry everything to God in prayer. And that's what I did, peoples. I take everything to God in prayer, and the Lord has answered my prayers on tonight, peoples. All right, peoples, I'll be back. I got to go make a run and stuff. I'll be back. I'm going to play this live. I want you guys to listen to these ladies attentively because, like, again, on last night, peoples, they had the juicy juicies. They had the juicy juicies, peoples, and these ladies there are on fire. So I want you guys to listen to them and learn something. And as you can see, peoples, Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls. Not on the day that they said she did. Not on the day they said she did. All right, let me share my screen, peoples. I'll be back.
I'm sorry, I cut you off real quick. Go ahead.
No, you're right. They're desensitized to it because it's become normal. It's become something that you just do. So right. You're desensitized to it.
Okay,
and then
so
they
this
tell
is
the
my
jury. And then they tell the jury, sorry, Margot. Then they tell the jury, oh, our word is the testimony. We don't have any DNA evidence. We don't have anything. We don't have the video footage that was available. You just have to take our word as the evidence. No, nobody's going to sit up there and do that. No.
Mm-hmm. And that's the important thing, to know your rights, because otherwise you will sit there because you don't know. And that is one of the most important things that I think you could have as power when trying to fight these types of cases. But
let me ask you guys this
getting
real
back
quick.
to what we were saying is, like you're saying, it's too much of a coincidence.
Yeah.
That now you can see the roof. It's too much of a coincidence that they could have walked all over that roof. He states in the statement that they were on the roof at the dock area, which is at the bottom left.
Okay, let me ask you this, because both of y'all, I want to know. We both think that there was a camera in that employee loading dock entrance exit area. And they mentioned Karen has audio on one of her videos. I'll post the link in the chat in a minute if you haven't seen it or heard it. But this gave my whole family chills when I played this loud. I put this on the Bluetooth speaker in my house where you can clearly hear, right, one of the officers saying something about a camera and a fire extinguisher. And now to know that they're on the roof in that area, I mean, could there have been a way where that camera was somehow connected cably or whatever to that roof area? And they've like, that's one of the ways that they had to access and remove it. I mean, I would have never known about this stuff. I'm a tattooer. I would have never, if I had not cared about this case and got involved, and that's why it's so important y'all are talking about, none of this shit added up to me. Like, I would have never put 2 and 2 to, you know what I mean? Like, it's
because he specifically states, keep in mind, I need people to keep this in mind, and let me piggyback really quick, Margot, that Miss Teresa then was towards the front.
Yep.
He specifically tells them, bypass the front, come to the back by the diamond. But we can discuss the cameras, and they're out there talking about cameras, and they're also talking about a fire portable.
And it's clear. When you listen to it, it is clear as day. You could hear what they're saying clearly. And that is
that's shady right there. How come you don't want to go through the front? Her mama been waiting there all day long. How come you don't want to go through the front? Walk your behind right on through the front. What you trying to slide to the back for?
They're hiding. This is what I'm saying. Actions speak louder than words. And this is another reason for why the dock area is as important as it is. And I keep saying how important this dock area is. Everyone is looking at the surveillance, which is important. I'm not saying it's not, but they are bypassing the most important places that
what do we don't have
to solve this case.
What do we not have? Like, that's basically because a lot of the other testimony, if you and evidence, if you collect it all together, there's a reason why you're nailing this, PT. It's because it's basically what do we not have? And like Taven,
we don't have the electronics. If I can piggyback really quick, Margot, if you're asking me,
she goes not to have a camera. Oh, go ahead. It's just like she was basically saying not to have a camera at a busy time, like in that area. That's crazy. Why would they not have a camera back there where people go in and out and access an area, a kitchen?
In all the staff places, in all those places where the staff are, the kitchens, where their lockers are, where the lobby is, where the entrance is for the security, the dock area, where the entrance is for the security at the dock, and then the employee car park.
It's a local lot, as you call it.
Go ahead.
All of it is employee areas. Right. So what are they doing that they don't want us to know about? Anyway, if those cameras are not working, you're doing something we're not supposed to know about. Or you turned them off because something happened when she went missing. It's one of the two.
And that takes me back to remote access. You can remotely disable those cameras from anywhere if you have access to them.
Exactly.
And the hotel staff had access. If you're a security guard, you have access. If you're management, you have access. Simple. That right there was simple to me. I said, if I have to go through and say, but it's not in the police report though. The police did not retrieve any of their electronic devices. Excuse me. If I'm in the beginning and I'm not declaring it an accident, let's go to that too. If I'm not declaring it an accident at the beginning, I'm taking all the electronics out. Nothing's going to be left. Nothing.
I think you nailed it on the head, though. When you said
that system, that's what you're supposed to do. That
need
is
all
one of the reasons things I was most shocked about.
Why wouldn't they have the camera?
I need everything. I need your printers too. I need it all because all of that is electronic. You can retrieve evidence out of all of that. Give me your printers. I'm taking everything. I'm getting the warrant for everything. I'm taking all of it.
I mean, even not even going that far, but just this, like, okay,
all of it.
PT even said, y'all said it, like. This is an area, right, where there's currently construction. So not only are there hotel employees entering and exiting that area 24/7 because it's a hotel, right? Now you have construction, people that don't work for the hotel, people who would who are hired as daily, workers and stuff like that, who would steal. Like, you're not going to have a camera there? Are you kidding me? Like for me, it's great, all the camera shots that we do have, but what about the places she was at that we don't? Her killer could have walked in there with a knife in his hand, an adjacent mask. Exactly. We never know. Like you have
exactly.
No. It's crazy to me. It's crazy. And it's crazy that they can close a case saying that, knowing good and goddamn well, like, even if there's not a camera there, there's cameras in the parking lots and in areas that would get that footage. They're like, people forget, like, it's a small town, right? But it's a, like, even in small towns, when you go to an airport, there's tons of businesses. So there would have even been a fast food place,
right,
or a parking garage, especially because parking garages not only get inside of the parking garage, but all external areas.
Right.
There would have
That's
been a
what I was
shot of
thinking.
what happened there. And every time you see First 48, what do you see the cops do? Walk the block and check who, like, this is like child, like, it's embarrassing. Like, that's why I ride so hard for Teresa no matter what. Cause like, that shit's embarrassing to me.
But even when you talk about that, that's all the little things that we need to take into account. I mean, and this is where I was getting at with the police officers being on the roof, because if one of them was switching that freezer back on to make it look like it was turned on,
dude, that video gave me
that means they have a link to an employee. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's them little things that, because even that statement where the officer said, oh, the security officer came out, he said something, I didn't hear what he said, and then the manager was flagging me back in to look at Kenneka's body. That statement, if you have it, read it. Read that piece. It looks like a script. The way it's written, it's like it's made up. Do you know what I mean? And I'm thinking, is that officer the one? Because if you just read it, read a different statement and then read that statement. If I can find it, I will put it up and I will talk about it with you and I'll make a video. And I will show you when you read it.
Do it. Make a video.
The narrative is just, it's like a script. I can't explain it, but when I'll do a video. So, but it's not, to me, that is the officer that we need, this Walsh officer, whoever he is. Okay.
Is it Walsh?
I don't trust him.
Was it the detective?
Here's the thing, though, too. Okay, think about this, though. Okay, just as
Hold
having
on,
this conversation.
just a minute. Just a minute, Margot. Can I ask it? Was it the detective? Was that the detective, or was it an actual officer?
Detective.
It was. It said Officer Walsh. So.
Oh, okay.
I
So
don't
the
know.
actual officer. Okay.
I thought it said detective. My bad. Like.
Okay,
I'll make a video because I remember hearing about. My thing is, though, like when you said, like, you get a weird feeling, like it seems like a script. I don't like, that's your gut, number one, but it's also riding off of all the information that you know otherwise about this stuff. That's like, nah, it doesn't sound right. Like, now that I know that, like, this was up here, y'all did this, like, blah, blah, blah. No, yeah, it's like, come on. It's shady.
Yeah. It was, especially when they said come by the dock, so we can discuss the camera.
Avoid Teresa 100%.
That's what I'm saying. They knew what they was doing. There was a plan. They had previously spoken about this, and they had previously plotted, in my opinion, what they were going to do about it. Because even the fact, this is why I brought up the Caddyshack so much, because you need to understand the status of the man that has basically, the family that's created this restaurant in the Crown Plaza, where a girl was found dead in a freezer for no apparent reason. It's not an accident. You need to understand how that relates.
And they went ahead with the business anyway. And they went ahead and put it there anyway. I would have said no.
But they didn't. This is why I posted they had 2 dates where they said it was going to open. They didn't even acknowledge why they didn't open then. They just said, oh, we're opening on a different date. They didn't even say that they had tried to open it previously. It was almost as if that was the first date when it was the second date. They knew what happened and they didn't care.
Well,
why?
Because they're not going to lose
money and business.
Yeah, they're not going to.
That's what they're about.
That Kenneka, like, had to be an accident. Like, people saw, like, her assault was seen on camera through remote access. We know that now. And from that moment on, the hotel went into recovery damage mode to lessen their liability and get a story together as quick as possible. And the fact that police and hotel staff are more than likely, just with evidence, very well culpable in her death. Like, they have every reason in the world to make sure that we forget about this shit. Excuse my language.
They're the reason why it's covered up. They're the reason. Even if they had, like, there's so much negligence in place. It's crazy.
Can I piggyback off that? It's the fact that when the one officer was going through the video footage and he discovered that the cameras in the kitchen were motion censored cameras, he requested that video footage from them again. I wouldn't have asked you for no video footage. I would have said at that time, you didn't get that. If you didn't get the surveillance unit the first time, that surely was good enough reason to get a warrant and to go in and get that surveillance unit the second time. Still didn't do it.
There was no, it's funny because they're happy to get people's phones. They didn't even get everybody's phone, but they got some, and but they didn't get the surveillance.
I would have got those
more important.
Phones. Give me the manager phone. Give
manager's
me the manager phone. I want to know when y'all logging into the IP surveillance system and when y'all logging out. I want to know who had remote access, who's logging in, who's logging out, and at what time that they're doing.
The fact that they had remote access and we see them walking around on their phones a lot of the time, and I'm not saying that they wouldn't use their phones, but if you see them a lot of the time, you know.
You see the security guard at the front desk looking at video footage. It's clear as day.
Real quick. Robert Kennedy says, hello, ladies. Let's not forget the videos say redacted attached to them. I personally think that it was an officer who was involved. Rosemont couldn't stand to lose one of its greatest assets. Dude, that's crazy. I feel the same. It feels like it actually feels creepy to see it.
It does. It gives you the creeps. It gives you
that's heavy.
How do you trust? I mean, when we look at the whole of Chicago and we see how they are treated, and you see how they've dealt with other cases, you know,
right.
It's not a shock, but it is a shock. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I'm not shocked that it's in Chicago because we know what they do.
Corruption.
But I didn't think it would be this obvious. I've never seen a case so obviously corrupt. And when I start, one of the biggest issues I have with the officers, the police, all of the authorities that were involved is the fact that her mother saw more pictures in the media of her daughter. Should it have got to that? I think that's disgusting. Why didn't you want to show her? Why didn't you want to show her pictures of her daughter? But you're happy to show the world. Like, I don't understand. I know that they had to fight to get them pictures, them images, but you could physically show her privately with no one else seeing. And you didn't choose to do that. I'm just thinking, if it was me,
bizarre.
You know, and my daughter was there and I saw them images all over the internet. Yeah, we got to see them. Yeah, we get to analyze them. Yeah, we get to just try and work out and try and see if we can understand what has happened. But as the mother, should it have got to that? I think that's disgusting of the police. It just, to me, it says, we didn't want to show you the pictures that made it look like there was some type of foul play. We just showed you the pictures of her, the fact that she was dead in a freezer. That's what I bet they showed her. I can guarantee you they didn't show none of the fact that she had a cut on her foot. She probably had to read that from the autopsy. Why is there an activist with more information than her mother?
That part.
Then there's a connection to the police officers. They didn't want to show her the images, but he gets to see more than what she saw. And you're telling me there's not a connection?
And how does that feel like as a mother? Like, even that part, like, that's got to feel.
I don't
really
understand. How do you feel? How would you feel if that was your child and she was treated like that, and the police basically just didn't care? People go on at Teresa as a mother and say she didn't show emotion. She didn't do what she was supposed to do as a mother whose daughter has been murdered, possibly murdered. But she's desensitized to death.
Right.
It's almost like she's planned in her head how she's going to feel because she knows it happens.
Somebody,
you know? And I feel like that's what it is.
Hold on for a moment. Somebody thinks that this is an American psyop. No, this is not an American psyop. This case is being litigated in court. There's no court in America that's going to let you litigate a case and it be a psyop. That's not happening.
Oh, I'm not dealing with psyops today. I'm not dealing with it. And if you want to talk about psyops, go to a channel where they talk about psyops. Don't come here. Do not come to my channel with that. Please don't. Please don't. Because the thing is, I can shut you down in 5 minutes.
And here's the thing. I'll just say, as part of my group, like,
that quickly. You cannot edit them, the surveillance that quickly to that quality in that space of time. You cannot. You cannot. I'm telling you. When people talk about the fact that someone else played Kenneka and walked in that hotel and played Kenneka, I don't believe that. But it's more believable than the amount of surveillance being what you're saying. It's a psyop. I don't believe it's edited. It is edited, but it's edited in a way of it being chopped. It's edited in a way of frames being taken out, of her body being completely blurred out so you cannot see her. That's how it's been edited.
That's a clear edit.
No one has been put into that, and there's no psyop. It's too much. Trust me. There's no. I don't want to hear psyop. I'm sorry. I got angry, but I'm talking about. I just spoke about her mother, and you're coming to me with psyop.
Yeah. Now let me piggyback off that right here. And even if you did not go to school for technology, you can see some clear edits. Anytime you see a frame that stands still for any length of time, that's a clear edit. Anytime you see lights that change drastically, that's a clear edit. There's so many clear edits in here from a forensic standpoint that can be proven, but we already know it's edited. How do I know it's edited? Can anybody get me a bit-by-bit copy from the original IP surveillance unit with the algorithms that match bit by bit? No, you cannot. And you know why you cannot? Because it's been edited. And you know why they didn't do that? Because they didn't want anyone to prove in court that it's been edited. That's how you do in court over here. This is not a psyop. This is a real case. It's currently being litigated in the court of law.
Yeah, period. And like, just really quick, like, because I think what you guys were actually talking about was really important before that. But as someone who like lives a weird, interesting life and is pretty well versed in certain subjects, I do believe that certain psyops are real, but I think people really just use that word so loosely and don't actually really understand what it means. And it just kind of shows your maturity level a little bit. So it's just kind of borderline sad and embarrassing. But as someone who does know about it, Krenza is immediately right. Beyond just the Harry Potter type shit some of y'all come up with, like, a psyop isn't litigated in a United States court of law, period. You're not going to know about it. That's the whole point of it being a psyop. So some of y'all, like, I think, just take naps and say you're woke, or I don't know. I don't get it.
I don't understand the psyop. I've understood it. To me, what it is people that say it's a psyop and it's fake. It's just a way for you to keep making up shit. Like, you're going to keep making up stuff because it's not real. If something is not real, you can keep making up stuff because you cannot prove it. And at the moment, a lot of people are believing things that cannot be proven, but saying this is what happened, and then you're saying it, and I'm like, and I'm proving it wrong in my head. My ego doesn't shut me down to the point where I have to say something to you. I know I'm for justice, so I move on and put my energy into that. I'm not going to entertain no psyop. I'm sorry. I'm not.
But you know what I think is really, like, we were talking about the roof.
Bit by bit copy too. I want the bit by bit copy. I want a bit by bit copy. You know why I want a bit by bit copy of the original hard drive? So I can restore it back to a place in time and tell people what was edited, what was going on, what was missed. But see, they didn't do that. That's what we like to do.
Raw files.
Like to come in and restore the hard drive.
Raw files is another issue that I have when. Yeah. If you're going to screenshot an image, it's no longer a raw file. It's not a raw file. Once you screenshot it, that is a screenshot of your screen. Everybody's screenshot, depending on the quality of their system, their screenshot will be different. Your screenshots are all going to be completely different because you've got different systems, different qualities, different everything. So screenshots, be careful when you use a screenshot. And I'm not saying you can't use a screenshot, but what I'm saying is there's only certain things you cannot extract raw data from a screenshot like that. You can't.
You know what I'm interested in too? Like, because I'm so glad that like you, Corinza, and then also Justin saying in the chat, Mike Mecca, dude, he was one of the first people I like started following on YouTube when it came to Kenneka. Like some of the crazy and you and I've talked about this like off live or whatever, like some of the crazy stuff like that wasn't in my algorithm at first, but he was one of the first people that really made sense to me and proved that like those parts in time are totally edited. Like there's skips. I mean, that
But you
to
know
me,
when you gotta
like,
go,
like
but
stuff
when
is
you go to
interesting.
court, but when you go to court, what you have to use is a forensic tool. You have to. It's a reason why there are
Yeah, speak
forensic
on
tools
that.
because this is an exact science that's based off math. This is forensics is an exact science. And this is what I say for people who don't believe in science. If you don't believe in science, then I would like to see you go up to a 2-story building and jump down if you don't believe in
See what
science,
happens.
because that deals with science too. And you can see what happens. This forensics is an exact science.
Exactly.
This stuff has to be proven in court. We can't go off a la-di-da, tra-la-fa, la-la-la. No, this is science. This is,
Yeah, I couldn't, but like the first time I felt like when I saw one of those videos, like I had like goosebumps. Like it was crazy. Like it was actually really sad to watch because it reminded me a lot of Kendrick Johnson, you know, that like
and it does.
But
it does.
What happened to him? Yeah, what happened to him? Like and also like people forget maybe because that case didn't reach them or whatever. But his parents are still fighting that. Like his body just got like this doesn't happen overnight. What happens is, and what helps that happen is what we're doing right now. So everybody in the chat, everybody who's positive and brings awareness and questions her case is helping, you know, and you got to do that because in life we're all connected. And something like this could touch someone that you love or something similar in many different ways. So when you have an opportunity to do the right thing in any like way that you can, you should just do it. Come on, because it's so like we sit here and talk about this evidence and it's so painfully obvious that this hotel put people over, like put profits over people and did not
It's
care.
supposed to be people over profits, people over profits. And this right here was about profit. And look at this right here. Look at this right here. Look at this nastiness right here that she's showing. Look at this. Look at this.
Exactly.
Right. And I don't see why the health department didn't come in and shut them down for black mold anyway.
Yeah, that's weird. When you see that picture,
shut them down for black mold anyway. I don't see why the health department didn't come in and investigate anyway. Come in and do their own investigation. It's beyond me.
I mean, I'm gonna put up a video where I found the FBI. What is it that you need to see in a situation for the FBI to get involved? And there's many things that were mentioned, and they should have got involved with this case. Okay, I've read the list. I've read what it takes for them to take up this case, and they should have taken up this case.
Before you go there, can I bring up something that Doughboy is saying? He said, remember, Kenneka was first found in the basement, and they switched it up and say they found her on the first floor. Yeah, they switched up a lot of stuff, just like they tried to say, oh, we wasn't really doing this as an accident. Yes, they were.
Suicide.
They were going to rule it
suicide.
Yeah, and first that's what they were.
You remember that?
First, that's the very first thing that they said. They thought it was suicide, and then when they couldn't go suicide, they switched it to something else.
That is like the biggest, like that's one of the biggest red flags I've ever seen in my entire life. That's what grabbed me.
There's many.
What?
There's so many red flags. Like I don't know. Like the first thing that first red flag is the fact that they said that they were looking for Kenneka, but when you look at the surveillance, no one's looking for Kenneka, and I'm talking about the employees. They was like, oh, we're going to look for. I don't see them looking. I don't see one employee looking until the police come. So they lied. So why don't they say, well, why did you say you was like just little things like you're not going to look for her if you know where she is.
Oh, and you know what's
don't have to
crazy?
look
Do you
for her if
understand
you know
what I
where
mean?
she is, because you got the video. You looking on the video. You looking at the cameras in real time.
Well, that's what I was going to say. PT, say this too, because that security guard that we see at the front desk, there's that lady, and then the older, heavier set white guy or whatever, the beverage manager, I think. And then there's that one security kid looking dude. You know who I'm talking about? And he's just sitting there and hanging out, staring at his phone, looking nervous and weird as hell. I mean, like,
because he's
so
looking at video footage in real time. He was
That's what I'm
this
saying.
stuff was being monitored in real time.
I showed you on a video on my channel how easy it is to see the footage live on your phone. You can be anywhere you are in the world, okay, to view this footage on your phone.
I've been in a grocery store in front of me, like looking at her house, like on some surveillance like app or whatever. Like, so many people have it, you know.
I show people electronic discovery on the channel. If they go back, I showed you how to track through some databases. But it is
and then
what
when
it
the
is.
cops do look for her, they're going in the most obscure, like weirdest place. You know, like you think if you're looking for a party guest, right? Like one of the first things you would do is just look for like the obvious places. Like, okay, what are places near the elevator, near certain doors that she shouldn't access? And you know what I mean? Like you had cops literally in a room with their flashlights when they could have turned a light on, right?
They could not have told me that story.
If they didn't know where she was, they would have checked absolutely everywhere. They would have shut that place down, okay, once they found her body, okay, because they don't know where the evidence is to support this case.
And Gina Kidd is right.
Was never a crime
I'm
scene.
just typing right now. Like she's 100% right. Like that was an accident from the start. Like,
can I read this? What Gina just wrote? Just like after they found her, they didn't investigate. They just discussed a story, what the story was going to be, and what camera to take down to try to fit the story with little to no investigation. And people need to remember, Mrs. Martin attorneys. That's what he said. They closed the case abruptly.
Yeah. Yep.
The attorney even said that.
And even the
case was abruptly closed. So
Doughboy says that with the paperwork alone, a cover-up can be beyond a doubt be proven, and 100% agree with that. That is the issue I have, especially with the situation where she leaves that room. If you read the statements, they are all different, and people say they're not verbatim, but they should still. If they're not, what's the point in doing it if there's no truth to it? There's truth to those statements. That's why they took those statements.
Yeah,
okay?
Justin said.
If you read that part, just that section, if you don't want to read nothing, read that section or a few statements, and they are all completely different. Some say Shamara came in the room by herself. Some say Shamara and Manifa came in the room. Some say that they all left and they didn't come back in. There's two like that, I think. There's at least one, but I think it's two like that, you know? There's different... she had the keys and the phone in the room. Some say she just had the phone in the room. There's so many
back to the police.
You need to read just that section alone. It just it's, you know.
Can I piggyback and go back to the police after this, Pain Truth?
Yeah. Talk to something to say.
You can clearly see when she gets off the elevator, it is other people. None of those people were questioned. It was other people in the hallway. She was never in that hallway when she got off that elevator alone by herself. There were people coming and going, coming and going. Where are the testimonies or the questions needs from the people that were in the hallway? Where are their statements at? They never got questioned. Don't you think that's a bit bizarre?
Beyond.
That's really bizarre. That's bizarre for real. Because when she gets off that elevator, a few minutes later, you see a lady with a child get off a separate elevator, and they made it look like she was so inebriated till she couldn't get down that hall that quick. So if she was so inebriated to the point where she couldn't get down the hall that quick, that lady and the child saw her in that vicinity. Okay, so
No, and like I want to know what y'all feel about this because Justin said they declared it an accident so that they could disrespect the crime scene, and I feel
they
like that.
disrespected it when they walked in there.
100%.
Like,
That's
what
why
do
they
you
shut
guys
it down so
think?
quick.
Go ahead, Pain True.
That's why they shut it down so quickly, because they wanted to contaminate the crime scene. They're like, even their own shoes, the fact that they walked in with their own boots on, they should have then put those boots into a bag as evidence. We haven't seen any evidence of that.
The fact that they didn't have on smocks like they should have, nothing to cover their hair, nothing to cover anything. You're bringing DNA to the scene and you're taking DNA from the scene.
What about just letting, like, just everybody even just says, like, where was the yellow tape? Where was, like, why were hotel staff allowed to enter and exit a crime scene to and fro on camera, and they felt like confident enough to like, I just sometimes I wonder and try and get in their head, was it something where they felt like this information would never be requested and be out? You know, I'm curious, did they just really never think that the story would get this big? And then once it did, they were just like, well, screw it. Either way, crime scene's contaminated. So no matter, how many mistakes we made, there's nothing they can go through and prove that, well, this was the killer and this is what happened because we've screwed everything up. And they're a small town, and I'm sure they have a lot of practice in that. Like, this seemed like it was so natural for them to butcher a case. Like,
now I got to piggyback and cut back in here real quick because, excuse me, Margot, if you don't mind. Doughboy, I'm going to agree with you 1,000,000% on this right here. Chicago Police Department is capable of forensically processing a hard drive. I will never understand why it was sent to Target Forensic, other than to pay for it. So let me say something real quick. Because at one point, I was going to go to the state of Illinois to understudy and view some of the best computer forensic labs in the United States of America. And they do have some in the state of Illinois. So it's beyond me why they didn't send it to Chicago. I don't know why Rosemont didn't send it to Chicago. And in the statements, they tried to make it seem like Chicago wouldn't help them.
Oh, yeah.
The city of Rosemont tried to make it seem like Chicago would not help them. Okay. I know for a fact the state of Chicago got one of the best computer forensic labs in the world.
They have to. Like, it's a huge.
Oh, they do. They do. They do.
There's tons of money there. Like,
I know
it's so frustrating.
There's too much money there. That's the problem. It takes over their mind. More important than anything else.
Up in that lab, get some training.
That's so funny that you said it like that, because that's like, it's the truth. There's too much money. That's why this had to be an accident, because there was too much money invested in it already, too much time, too much on the line. Like, and then you have nepotism where everybody in that town who lives there profits off of the cover up of this child's murder. There's not a single person that's not like really involved in this case that doesn't benefit from this being an accident.
I mean, when you even think about Chicago as a whole, you look at the gun crime, you look at the death rate, and then you wonder why they put guns on the streets and everything else. And then some people want to go into organ harvesting, and it's a fact that there has been corruption within organ harvesting in Chicago, in Illinois, and so what do? You make everyone kill each other so you can take their organs, because there's a hell of a lot of bodies that no one claims. If you didn't know that, there's loads of bodies that nobody claims. What do they do with them bodies? When you think about it like that, I don't believe if her organs were taken, it wouldn't have been taken in this freezer. They would have been taken where she got taken to, in the medical examiner's office. That's where her organs would have been taken. It's too dirty in there.
Well, that's a good question.
It is filthy.
If you're going to look at
absolutely
that,
filthy inside
they
the
want
hotel.
people to kill each other and they cover it up. because for me, that's where the organ harvesting is. It's more to do with the fact that why they allow them to kill each other is because they profit from that.
True.
Okay.
True.
That's why they allow it. That's why they don't do anything about it.
Prince, I'm curious what you got it. Like Maya says, well, they never looked at it as a homicide. Agreed. I wonder if it was cheaper by sending it to Target since they looked at it from the start, or I not looked at it. I mean, yes, looked at, yeah, it's totally right. I mean, it had to be an accident from the start. That's what I'm curious about. Is it one of those things where it's like, okay, well, it exchanges from this hand to this hand to this hand, is that's
the
better
way,
for them?
the best way to,
if they want to do a cover up is what I'm saying. Now, if they wanted to do their job, I want you to tell us like what they should have done.
Okay, the best way to do this, the best way to do this, if you're going to go to court and you're going to be involved in litigation and you're the person that's responsible for collecting evidence from the crime scene, the best way to do this is to take your own equipment in and collect the evidence like you're supposed to. So when you get to court, you can take the witness stand and speak properly on what you should be able to speak to. If I worked for that, let's say I worked for that specific police department and I was part of the technology/forensic team. Well, if I'm going to the crime scene, because right now it's not declared an accident, I'm going to have on my forensic bracelets because data is extremely fragile. Data is extremely fragile, is easy to alter it. I'm going to have on my shot boots because data is extremely fragile, is easy to alter it. I'm going to have on all my forensic gear. I'm going to have my forensic equipment. I'm going to have my right blocker. I'm going to go in if there is no warrant. If we don't have a warrant to acquire the original hard drive, well, then I'm going to go in and I'm going to right block the hard drive that's there and get a bit by bit copy of the hard drive. That means,
and when you say bit by bit,
all my bit by bit, algorithm for algorithm, bit by bit.
Well, what I mean, like for just layman's terms, like, is it one of those things like, because, information when it's transferred, like if I upload a video to YouTube, it's going to compress it. And so I'm going to lose pieces of that information. Right. But when you say bit by bit, that means like I'm getting, there's no doubt I'm getting every single
thing. I'm right blocking. So I'm right blocking it. So I cannot write to that hard drive. That's so I can't alter the hard drive while I'm collecting my information.
So they I think they just want to take liability off themselves.
Right. So I can say this hard drive copy has data integrity. Why? Because I used the right blocker. Here's a bit by bit copy. Here's the hash algorithm. Here's the hash values of the algorithm. They match bit by bit. It matches the hard drive. Matches on the copy. We didn't alter. Right block. So you cannot write to the hard drive. You cannot edit it.
Target did that?
Target wasn't even there to collect anything.
That's what I'm saying.
Target didn't go there to collect it. Target didn't go there to collect any information.
They were sent information that was edited to then retrieve and make clearer and make presentable.
Remember, the general manager gave that information to the police department. They didn't go in and get it.
Understand. If you put it this way, let me put it this way: if some of you cannot trust let's be real, if some of you cannot trust your man, or your lady,
Here we go.
Why do we trust the police? So why are we supposed to? There are amazing police officers out there. I'm not denying that, but the ones involved in this case are not them. There's always a bad apple.
The reason why there are good police, though, is because we're doing what we're doing. You're holding them. Karen says it all the time. You hold people to the fire. You know what I mean? Like, you don't go halfway. Right. I mean, if you don't I've been sober almost 5 years now, 4.5. Like, I'm not gonna be sober if I'm not accountable for things in my life. That's just how shit goes. Like, I don't understand. Like, you're right. You have to be like this. So the fact that they had that information they didn't follow protocol at all. They knew to do it, and then they sent it to this like podunky weird place. And I even saw through on the FOIA that when they sent it to Target Forensics, it even had like a little note, because like the cops will, write in there, or detectives will say, sent Target Forensics this date, blah, blah, blah. And then it's something on there. It said that the woman who worked at Target Forensics, right,
Julie,
she was
if you look at, let me say
either on
something
vacation or some sort of leave, and that's why it took so long. I remember reading that.
Let me say something right here while we're on Julie. If you go back to some of my videos when I did the metadata extraction, and that's why it's an exact science, you can clearly see Julie from Target Forensic, her name shows up using Photoshop, an expired version, to enhance some of the video footage. That's why it's an exact science, because it's going to tell you who did what. Forensics is an exact science because it's going to reveal who did what type of device they were on, what time they did it. If you go back to some of the videos that I posted when I did the metadata extraction, looking a little closer, you will see her name shows up. She works for Target Forensics, but computer forensics is an exact science. It's a science.
That's what they're scared of. That exact science. It's that exact science that they're scared of. It would uncover so much. There's so much that, and it's the fact that we get some of it slips through the net, and then they cover up some of the other stuff, which is why we are so confused. Because we're like, what is this about? What is this about? Whereas if we had the before and after, it would make sense. And I would advise anyone to do that, because that's what I do when I'm doing my analyzing and investigating. I look at what happened before. If I see something that's odd, when I post a video, it tends to be because I've looked at what happened before and after and then gone, okay, this has happened and that happened. So why did this happen in the middle? If it doesn't make sense, then to me, there's an edit. But a lot of the time it does. Like when you watch it, you're like, okay, so now this makes sense. And it is corrupt because I've looked before and I've looked after and I've looked on that camera and this camera where they would have walked this way, or that's how you can't just look at one screenshot, manipulate it 1,000 times and go, this is this. You've got to look at the before and after and see what's going on to make sense of it, so that you're not getting stuck in something that's going to waste your energy. I think a lot of people have genuine intentions, genuine intentions, and they are genuine people that want justice, but you're getting stuck in things that are wasting your energy. So I'd advise anyone to just have an open mind, look at things and investigate how we can always look as well at how police officers, how the FBI, how they would investigate. Right. And just take some of their skills on.
Can I piggyback real quick? Because what the FBI would tell them right off the back is, because they would do their own metadata extraction, they would say timestamps aren't synchronized.
Exactly.
That's the major problem, right? That is the major reason you lose cases in court when it comes to electronic data. Timestamps not being synchronized. That's number one. Also, they would let the police know you didn't go in to electronically retrieve this evidence yourself. Therefore, you cannot speak to the integrity or authenticity of the data that you got from somebody else, because they could get you on hearsay. You didn't go in to collect it. This is an exact science. You can't go in court hem-hawing and trying to wing it and stuff like this. No, everything can be proven. This stuff has to be proven. You can prove this stuff out. So if I came behind them and I had to go to court, I say I came behind y'all. I wasn't there to retrieve anything, but I can come behind you and tell you who did what. Here's Julie right here using Photoshop. These are the layers she enhanced. This is what she did, layer per layer per layer. This is what she used. This is what was done. Da 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 da. This is what.
I'm sorry. Because I want y'all's opinion on this, because that Julie character seems so shady to me, and this is the reason why I get this weird feeling, is because right, I'm not the only one, right? Beyond that, okay, like ladies mentioned about I find it, now that I know and have that information, Krenza, about what you would properly do once you retrieve this data and what you would do with it.
And you have to house it. It's the way you
Right.
collect. It's
All
the
of
way
that,
you
all
store it,
of
it's
that
the
was
way you
wrong.
maintain it.
All of that.
All of that is important because you can. Data is fragile. It's easy to alter the state of data. It is extremely fragile. Extremely fragile.
So
Like,
you've got this.
let me use this as an example. Has anybody ever been shocked? Has anybody ever been shocked?
By
Like
myself.
you're not grounded, and then you touch something and you get a shock? Well, the same thing it is for data. Data is just that fragile. That's why you have to have on static bracelets. That's why you have to have on static boots. That data is just that fragile. It's easy to alter data. It's fragile.
So you've got this fragile data and you don't handle it correctly at all.
It's extremely
And then,
fragile.
so okay, and then beyond that, right? So instead of taking it to the place that you know to do it, and especially if the FBI says, hey, we got all these amazing resources, shit that people will trust, that will hold up in court, and this is what you're just supposed to do beyond that, because you're not, the police aren't a private company. They work for the public. So they're not supposed to just serve this hotel's interest and shady things up for them so it looks good. Like, that's what happened. Why we're all feeling weird is because that's what we just witnessed. So they send it to this lady, Julie. I see in the notes that it says that she went on, she went on vacation for a couple days, and and we'll get back in touch when she's done
she is
doing
certified.
whatever magic she's got to do with some old ass program.
Julie is certified, but what I would go at her on is, if I had to go to court with her, I would be like, Julie, why are you using an expired program when the life cycle is dead? The life cycle on the version of Photoshop that she used was dead.
So it could have contaminated that data.
That means they no longer update. That version of Photoshop is dead. The life cycle is dead. No updates, no anything. So, and people have lost cases this way too. People have lost cases this way too. You go in and say, guess what? It was a bunch of botnets. It was a bunch of Trojans. It was a bunch of worms. The data is shady. It's corrupted. I would get her for that, for using an expired version of Photoshop.
Well, wouldn't you think, like, okay, they had that for 9 days.
They don't do the updates on that anymore. They don't update that version that she used.
But she had that stuff for 9 days. That's long enough to contaminate some evidence, right?
I don't think the contamination came on her end. She enhanced. Now, you can enhance too much, and I can turn around and get you on that too and say, you know what, you did too much. You compressed, looking at the quality compression here, there. But like I said, if I had to go against her in court, I would get her on using expired versions of Photoshop. That's what I would get her on.
Oh yeah, but
keep in mind, she didn't go there to collect it herself. She's just doing something behind what somebody gave her. That's what she's doing.
Mm-hmm. But
nobody was there to retrieve it themselves. Nobody was there to get it.
I'm not saying she did anything shady, but what I feel like is the police serving the interest of this business definitely, in my opinion, went out of the way to do things wrong.
Because they said, they said that in the statement, they are saying that they tried to seek help from Chicago and other forensic companies that were closer, but they was all busy. And I'm paraphrasing. When you go back and you look through them statements, they made it seem like no one locally or statewide could really help them.
They have certain people that they go to. That's what it is. They have certain people that they go to that they know can do the job the way they want it for them. That's what that is. There's no way. There's no way in a place where there is multiple murders, multiple criminal cases going on, that you don't have that. I don't know. I'm sorry. They gave it to who they knew could do the job the way they wanted it done, and that is simple. And that is partly why the files are also being updated. It's all of this. It's the same thing. It's like, that's why I feel like there are people that are watching videos that people are making, which is why it's so important to get the correct information out there, because You'll make a video and then a certain file will be changed. And it's interesting.
I've seen that myself.
That's how it works, you know, especially when I was in Google and I was going on inside the building. 2 weeks later, I can't enter the building no more. I'm thinking, well, what did you guys say in that video?
Either.
It's weird. It's uncomfortable. It's like Big Brother, isn't it? It's like there's a fly on the wall watching you constantly, you know. And I think that's the same thing as with this case. People are picking up on this. This is why the longer that we stay patient and we fight, the more things that will fall off, and we'll catch them and we'll see what this is about, because there's so much that is, like we keep saying, is obvious that there's a point where they have to take it up, otherwise their integrity is at risk, because at the moment it is right now. So how long do they
don't have
be doing
integrity?
this for?
The integrity was always on the line. They didn't have integrity, because you can go back and look at their old court cases and tell that they didn't have integrity. They have been known to move cameras before.
Don't care.
They've been sued for it before by one of their own who used to work there. So and other officers. So you know the integrity is not. You just don't. You've seen video footage of them choke somebody out, and that's Rosemont. I usually put it in my video clips and show them choking out that man right there inside the police station at Rosemont, choking him out while he's handcuffed. Okay, that's Rosemont. So I'm not expecting, unfortunately, too much integrity coming from this police department at all. Not at all.
And they get paid crazy amounts for being corrupt, basically. They get paid crazy amounts for what they do.
Can I say something real quick? Because your last video, PT, sorry, I'm so bad at interrupting. Y'all feel free anytime to interrupt the heck out of me.
You're all right. Keep talking.
But your last video I watched, like I do, like you guys, these are my friends and I ride so hard for them. Like the work that y'all put into your videos is really impressive. And I take notes. Y'all have seen it. But one of the things that I saw when your last video, when you I don't think it was your last one because that was the roof, but the one about the security guard. And several people in the chat are mentioning that. I would like, if you could, both of you guys, to touch on that, because you both have information. I even wrote down, when you get to this part, I'll piggyback in or whatever. But I looked up the what are they called? The shit about hypothermia and the Wisniewski. Sorry. Well, yeah,
Legion.
right?
Legion.
Come on. The Wisniewski lesions. I looked at, dude, I have a whole page written about it. Like
secondary lividity, secondary crime scene.
I went and looked it up and looked up pictures and images. And of course, you know, we don't have the Kenneka, but we do have our autopsy report. And one of the things I think is positive for the family as far as the lawsuit and hopefully reopening this case is just the piss poor job of it. But when they in her autopsy, when it talks about her gastrointestinal area, and that would have been the area where those little lesions would have popped up. And basically what they are is they're kind of like wedge-shaped hemorrhages. And hemorrhages are basically, for whatever reason, when you have a release of blood from a broken vessel, like, you know, you get them all the time, you know. But what happens when you get hypothermia, your blood constricts, it panics, it shoots to your heart really quick. And so you do break a lot of blood vessels. And so even if she was just frozen or had hypothermia, like in the very beginning stages, there would have been lesions in her stomach. And it says, I wrote it down word for word. It says, there are scattered puncture flat lesions on gastric mucosa. Notables or capsules are noted, but and then it says unremarkable, which means that she had normal stomach, and that in the word unremarkable, I looked it up and it means in autopsy terms, like nothing's wrong. So this is impossible. If she froze to death, right, there would have been bursted blood vessels, not only in her eyes and stuff like that, but there would have been in her stomach, like everywhere. Like her liver, you look it up, it says there's nothing wrong with her liver.
Now I'm gonna piggyback off that, Margot, after you get finished.
Go ahead.
Because, and I can't say this enough, she has swelling of the brain. Hypothermia prevents the brain from swelling.
Swelling, right.
She had a collapsed lung. Can we know why did her lung collapse and why did she have swelling of the brain? And to me, the cause of death should have been swelling of the brain and a collapsed lung. Okay,
there's
so
only one thing to say hypothermia. Two things. One thing, the lesions and the fact she was in the freezer. That is it.
And we can't go off those lesions either, because remember, you can also get lesions when it's too hot.
Yep.
In the fire.
And you can get lesions.
Fire produces those same lesions.
And you can get lesions from pills. You can get lesions from pills. If you take pills, if she was given pills, okay, depending on how many she was given, they could be caused from pills. The only thing that there is to say she had hypothermia was the, I mean, even there's a comment in the chat, and it says that when you look at the situation with the party, that she says that her friends were kids, but most of the others were big grown adults, and that is 100% true. And I said that it is weird. The girls are younger than the guys.
Yep.
I just wanted to touch on that for a minute, because the girls seemed at that party younger than the guys. I mean, when we looked at even Mike, he was what, 27, 28?
Like 30, and one of them was 30.
And the girls were 19, 20. I think Irene was probably one of the oldest ones at 21. So that is something that definitely is important in understanding, because you've got to remember, I remember when I was 19, and older guys that age, I was intimidated by, completely intimidated by, didn't really associate myself with people like that. I looked at them like they were adults, So you have to remember, put yourself into that situation of being that young girl. And maybe that's why she didn't want to be there. There was loads that said that Kenneka was uncomfortable being there. She said it in how many lives. She didn't look comfortable. She left after 2 hours? Is that it? So was it the fact that there were these older guys, and she knew what they were trying to do, for why she felt uncomfortable? And for some reason, that is, for me, something I think about a lot. The age gap and the intimidation. There was a lot of intimidation, I believe. And the girl that she was, I think she sensed it. She sensed it, and she knew she was amongst a bunch of younger girls that couldn't do nothing. She didn't know who these people were, plus they're older. She knows there's multiple gangs within that party. She wanted to leave, and she ended up being the one that got hurt. That's how I feel, but I don't know what you guys feel.
But let's go back to these, like Margot said, the cause of death and the lividity in the body. And Dr. The forensic pathologist, one of the top in the world, when he talked about secondary lividity and just all of the things that happen when you intentionally contaminate a crime scene and do not collect what you should collect the first time around, and things that you miss. And so my thing is this, okay, because they took the body, and then did they wash the body down? Because if they wash the body down, you're washing away evidence that way too. Okay. And remember, they took the body to a location. Okay. So we got them doing that. Also, let's go back to what I believe is a bogus cause of death. Hypothermia, to me, is not the reason she died. To me, she died because she had swelling of the brain and she had a collapsed lung. So that was the cause of her death.
I agree 100%. Like, two things, like,
but do you feel that there was, I personally feel that there was more damage to her body than what we even know. But they let us know a few little scrapes and bruises, but I believe there was a lot more damage to her body.
I do too.
Because for you to have swelling in the brain from hypothermia, something else has happened. Okay?
That's
something
right.
else has happened. So you need to answer that question. You can't leave it there. You can't do it.
She looked like she went through it, like she's covered in dirt, like she went. You guys
And
are
I showed
totally
you one
right.
of my videos, the way her jacket was pulled up.
Dude, I've been saying
How
that
would
she
her
was
jacket be
pulled.
pulled up? How would her jacket be pulled up like that just from falling on the floor and passing away?
I think two people
It wouldn't.
carried her. I
Someone had
think
their
like,
arms under there.
dude, I think
Yes.
people carried her like underneath their arms and then her butt, you know, because her pants are pulled that way. So somebody had
Yep.
her legs, and I think they dragged her to there because she's got the drag marks. And I like, hell yeah, she was beat. Like, come on, man, look at her. She's swollen. That baby is swollen. Like, there's no
Look, her
way.
legs are through the door. That is what I'm saying. Her legs are through the door because I thought that they dragged her from behind. So they had her held underneath. So her back, they were kind of holding her back under her arms onto her shoulders, and they were dragging her, and they pulled her into the corner. And as they shut the door, the leg hasn't come through properly. So they've shut the door. Her leg's gone up the door as they shut it, which is why her leg falls through the door when they open the door.
Because there's no
That's
way
what I
possible for her to do that herself.
Yeah.
There's no way possible for her to do
This
that
is
herself.
why I thought of so many possibilities of what happened to her and if her body was moved. And this is why I feel like when that guy goes into the kosher kitchen and he's looking down and we're like, what's he looking at? And he walks out.
Right.
That door was open and I believe she was on the
Right.
floor. And one person, which I believe is that beverage manager or the security guard, dragged her in. Okay, I believe it was more to the security guard, but it's only an opinion. Then the manager goes up there and checks. Okay, because he remember the security guard has walked out to the police officer in the dock area. Okay, I believe it was one person that dragged her in. I believe
I believe it was more. It had to
and
be.
she
It's
was
more than
pulled.
one. It's more than one. It was more than one. More than one.
I
Because
don't.
when you,
It depends how she died. It depends
dead
how
weight is
what happened
heavyweight.
to her.
We have to remember
Yeah.
that.
But
Yeah,
They
yeah,
put
but
her-
you
they
can
put her after.
you can still drag a dead body. This is the
No,
thing.
you can.
You can
But
still drag a
remember,
dead. That's the
dead
thing.
weight is heavier.
If she
Dead
was
weight is
in that
heavier.
freezer and she was outside of that freezer, okay, I know for a fact, me personally as a female, I could probably drag her into that freezer. I could probably do it.
But
That's what
dead weight.
I'm feeling. It's but you can do it. You can.
Mhm.
You can.
Well, yeah,
I'm
and
not
you're in
saying
a
I think-
I'm not
situation where you
disagreeing with you,
have
but I'm saying
to.
it's possible. There's a possibility. So for me, there could have been more than one person that put her in there, 100%. But I think it's still possible that one person could. That's all I'm saying. Is a
Yeah.
possibility. You know.
No, and also too, like your strength when like I mean, it's the situation where like you can't just call an Uber and fix it. Like you have to do this shit
And-
right
and
now,
Miss
and that
Lisa-
adrenaline.
And Miss Letha is saying something too. She called it a bite mark, but on Crystal's channel, because she still got the video footage before they started redacting and covering up parts of Kenneka, she has the video footage with visible marks on her brassiere areas.
Yeah.
That's
Dude,
visible as clear as
There
day.
was
I don't
some
know if it's
bruising.
bite
I
mark. I
remember
don't know
there
if
was
it's
some
I've
bruising.
seen that. I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah,
clear
I
as
remember
day.
there was.
Yeah, she
I
got
think-
it up there.
I think a lot of us ladies tend to believe that she was either sexually assaulted or a sexual assault was attempted, and
It was
a lot of
attempted.
times,
I believe something happened.
yeah, and a lot of times with cases
Yeah.
like that, like it's not necessarily about the sex, because people will be like, well, why do that when you can just go buy it or get, it's not about that, it's about power. So a lot of times people who do awful things like that, it's because
Not just power, they be sick in the head. They be
well,
sick
that's
in
what I
the
mean.
head.
It's a sickness in their head that equates violence with sex. Like a lot of serial killers and stuff like that, they don't see what they're doing as killing to them. It doesn't equate like that to them. That's the only way that they're able to achieve that desire. It's so what like it's really bothers me to even talk about it like that, because I really do care about this girl and I've never met her, but it's just a really awful thing. And you can definitely tell that something was attempted and that she was put through something that nobody should have to go through. And that's why, like, it's difficult, man. It has to be talked about, but it is a rough subject because you can see like definitely she was pulled, and one more thing back to hypothermia, because I forgot, but I read an article because I've read several articles and I've seen even several datelines even of people who were thought to be frozen dead being able to, I think that
Still alive.
Kenneka more than likely, because they don't know how long she was in the freezer really and actually frozen. You can be in there for a certain amount of time. They didn't know what the temperature, none of that, right?
You know what? And I'm not going to go with frozen on that. And you know why? Because they didn't take her body temperature to prove that she was frozen. I'm
Dude,
sorry.
it's not even an autopsy.
They didn't take her body
totally
temperature. Excuse me. In that autopsy, they should have taken her body temperature so we can get an exact time that she died. Usually in an autopsy like this, why wouldn't you take the person's body temperature? You can take it, through the glutamate maximus, which is the most accurate way to get a body temperature from a deceased person to tell the time that they died.
Well, and especially if you're going to say they died from hypothermia, you would have a body temperature.
There's no body temperature in that autopsy.
That should be important. If you're going to say someone died from hypothermia, you should really have done that to be able to clarify what you're saying. And there's a lot that, even if you go back to the fact that there was another medical examiner within the same office that has done all these bogus autopsies.
Right.
You really think that it's not possible that there could be another one doing that, or it's not happened? I believe 100% this has happened multiple times with multiple of the medical examiners within this office, and it needs to be taken into account, because if one person is going to do it, they talk, okay? They talk. They see what happens within that office. They see what goes on. So, like I said, if you do something once, you become desensitized to it, and it becomes easier to do it again. It's the same thing with serial killers. It's easier once you shoot a gun once. It's easier to shoot it again. So this is why I hear of them doing it so many times with so many cases, because they're getting money and it's easy now because I'm desensitized to it. It's like with anything, So, and money is an addiction as well. Remember that money is an addiction. To these people, money is their life. Okay, so whatever gets in the way gets deleted. That is it. It is that. I think it's just hard sometimes for us to take on board how cruel some people can be. It's hard to put yourself in their shoes of how cruel someone can be if you are not of that character. And you need to understand how cruel people have been in this situation to understand what's happened, and then how to look at it and then say, well, this person could have done this and this person could have done this. The police didn't do their job properly at all. The employees didn't do their job properly at all. The security guard is what I don't know why he was employed, because if you ain't got access to a security system and you're a security guard, what are you doing there? And then you have,
No, go ahead. Well, I feel like this is a good topic for a minute, the security guard, because there's several things that are bothersome. And Alan even said, he was like, as far as solving this case is to keep it simple. And I agree, like with a lot of things in life, you definitely keep it simple. And a lot of times what we try to do is gather all the information, especially even the little details, and those build up into bigger factions of this case. So it becomes
you're going off pretty information that's been given.
Right. So when we talk about the security guard, there's several little things, like I even wrote down in my notes the security guard videos with PT, and you mentioned that the security guard, the employee who was supposed to be interviewed. I'd like you to talk about that video a minute, because we even have in the video footage, when we first heard about this case and we saw the Snapchat videos, we see in that party room, I think it's Tyrone
running around like a chicken with his head cut off.
And they say to him, PT gets it. They say to him, I wrote it down. They said, no, only old people call police, which makes me think, well, they weren't talking to an old person. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You were saying, well, no, only an old person would call police. What are you? You're not that, right? So I think it was one of those younger guys that we see that are not looking for Kenneka while she's missing. And I think it's interesting that Zach, go ahead. I'm just, that video hit me hard.
No, keep talking, because you're talking sense.
Well, it hit me hard, man. Like, in the fact that Zach was able at one point to possibly get an interview with him, because he even, dude, like, can you imagine had we had that interview?
There is that interview, it was taken. Someone's seen it. That's all I have to say. Someone's seen it other than Zach.
Oh, I believe that.
Video interview of the manager. Someone's seen it. Okay, it's there. I don't believe that. That's floating around somewhere.
Let me put it out right now. Have anybody has seen that video and can corroborate with hard facts? Please email me, Corinza, Painting Truth 18@gmail.com. Like,
right,
it's
but
there. I don't believe it's not there.
Know this: if you're sending me any type of documents,
oh, she don't play.
I'm going to scan it. I'm going to scan it first for any type of backdoor. For any type of backdoor. It's not trying to be funny, but I do scan all documents.
Okay. She said most of their workers are hired from a second chance programs. They're immigrants and felons. And this is but I just am someone.
Yeah, I don't want to go down the immigration path, but I will talk about the criminal path.
Criminals, yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things where you talk about being desensitized, where this could have, like, is it a big deal to someone, who's seen a lot of violence and that? No, I don't know, but
it's a big deal to the person who owns it, who's being sued in court 3 different ways. And that's the Stevenson's family.
The security guard stuff, it makes me think with her video, and then you have the information with Zach being able to get an interview, which means it was someone young because he trusted another young person that was gonna, right. It wasn't like, because trust me, don't think for 1 second that Chicago Tribune and blah, blah, blah had their numbers and were dialing. For one, like, definitely wanted to talk. The Chicago Tribune people there, work there, definitely saw the Zach videos with Irene. I mean, it's a huge case. Everybody, I mean, huge. She was on Dr. Oz. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a small case. Nancy Grace covered it. Even I showed you guys Shane Dawson, a YouTuber that has like 18 million followers. He covered her case and thinks it's a murder. And that also, that to me is huge. That someone with a platform that giant is willing to sit there and say, this was a cover-up.
It was a cover-up, exactly.
Yeah.
There's too much there. That's why.
Too much.
They slipped up immensely. I don't understand. I mean, you might as well had left what happened in the surveillance, just left it there, because it's as bad as if I would see it. That's how I feel. It's that obvious.
Totally.
I mean, it's you don't have to see someone commit a crime to know they've done it. Okay. Most cases they ain't seen the person commit the crime, but they know they've committed the crime and they get convicted.
Hell yeah.
This is a case like that. This is as bad as one of them cases where you haven't seen a person commit the crime, but someone's committed the crime and she was. This is bad. So why is it this is why the autopsy is so important when you talk about these things, because like I said, there's only a couple of things in that would say it's that she died of hypothermia, and there's only one medical factor that would say that.
And these women that and these Christians that on these autopsies, one was like a year in, and she's been coming in on a case like this allowed to do an autopsy, and the other one, she's been taken to court before for falsifying information on autopsies. So,
and the other thing
with the autopsy, that's why I can't go with their final determination that her cause of death was hypothermia. I'm not going with that. They've been caught up with too much stuff.
In the video he showed, it had Zach speaking, and he was talking about one of the security guards he was going to interview, and he had said he also mentioned about the autopsy, and he was like, man, they don't know. And this was the date of that video. Oh, she was found the 10th of September, right? Zach posted at that point the autopsy hadn't been out, because I checked and like made sure the autopsy came out on October the 6th. So during that time, Zach was like, he even said on there, he was like, they don't know what she died from. Dude,
he even says that
if it was hypothermia, they would have known it like immediately. What are you talking about?
He says it came back inconclusive twice. He said that it came back inconclusive. The only reason why it would come back inconclusive twice is because you don't know how she died. So on the third go, that means that the fact that you're now saying that it was an accident doesn't hold much weight. After you didn't know why she died twice. There's no weight held in that. especially when you're saying it's clear accident and it's hypothermia, and then there's all this evidence, it comes back inconclusive twice, and there's all this evidence on show. 36 hours of surveillance.
Dude.
Clear evidence of a struggle in that freezer. Surveillance footage missing all in a row where there's in the employee area, and you don't take their phones. You don't check the system straight away. To me, that is one of the worst things about this case that irritates me the most.
I think what people is forgetting is that they only released 36 hours of video footage. It's hundreds of hours of video footage.
Yeah.
They only gave you 36. They gave you what they wanted you to see. To spin a false narrative and tell a story the way that they wanted to tell it. Just like they did from the beginning when they sent their public relations talking head specialists out there to start spinning this story. People need to understand and realize you only have 36 hours of video footage. It was more.
A lot more. A lot more. And I've always said, for me, even if we just had 12 hours extra either side, a lot of more would have been out. I believe there is other things, I've said it so many times, happening in this hotel that they do not want us to know. And I believe Kenneka Jenkins was going to uncover a whole lot of shit. Okay?
And that's what we need to get down to too. Did she see something? Did she see something?
Exactly. And there's whole nother bit, like in this image that's on the screen now. If you was to turn right down there, there's a whole nother room.
Tina is saying something. She said, we want the video footage starting with the 5th. No, Tina, I want the video footage that starts with the month prior, that goes beyond the 5th.
They ain't gonna do that.
Get me out of August. Get me out of.
They ain't doing that. They just about got this one done.
Give me all of the month of August. Give me all of the month of September, and give me all of the month after September.
That's what they're gonna have to do now.
October. Get me
There's
all.
too much there.
I don't want just because I want to see what the normal protocol of the hotel was. I want to see were there any abnormalities. What did the kitchen area in the hotel look like prior to this incident? See, I want to see everything. I want to see the behavior of the people. I want to see the behavior, of the hotel staff. I want to see the behavior of, I want to look at patterns. I want to look for patterns.
Yeah.
So I would need more than just the 5th. I would need months before,
actions speak louder than words
after,
at the end of the day,
and the entire month of September.
Yeah, and they would have to just sift through it to prove that. It's just irritating when you are not like. It's almost like you have to prove that she was murdered rather than them investigate. So there's always this barrier of the police against the public. Oh, you have to prove that something went wrong here. No, you need to prove that. You need to go in and do what you're supposed to do and not allow potential suspects to pass you over evidence. And you trust that. And you not say anything. Even it shouldn't even be relevant, to be honest. The statements to me show more red flags than the surveillance in a lot of places. That's why you have to balance out the two. You can't just watch the footage. You have to read as well. Then go, well, this happened at this time. This is that person. Let me see what they're doing in the footage. And if that works out with their statement. There are multiple times where it doesn't work out. There are so many times where someone said something and that's not happened in the surveillance. But still no one does anything. The manager implies that he walked into the freezer, but how can you if her legs are across the door? No one says anything. It's all those things. And especially the amount of times they've questioned the manager. I've showed you in my past live that the first person to find a body or enters a crime scene is the prime suspect. Prime suspect. Because they could be there first to change or alter evidence or to make it look like, oh, I'm the nice guy. I'm the one who told you that she was here. It can't be me. That's what that is.
It's not only that, but like whoever finds the body first, that sets the tone with who to talk to as far as
Exactly.
where to go. I mean, these are simple things. Not everybody who finds a body is, but it is one of the most integral parts of an investigation. And for them to be so lazy and willing to accommodate and bend at every want and need of this hotel screams to me like murder by nepotism, really. Like I find
They were saving the employees. That's how it looks to me. Like it looked to me like they were saving the employees. Okay. And
it screams it.
There's so much corruption. Even the employee statements, the way the employees act. There are some party guests that I believe act funny, that makes no sense. The things they've said have make no sense. And when you see all of these things and you put them together, even if you don't know what's happened, you know something's happened. You know, it's like,
you're right.
You know, if you have a child and they come in late, or if you have a child and they're bruised, you know they've been hit. Okay, that's the type of thing I'm talking about. If you see something has happened. If you see that there's scrapes on her foot and there are scrapes on the floor in the freezer and her clothes are coming off where they shouldn't be and her shoes are not on, the laces are untied, but she's got no socks on, then why was that caused? Something must have happened. But no.
And so, peoples, as you can see, this is the conversations that I would love to have with people. I'm going to still play this video back. You know, I'm back. We went over to what you call it, Chevy's, and we got us a real nice meal tonight. And so I wasn't able to address everybody's commentary in the live, but I addressed a couple of people and things. Again, as you can see, this is my narrative, people. You know, all that I have shown tonight and all I have said tonight is my narrative. It has no bearing as to what any of you believe or what any of you have seen or whatever. You know, I've opened up the chat. I'm opening up the live for everybody to come and shoot their shot and to say what you need to say. But if you're going to say some things, come and prove your stance. That's it. That's all. You know, there's no need for anybody to get all bent out of shape and, you know, things like that and stuff. Because as I sat back and I've listened to you, you know, you can sit back and you can listen to me. And then we go from there. And that's how the conversation, you know, flows. So it shouldn't be no reason why anybody should ever get any type of attitude whatsoever, you know, for anything. Because at the end of the day, you guys already know who I am, how I am, and what I do. And it is no mystery as to how I do it. I tell you all to come and shoot your shot. I tell you all to come and share your narrative. I tell you all to come and, you know, speak to the people and speak to the people in a very open way, you know, be very expressive so the people can understand what you're trying to convey. Now, what I say is my narrative. What I say is my opinion. What I say is my thoughts and views. And if many of you don't like it, well, then that's just tough titty to you because, you know, at the end of the day, you have your opportunity to shoot your shot, to tell the people what you want to say and show the people what you want to show. And that's it. And and I think that I have been fair to everybody on this channel, everyone. And so it's no me for nobody to get no attitude at all about anything. No. Case in point, I can't help it if I've already debunked many of you guys' narratives. Because if you really think about what you say, then, and if what you say is something that you can stand 2 toes down with, well then there's no need to get upset, right? If what you say is something to where the people can agree with, well then you've already succeeded in your endeavors. But if the people are still confused, well then you haven't succeeded. You only did was just make the people even more confused. And so, again, you have to break this thing down with a fine-tooth comb, peoples. And that's what I did. And I feel proud of myself that I did that. You know, I brought validity out of stupidity. Point blank and period. You know, because many of you who have given narratives over the years, it just doesn't hold up to the smell test. You know, it doesn't make no sense. Now, many of you haven't pointed out none of the stuff that I pointed out tonight. You know, I pointed out that the police, Rosemont Safety and Security Department is not a police department. And so there's no reason for them to call out themselves as a police department, and they're not. As these ladies are here explaining to you the protocols, processes, and procedures and things as to what they should have done, and they didn't. These are professionals. This is why I'm playing this live back, so you guys can learn something for your own. You know, and learn what things is like and what things should have been done. You know, my aim and goal is to all the time educate the people as I be educated. Now, if you got something that I can learn from, well, then, hey, you know, it's all good. But if you ain't got nothing I can't learn from, well, then what is it, you know, for me to say? And that's just the way that it is, people. You know, I'm never going to bend down, bow down for no one, period. I'm always going to stand 10 toes down with what I believe, and I'm always going to be here to shoot my shot, whether you like it or not. Point blank, period. You know, I'm never going to cater or crater to people who's all in their feelings. People, you know, who just can't understand what I mean when I say, and I say what I mean. And I've always proven my stance. Now, you can't get mad at me for me proving my stance. You can't get mad at me for debunking your narrative. You can't get mad at me for that. Because if anything that you guys can prove, well, then you would have came on here and proved it. You know? So you guys can take the attitude somewhere and take that somewhere and you know, do something with it. Because at the end of the day, if you had a gift like me and can be able to discern and decipher the bullshit and nonsense that was placed in this case, well, then you should have done so. But if you can't do it, don't get mad at me. You know, because all I am doing was just showing you what you should have known and what you should have done a long time ago, and continue to keep spreading that madness and things, well, somebody have to call you out. Yeah. If it's me, well, then it's me. People don't think for one moment I'm not aware of the things that goes on around here. I don't think for one moment that I'm sitting back and I'm just totally oblivious to what's going on. I see everything. I may not say much or nothing, but I see everything. And I get it. I try to be fair to everybody. But some things you just can't, let just go. I have my narrative, and I've been speaking my narrative forever and a day, and that's what stands. And nobody is ever going to get me to change that. I don't care who it is, and I don't care who you are and what you do. I will always stand 10 toes down with what I believe. And that's just it. I've always been that way. And if I can take the things that is at my disposal to prove my stance, well, then that's what I do. And if you guys get pissed off behind that, well, then tough titty up on you, I'm never going to take people's word for things unless I do the investigation myself. And it has to be to the degree to where I'm satisfied with whatever is being said. And if it's not, then guess what? I'm going to keep searching. I'm going to keep digging. I'm going to keep looking until I can find the answers for myself. Now, some of you come to the live, and some of you are so totally off kilter because instead of commenting upon the things that I'm talking about, you guys are way over in left field and bringing up shit that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. I mean, it would be nice if the people would come to the live and start to partake in the live and start to partake in some questions and giving some answers to, whatever and stuff. To the things that I'm covering instead of going way over in left field and then trying to get me to change my narrative and go along with that of what you're trying to convey. Oh, I get it. I see it, peoples, But see, I'm too smart for that. See, this is one of the reasons why I choose not to look at the chat while I'm going live and giving my narrative, because it's a major distraction. So it's a major distraction. You guys be way off on left field talking about this and that and the other, and ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Instead of trying to help me, trying to find some answers or help me bolster that of what I'm speaking about, or even if you have a condescending attitude about what I'm talking about and stuff, at least let it be up on what I'm talking about. Do you understand what I'm saying? I can't, and I refuse to address everything that you guys bring. I can't do that, because see, my thing is, if you want to be heard or if you want to be noticed, come to the panel and then come talk and then shoot your shot and then let everybody and their mama know how you feel, what you think, what you're doing and stuff. But don't put the subliminals in the chat room and want to try to take me off over way over in left field and back again. Some of you who's supposed to be with me ain't even with me. You know, it almost feels like you're battling against me. And that's a crying shame. It's really a crying shame, you know? I mean, I thought that we all were supposed to be partners in crime and stuff, and we're supposed to be doing this together. But some of you are backhanding in doing this stupid, salacious shit. And you think I don't see it. You think my eyes is not on it. You think I don't know what's going on and stuff. But I'm here to tell you, I really don't give two fucks. You know? I really don't give two fucks how you guys feel of what you guys think of what you do. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm always going to stand 10 toes down with what I believe and what I do, what I say, and I will always show you what I know. Period. And that pisses people off sometimes. You know, I get it. You know, I get it. But if that pisses you off, who gives two fucks? Because I'm never going to be here and I'm never going to be holding to nobody. Nobody runs me. Nobody runs my channel. Nobody can tell me what to do, how to do, what to do, or when to do. Period. Now it's almost like you guys are just like agents and shit and stuff. Now it's like 1 minute we all together, and then the next minute now we all, you know, are sparsed apart and stuff. What the fuck are you guys are mad for? You know, I don't get it. What the fuck are you guys mad for? You know, it's just amazing to me. When Negroes, they you know, and this is what Negroes do. Negroes can't work together. You guys all the time what's up on fuck shit. This is why I do what I do. This is why I run this goddamn life myself and do what I do. I never depend upon people. I never depend upon people because people will always try to throw you under the bus or try to put a monkey wrench in the shit that you do. So I don't depend upon people to do anything for me. I do it for myself. I appreciate all of the help that you guys do, but when you get to the point to where you think that you're going to go and run this shit, you're kindly mistaken. I run this shit. I say what needs to be done, and I do what I do. And I'm very goddamn good at it because I've been doing it for over 7+ years. And that's what brought you all's asses here. I didn't call none of you guys. You brought your asses here. You guys was willing to help. And if you motherfuckers are not willing to help, well then, you know, there's a goddamn door. Take your motherfucking ass on and then go somewhere and leave me the fuck alone. I see how some of you are. And you're lucky I don't call you out for the nefarious bullshit and madness that you do. But don't think that I'm not aware of the shit that goes on. The shit that is being said. The shit that is being done. It's like I got inside agents working up against me. You're some sick motherfuckers. Let me tell you that. And if you're feeling some type of way, goddamn it, yes, it's you, because you're the guilty motherfucker. You understand what I'm saying? See, people's, I am wise. You can't pull the wool over my eyes. You can't sit here and try to kiki with me and thinking that shit is just okay. Don't think for one moment that my ego eyes don't see the bullshit and nonsense that is brewing, that is happening. I told you, I go by behaviors. I go by patterns. I go by what you say, what you do. Tells me everything about you. And some of you motherfuckers, y'all think that y'all so slick. You ain't slicker than me. I can smell a motherfucking rat a mile away. I may not always say things, but then at times, it just gets to be overwhelming to where I gotta chime out. I don't want to embarrass you guys, but you motherfuckers know who you are, and you know when I'm speaking to you and how I'm speaking to you, and I'm telling you in a subliminal way to try to tell you, straighten your shit up or get the fuck out of here. Because I tell you, if it consists, well then, yes, I am going to say something to you, and now I'm going to really hurt your feelings. And I really wouldn't give two fucks because, see, when you think that you're going to fuck me over, well, you better think again. I don't bend over. And I don't spread my cheeks either. I'm not Diddy. And I will not have pity. I'm telling you, telling you people, I see the shit and I'm tired of the shit. And now I'm out here with the shit. You want to do things subliminally. You don't have to do it subliminally because I see it. Straighten your shit up or get the fuck out of here. It's just that simple. You don't like what I do here? Get the fuck out of here. You don't like what I say here? Get the fuck out of here. And that goes for every last one of them motherfuckers that watch my channel. I don't give a fuck. And don't think I don't see what you're doing. I don't just because you're not saying anything and I'm not saying anything, just don't think for one moment I don't see what you're doing. I see it. Clear as daylight. And it's a fucking crying shame, to tell you the truth. Negroes all the time want to backstab you, want to stab you in the back. When they see your ass doing good, now you want to do some shit. You want to change the channel. You want to change the narrative. You want to change every goddamn thing I'm doing. You can't do that with me, peoples. You can't do that. I'm way too smart for that. I won't allow you to do that. You stupid when you think you're going to do that. I'm telling you, peoples, and this is a fair warning. Straighten your shit up or get the fuck out of here. Simple as that. Because the next time that this shit happens, I'm going to call you out. And then I'm going to block your ass. I give every goddamn person in this chat an opportunity to speak your piece and to say what you need to say. And if you motherfuckers don't take advantage of that shit, that ain't got shit to do with me. It's not my fucking problem. It's not my fucking problem you don't have a brain like me. It's not my fucking problem that you don't have skills like me. Yeah, goddammit, I got skills. I run this motherfucker. And I do it my way. Nobody likes the way that I run this channel, the things that I show, the things that I say. Then your ass don't need to be here. I never asked none of you guys to come, and I really don't give two fucks if you leave. Now, final warning. Straighten your shit up. Suck it up. Whatever's going on, suck that shit up. And move gracefully, because if I have to speak again up on this shit, I'm gonna call you out and then I'm gonna block your ass. And I really wouldn't give two fucks, tell you the truth. And I don't care how long I've known you, how long I've been politicking with you, what I've been doing with you, whatever. Because a rat in my book is a nasty ass little rodent that runs around and likes to nibble on mess, keep up mess, in mess, and doing all of the mess. All the time leaving a trail behind of nastiness. It's nasty. People, as I give my heart and soul to everybody I politic with, you know. But the shit that's happening, I shouldn't have to go through it. And I'm not talking about the outside people. I'm talking about my inside people. Motherfuckers, you guys better straighten up or get the fuck out of here. On a serious tip. You're not playing with some stupid Joe on the street that just don't know shit, don't know what the fuck is going on. I see it. I see it. I feel it. I hear it. I know it. Straighten the shit up or get the fuck out of here. It's just that simple. Be honest with you, I don't need none of you motherfuckers. Understand that. Now the ones who get an attitude, what I said, well then get a fucking attitude, because if you're a motherfucker, I'm speaking to your ass. You guys get so see when shit start to hit the fan like this, and then I start to speak like this and stuff. Now you guys want to start copping an attitude. I don't give a fuck about your attitude. Get the fuck out of here, because I don't need you in the first place. I started this bitch. I built this bitch up. I'm paying for this bitch every month, and I'm doing my goddamn job. And it's growing. It may not grow like other channels, but it's growing. It's growing by leaps and bounds. I may not get the thousands of views and things right now, but as you can see, you see the differences in what I'm doing. You notice the upgrades of what I'm doing and stuff. Everything is coming off great. It's coming out beautiful. I'm learning. And I'm learning to do for my own, so I don't have to depend upon somebody to do it for me. And I'm goddamn happy and satisfied with what I do, how I do it, the way that I do it. And just keep practicing. I only can get better. My lives is a far cry from what was. Only the mess, madness, and confusion and shit. But I knew what I was saying. I may not could have proven it in depth back then, but I sure am now. I'm on a whole new level and plateau. So you better move your ass out the way. You're going to get ran over. Because I'll be damned if I allow any Negro or niggerette to ever try to get me to steer from my narrative, which many of you try to do. You guys come up with your subliminals. I don't think I don't see the shit. But see, the thing is, you don't know shit. And that's why your ass is all the time in the chat and not up on the panel. See, suckers only do that type of shit. Suckers all the time sit out in the wings and stuff, and then they flap their gums and stuff. But they can't never confront a real nigga like me. To shoot their shot and to say what they need to say and to prove their stance. You can't do that shit. I have yet to have one YouTuber that ever stands grounds with me on this case, because you think that you know, but you don't fucking know. And every time I come lightweight, trying to say, hey, okay, you need to listen to the shit that you say, because the shit that you say don't make no fucking sense at all, period. And that's why I hold you to account by what you say. And that's why this community will never come and try to challenge me, because these people say so much that they forget what they say. And then when I call that shit up and throw it back in their face and tell them, you know, this is what you said. It ain't what I said. It's what you said. Then they can't stand 10 toes down with that. They can't say shit. They run around like a little fur ball. People, I try my best to try to accommodate people, but I'm not going to be accommodating to the degree to where I'm going to change the things that I do here on this channel. If your ass complain, that's because you have a lack of knowledge and a lack of experience. And I try my best to try to encourage you to step out to the plate, step out your comfort zone, and take that leap of faith and do what you do. I tell my moderators, I need you guys to come up to the panel. I need you guys to talk with me. I need you guys to engage with me. Even if it's not on this case, but you know, I need you guys to post it in chat. I need you guys to post some stuff in the group chat and stuff so we can have some good stuff that we can talk about. Do the people do what I asked them to do? No. Motherfuckers still haven't today have done the simplest things I asked them to do. And I'm not going to beg. I just put down the mandate. Do you want to be a fucking moderator on my channel? Do what I asked you to do. It's just that simple. And if they can't do it, well then, you know what I say? Fuck them. I'll take the wrench and then their ass is going to somebody else's channel. Shouldn't have to come to this. I shouldn't have to take time off my life to speak to these people when I spoke to them privately. You can come in here, kiki it and all like this, but still do the thing, the simplest thing I asked you to do. Post in the chat and then come to the live at least once out of a week while I'm live. That shows solidarity to the people, to everybody that goddamn, you know, Edward Joseph, man, his live, his chat is on hit. And you know who the thing is, you already know who you are. You know who you are. You know what you did not do. Now, when I take your wrench and then I ignore your ass, don't feel bad. I told you it ain't about Edward Joseph. It's about building up the channel. Building up the channel. I need everybody to work with me to build up the channel. You see the shit that I'm doing right now. Some new shit that I ain't never did on my live and stuff. You see how it's flowing. You see how it's going. You want to be a part of it? Well, it's some work to do. It ain't no just sitting in the chat room kikiing and hello everybody and all like this and stuff. I need every one of my moderators to participate. I need every one of my moderators to engage. I need every one of my moderators to be active. And you know who you are. So I put down the mandate. And if you cannot do the various things that I ask you to do, and I'm giving you a certain amount of time to do it, then I'm going to take your wrench and I'm just going to say, fuck you. Period. Point blank. It ain't nothing else to be said. You ain't got to give me no long goddamn speech or anything. Thank you so much for your service. Now I ain't got shit to do with you. Period. I mean, you can still come to the chat as long as you're respectful. But I ain't got no shit to say to you. Because if you're doing me this way and I'm asking you, well, then what you're telling me is, fuck you, Edward. I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do regardless. And that's it. It doesn't work for me, people. It's not for me. I'm the motherfucker who's paying for this shit every goddamn month. I don't see none of you sitting here cash apping me $5 or $10 to say, okay, well, here, and this is to help out on the channel or anything. And then you just reap the spoils and shit. Get some notoriety and stuff. Every goddamn people out there in the YouTube land know who Edward Joseph is. And my shit is growing by leaps and bounds. And I'm going to get to that level. People still want to talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case. Okay. Y'all brought me back. Here I am. Now I'm giving you the juicy juicies. I'm telling you what I see. Now, if you got a contradictory narrative up against that, well, then shoot your shot. Shoot your shot. Show me what you got. Instead of sitting back trying to put a monkey wrench in the shit that I'm doing, and all of sitting back complaining and shit, and doing this little sci-fi stuff, the subliminals, don't think that I don't see the shit. Don't think that I don't know the shit, peoples. I'm going to call your ass out, and then I'm going to eject your ass for all eternity. So, moderators, every last one of you here on the panel, here in the chat, or here out there in Yaya land, when you see this live, I need each and every one of you, because I've added you to the group chat, to go ahead and post something in there so we will have a pool of things to talk about. And I'm giving you until Friday of next week. If I don't see the ones who never posted, don't post, well then don't feel bad, because I'm going to take your wrench and then I'm going to say fuck you. Period. You know who you are. Do the shit that I'm asking you to. And if you can't do it, or if you don't want to do it, just politely say, Edward Joseph, I don't want to do it. You know, thank you so much. So I'll just take your wrench and I'll just say, thank you so much. Goodbye. That's it. I mean, you can stay in here, you can watch and stuff, but I won't have nothing to say to you. Because while you're saying to me, fuck you, Edward, when I'm going to say back to you, fuck you too, moderator. Period. And that's just the way that it is. And motherfuckers don't like it, just tell me now. I don't give a fuck. Because truth be told, motherfuckers are expendable peoples. Period. I don't invest time and effort and all of this stuff into people who is going to try to shake me down and try to make me look bad. I need willing people, willing participants to come in here and help me grow this motherfucker. And if you can't help me grow, get the fuck out of here. Go. And I won't bother you no more. I won't have to say shit to you. And I won't have to stop my life to speak in this manner to anybody. But you know who you are. You got until next Friday. All right, peoples. I've only been able to address some people in the chat and things because, like I say, I don't watch the chat now when I'm doing my lives because it's a major distraction. You people all the time talking about shit that I'm not even talking about. And bringing up shit way over in left field and back again when you guys, if you're going to help out at least talk about the things that I'm talking about. Have it in relationship to the shit that I'm covering. Ask your questions or give some answers to some people who may have some questions or something. But you motherfuckers, boy, y'all way out in left field. Way out in left field, bringing up all of this shit that ain't got shit to do with what I'm talking about. Nothing. Way out in left field about this, that, and that. Well, what shoe did Kenneka wear? What the fuck did that has to do with me talking about Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls? What the fuck does that have to do with that? Did her shoe get kicked off in the halls? Y'all talking about breast implants and tummy tucks and getting her backside inflated and shit. What does that have to do with me talking about Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls? God damn. I mean, peoples, if you're going to really get my attention and say something, at least have it up on the things that I'm talking about. Now, I don't mind the y'all coming together, y'all greeting each other and things like that and stuff. But if you're going to say something that is going to pertain into the case, at least say something that pertains to what I'm talking about. That helps me out because I can showcase what you're saying on the live and call you out and calling you out. That's thank you. Hey, you're on point. You're right with me. We see eye to eye. We understand each other now. You're helping me out. But when you talk all of this fuck shit, what do you expect me to say? So that's the mandate, peoples. I said what I need to say, and that's what it is. Now, moderators, if you do not do exactly what I asked you to do by next Friday, I'm going to take your wrench and I'm going to say thank you so much. Goodbye. That's it. Period. You know who you are. Do the various simplest things I asked you to do. Post in the chat. And then the ones that hasn't come up, I need you to come up to the panel and I need you to have a conversation with me. If you can't do that by next Friday, then I'm going to have to exit you. I'm going to take your wrench. You can say in the chat, but I'm going to take your wrench and I'm not going to pay you no mind, no more. Period. Because you've already shown me you don't even want to work with me. And as hard and stuff as I've been working, all of this shit that you've seen tonight, I stood up late at night creating these videos and putting all of this stuff together so we can have a fabulous live and things. I did that. None of you didn't do that. I did that shit. Went and searched the videos and stuff and chopped up the videos and stuff to coincide with the various things I'm talking about. And so as you see in the first part of the live, it was just flowing like clockwork. Boom, 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 boom. Walking this shit down. That takes time, that takes effort, and it takes experience. And when people don't want to help me, why are you a moderator? Why are you here? All right, people, I've spoken. That's the mandate. Either you're going to do it or you'll know by next Friday. So stay in your feelings. If you are in your feelings or whatever, I don't give a fuck. Because just how I feel when you don't do what I ask you to do. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you. I've seen other channels and stuff. A good channel has good moderators and they grow. It's a companionship. They work together. Is that all right, peoples? All right. I'm not going to go back and try to address any questions or anything that was in a live previously, other than that of what I've already addressed and things. Not going to go back and try to look at all of the commentary and stuff, which there's many and whatnot. We're going to move from here, and we're going to keep this baby moving. And again, the love of my life, Trish Hollywood, she's here, she's back, and she's taking her rightful place. You know, she's taking her rightful place, and I am so elated to have her back. All of my peoples is coming back, and see, peoples, doesn't matter whatever happens in things. Y'all hold on to all of that negative bullshit and madness, and y'all hold on to that forever and a day. I don't do that. I learned how to forgive. I may not forget, but I learned how to forgive, and forgiveness is everything. The Lord just wanted us to forgive. He ain't never said that we have to forget, but he told us to forgive. And see, if you don't forget, you can always rethink upon that and say, okay, that's not a space that I want to be back in any longer. And use that as a tool to do better. But you got to learn how to forgive, and you got to learn how to move on. And I am so happy. The love of my life, and I'll call her the love of my life, Trish Hollywood, she's back. Because Trish Hollywood, she always had my back. And anybody come for me and stuff, she was right there. So I thank God because he answered my prayers. And there's a few others that I'm waiting to come back, to come on home, you know, and make this live, make this chat, make this experience even greater than what it's ever been. I'm investing a lot of time. I'm investing a lot of money. I'm investing in a lot of things. I'm doing things, people. So I'm learning. It takes time. I'm learning, but I'm only going to do at my speed. At my speed. So however I do it, I'm satisfied, because your vision is not for my channel. My vision is for my channel. Now, everything that you guys share with me, I share it at some point in time when I deem it necessary to share. If I don't deem it necessary to share, well, then I'm not going to share it. But I share everything that you guys share with me. Everything. I try to find a place for it. But understand, it is my decision and not any of you all's. So if I don't share, that means I'm not ready for it. But I will share it, but only in my time and when I deem it's necessary to do so. Period. Is that all right, peoples? All right. I didn't mean to take up this much time, but you know, I have to sometimes you just have to just kind of say what you need to say, and that's what I need to say, you know. And that's what I'm saying. Nobody likes it here. Well, then there's the door right there. You know, we won't miss you. I guarantee you that we will not miss you. I think I've always been fair to everybody. I've always give everybody opportunity to come to the panel, to shoot your shot, to say what you need to say. But I need you to express it thoroughly in great detail. And if you can't do that, well, then that ain't my problem. You know, I have my own narrative. I share my own narrative. I let everybody share their narrative. And just because the people share their narrative doesn't mean that I believe in that of what they're trying to convey. I said this time around, instead of me giving my narrative, I'm going to open up the chat for everybody to speak, everybody to say what they need to say. But the key is to express in great detail. Don't just come up here and give me a little bit of this and then let that be it, and thinking that that's law, and thinking that's going to be suffice, and thinking that's going to be okay with me. Yeah, okay, well, I shared this and here's a little piece and then that's it. So now run with it. Bullshit. Bring your ass back and come up here and explain to us in great detail what you mean. You know? No, I'm not that type of person, because see, I like to get a greater understanding. I like to know why you said it, what the meanings of what you're saying, and so on and so forth. You know, I got thousands of questions. Is that all right, people? All right, I'm gonna share this since everybody's here. You may have seen it earlier. Some of you may have seen it when I first started to live, but I'm happy with the accomplishment that I made, because I did a little intro for my videos. And so it's just only going to get better. I'm still really trying to figure out how do I want to reflect upon my channel, or what's the theme for my channel and things. I still haven't figured that out yet and stuff, because, you know, like I said, that's all I've been talking about was the Kenneka Jenkins case for the past 7+ years. Everybody know my channel as the Kenneka Jenkins channel and things. I wanted to run away from that and do something else, but then Nosy Bug sent me this picture. Now she's got me back on the trajectory of Kenneka Jenkins. So, you know, I said, all right, well, since I'm back on Kenneka Jenkins, I might as well just really let you guys know what I feel, what my findings is, and go very much in depth. More so ever than beforehand. And to go and showcase those videos and stuff that coincides with what I believe. But in a general sense, not specifics now, in a general sense. And I think that I have been doing that. And I think that of what I've been showing and that of what I've been saying, many of you finally got a greater understanding now. You know, the kids did what they did, and the establishment had to do what they do to cover it up. Because again, and I'm going to go into the establishment, and I know that's going to bring a lot more people, but that's okay. CP is totally involved in human trafficking and organ harvesting. And all of this stuff has literally been in our faces. And I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to bring back all of the news reportings and stuff, all of the people who have sued them, their own people who had sued them, who tried to get their narrative out there and whatnot and stuff. Well, I'm going to be the spokesperson for them. I'm bringing all of that up because I need to shed light upon this facility that has been facilitating all of this madness forever and a day. Now, either you're going to ride with me or you're not. And if you're not going to ride with me, just shh and just shut the F up and stay out my way. Stay out my way if you don't want to get ran over. Is that all right, peoples? Because that's where I'm headed right now. It's time to start speaking up on CP. And it's time now to start speaking up on Rosemont Public Safety Department and all of these suckers that's out there. And it start in time to really go in depth with why these suckers had did what they did to cover up this girl's murder, because she was murdered. And it wasn't Franz Cave who murdered her. I don't give two fucks what the case file says or what he says or whatever has been written. It wasn't Franz Cave. It was bigger than him. All right, peoples. Let me go ahead and let me share this, and then we're going to get back into this. And that is what I had put together, peoples. And I, Edward Joseph, am so goddamn proud of it. All right, peoples, let's get back into this live. And let's go back and listen to what these ladies had to say, because they were on point with that of what they were saying, peoples. And I want to say to each and every one of you, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for showing your love and your support. And Trish Hollywood, love, thank you for coming back home. I missed you so much, and I'm glad to have you back here. All right, people, so let's listen in.
No one seems to be investigating it. That's the blatantness of it, the obviousness of it. Just that alone. And like Doughboy said, just the narrative makes no sense. Makes absolutely no sense. And even when you see her coming out of the elevator on the lower level, she comes out. Then the next time it opens, no one comes out. But you can see someone in there. And this is before that woman comes out with her child. There's somebody in there with a white top on. They could be innocent, but they should be taken account of. Do you understand what I mean? They should still be investigated. Who was that? Then we say, oh, they're innocent. You know, we'll put that aside. Okay, it shouldn't be. They should have been gone overboard with this case. They knew what happened. They knew that people were looking at it and thinking this is corrupt. They knew how the public had gone with it. They should have gone overboard so that they didn't implement themselves, but they've completely implemented themselves because they didn't do their job properly. So even if you believe that she wasn't murdered, the police didn't do their job.
Well, and here's the thing too.
They've not done what they're supposed to do at all.
Well, and answer me this. Why? Okay, for the police not to do their job, it's either one or two things, right? Like you wouldn't not do your job really well for no reason because you could be fired. So if you're going to fuck up, right? If you're going to do your job, if you're going to be corrupt, there's a reason why you would benefit from it from some reason. We know that the police do part-time security in that hotel. We know it's a small town where everybody knows everybody. And I've grew up in a small beach town where like I knew people because my grandpa knew people. It was generations of stuff. And like he did business with everybody in this town. He owned several different businesses and stuff. Like, so when you have a situation like that, yeah, I can see a bunch of police officers and shit like that knowing that something's not right here, but they get a paycheck, they get monthly benefits, they're able to live a nice lifestyle. They've got kids at this point, they've got a wife that's on the line. I mean, you don't know the person collecting that evidence could, have a drug problem and needs this job. I mean, you never know things down on a cellular level. So yeah, I totally believe that like this was made to be a cover up because it had to be. Money was spent. And if you scratch my back, then I'll scratch yours, Like, I'm sure at some point this year, police officers are going to have themselves a little group meeting or whatever the hell they do and have some burgers in the caddy shack.
Yeah.
They already did.
Straight up.
They already did. They already did. After they turned up there to protest the Caddyshack, yeah, they had a nice meal in there because they don't care. They don't care. And they know what happened and they still don't care. Okay?
Yeah.
Those are the same police that know what happened that are eating in that restaurant, okay? And it's the character that I don't... Even when you read on the website, the mayor says, oh, we had to equip our police with body cams to protect them. Not the public, not to make sure that the police are not harming the public, just to protect the police from the because when in the Kenneka Jenkins case, the police were harassed and the characters were put down. What are you talking about? So you basically try to make up, you gave them body cameras because of the Kenneka Jenkins case. So you're trying to, that's your way of making people look crazy. No. You should have cameras on yourself, to show that you haven't done anything wrong, but it should be to prove that, because there's all this police brutality, to prove that the public are not harmed, and that can go to
the trust with the public. It says that I'm not ashamed or worried about anything that I'm going to do with you. I'm going to do my job, and you're going to be fine. And this is just it's basically body cams are like therapists for married couple. You know what I mean? Like, it's there when you need it. And that's how it should be used. But just the wording on that alone, you caught it. I mean, that's the whole purpose of that town, down to its core. So much so that even when they think they're being slick, they tell on themselves. And I think too, Alan, he goes, I believe the crime happened in the room. And I believe a crime did happen there. I think several crimes happen when you get to the point if you drug somebody, that's a crime. You know what I mean? If you leave somebody unattended that's helpless or in need of help and you don't attend to them. I mean, that's actually that's a law. Like if you see somebody who needs help and you're capable of doing that, the law is you help them, whether it's someone junior, just for instance.
I believe some things happened in the hallway.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And we all know
that and they don't have any, mysteriously, it was no cameras.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We don't even know
cameras in the hallway, so we can't see what was happening in the hallway. And then it's just a whole bunch of mysteriousness going on that's unnecessary and foolish to me. I call that foolishness. Due to the fact that when she entered into that kitchen, motion detection went off. Simple. At the end of the day, I don't care how people try to slice this and dice this. When she entered in that kitchen, the alert went off to alarm everybody that she was inside of there. It can't get any easier than that.
But in my humblest opinion, peoples, she never entered into the kitchen. Because if she was commandeered in the hallway, my question is simple, and I still have yet to have anybody answer that. If she was commandeered in the hallway, how in God's name did she ever make it to a kitchen? I just need I need people to think about that. Now, I respect these people and what they're saying, and they're bringing out a lot of good juicies and stuff. But again, this is the part to where I need the people to really think about what they're saying. If she was commandeered and she was carried in a hallway, how in the hell would they allow her to go and walk to and from, in and out of a kitchen, and then turn around and walk into another kitchen. And you got to understand, people, see, when you're looking at clips, the clips don't put everything in perspective. It doesn't. Let me replay this for you guys. I'm going to replay this again for you guys because this is what I put together right here. Let me show you, peoples. So then you can clearly see, and then look how I did this. And then you'll get a greater understanding. Let's look at this. So we first start off with getting off the elevator. Red box is going off. Sensors. I see that, right? Then the next clip would be she's getting off the elevator. Red box going off. Okay. So as you can see in the video, peoples, as you can see in the video, she has on a black watch. So we know that that's not Kenneka, the original Kenneka, the Kenneka that we all come to know in things, right? Because again, she has on a black watch, peoples. A black watch and a black scrunchie. So now here we go. She's coming up the ramp. Because that's the next thing that you're going to do when you get out the elevator. Get out the elevator, what you're going to do? You're going to come up the ramp. You're not going to instantly just come into a what? A kitchen or the main lobby. So I put this in perspective as to what I believe should have been. Because, I mean, it only just makes sense. Go from the elevator up the ramp, down the hall, and then now here she is. But again, it's not Kenneka, the girl who played her, as I've shown you. But this would be the proper direction or directive of what would happen next. Not going by time. Not going by time. I'm going by the layout and what would be. And all authentic video footage, you know, because now you see the red boxes going off. See that? The motion. And then we're going to stop it at some point, people. We're going to talk about this because you see one titty is out. One big titty is out of that bra. Now she went down the hall, and the next thing that she would do will go into the employees area, down Shandel's lane, and then come into the kitchen, in and out of the kitchen. So she walked into the kitchen. She come out because once you go down the hall, you know there's the double doors that it takes you down into this area, into the lower level kitchen, which is this is the lower level kitchen. Only just makes sense, people. Now she's going into the other side of the kitchen. It just only makes sense, right? And then from here, we don't see her walk out the double doors, but we see her coming out from that way. And as you can see, I don't know if you really noticed it or not, in that last part of the video, you seen the red box come off, right? So that was the indicator that somebody was down there in that kitchen when this person walked through. Now she comes out of the kitchen, which only makes sense. And now she comes down here. All red boxes, people's all authentic video. But you got to understand, parts of this is the real Kenneka that is in this hallway in some of this video footage. Not the fake Kenneka, the real Kenneka. Because they use parts of the real video footage along with this fake madness that they put together. And this part is where I feel it's the real Kenneka, but only down at the end of that, at the end of the stairwell. And all of this other that we've seen is just filters to fill in Now you see how I did it, right? How I composed it. I didn't go by the time and stuff. I went by that of what was being depicted based upon the layout of the hotel. Now she's coming back and she's coming down. Now when she's come close to the camera, well then now she's got her hand in her head when she's get close to the camera to duck her head down. Then she comes and moves to the side. When did you ever see her go and put her hand in her head at any other point in any of this video that you ever seen? You never did. Not only until she came close to the cameras when she did that. Now she's coming back into the employee's area. And see, all of this, how did she get up to the upper level? Because she certainly didn't walk up the stairs. And the only way that she could have got up there is she had to be on the freight elevator, right? So was there somebody there to be her the person who pressed the button to have them come up the elevator? No, peoples. See, we don't see any other video nowhere in the establishment. You know, remember in the case files it said that she had walked herself in the main lobby at 3-something, right? Well, we don't see no video footage of her in the main lobby or anything. We come from when she come back into the employees area to all of a sudden, abracadabra, she's up on the main level. How did she get there? Nobody's ever talked about that. You know? So what? They guided her. They just opened up the freight elevator and say, "Oh, come on, lady, come on in. We've been expecting you." Everybody's saying she's walked down Shandell Lane and then she turned here and turned there and so on and so forth. People, that did not happen because she didn't have access to the freight elevator. She could have easily walked up the stairs, but a girl drunk in that capacity going to walk up some stairs? Well, how she's going to walk up some stairs and she couldn't even walk up the stairs that she was supposed to be down there with? Well, it's a reason behind that. It's because she was commandeered. And this is the reason why of the reenactment, peoples. Because I believe down that hallway, Kenneka was originally down there. But we didn't see her walk. We've seen this girl. But down that hallway, it's when I know she was commandeered. We know that Kenneka got down there to that hallway. Now, was she walked down to that hallway and walked down to the stairs and stuff? Well, we will never know, peoples. But Kenneka was down there. Clear as daylight. Now, why would they want to walk her down there to that hallway is a good question. But we know just around the corner, down that hallway, is the exit to where you can be able to get to the dock area. Because that's down there by the visibility bar. That was down there by where they had walked in from the end of the building. You do know that, right? Because on the other end is where on the other side, down the hall, that if you're facing the stairs to the left was the escalator. And round from that is where you can get to the rear of the dock area, peoples. And so were they trying to take her to the dock area? Yep, I do believe so, because I don't believe that they let her go to walk into a kitchen to roam around for God knows how long, because it ain't no way that she's going to get from the lower level to the upper level unless she takes the stairs or unless she takes the service elevator, which is the freight elevator. Because nobody ever talked about that. Nobody ever talked about, her coming back into the employees area. When she comes to the employees area, she walks down Chandler Lane. Well, what does that mean? What does that mean? She's walking down Chandler Lane. Okay, so she walked down Chandler Lane. What does that mean? Because she was on the lower level, now she's on the main level. So how did she get from the lower level to the main level, peoples? When she was supposed to have walked in, which we seen the girl walk back into she come from the employees area, and then she goes back into the employees area. And then in the next clip, just like clockwork, without no explanation whatsoever, we just happens to see her right here and walking in here. We didn't see no video footage of her entering in there because there is a camera that clearly shows how she would have gotten in here. But they never show you that out of what? Out of all of the 36 hours of video footage. And the girls had already told you, peoples, that it was way more footage than what they gave you, but they gave you what they wanted. And nobody is ever contesting that. Everybody is making up their own narratives and theories of how she got up there. But people, you don't know how she got up there. But I can already surmise to you, peoples, this young lady was not Kenneka. And I'm going to continue to keep driving that point home. You can't tell me that she's Kenneka. You can't tell me that the girl just walked down the hall was Kenneka. You can't tell me that. Well, I mean, you can tell me, but I won't believe it. I absolutely won't believe it. Because you're building a narrative, peoples, with just clips. Clips. That's all you got. How many clips did I show you in this video that I just put together, that I composed? It's about 5 or 6 clips, right? Clips. It doesn't show you in depth if she went in, if she walked into the main lobby or anywhere else. It is only clips. And it clips from this part to this part to this part to this part to this part, and that's it. Clips. It ain't like what they were showing you about Peas and Killer and Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree, roaming all over the halls and stuff and being over here and there and everywhere and stuff. It's only clips, peoples. That's it. It's just clips. Clips. Clips will not give you definitively where this girl was supposed to have been at, peoples. Now I want to show you something that Leave No Witness had put together. And let me go back to my channel. And then I'm going to go back and play the young lady's videos. This is what Leave No Witness has done. And it's amazing that all of this stuff is coming to me at a point in time to when I'm not really looking for it, but it just happens to be here. And this is what he have shown peoples. So we're going to scan through this real quick. I'm not going to post his commentary, but I am going to post his video. So let me go and let me share my screen and let's look at Leave No Witness, peoples. Because this puts everything in perspective right here for that of what he did. So let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share this live right here. Okay, there we go. Now we're here. So we're going to skim through this real quick. Now we're on the lower level. Now look, at a certain point, who do we see? We see none other than Franz Cave. There he is right there, peoples. And at what time was it? Last that I seen he showed the video, it was at 1:37. Well, that was supposed to be just about 15 minutes or so after the supposed Kenneka Jenkins now come to the establishment, right? Now look, they're blurring out all of his face and everything, right? Look at that. Well, what is it that you don't see, people? You do not see the red boxes, right? You don't see no red boxes. You don't see his face. You don't see anything. All you know that he came down the stairs from where the supposed Kenneka had came from. Peoples, as you can see. So I don't know what Leave No Witness is saying. You guys can go back and watch the video. But I'm just using it just for context. Now, it's supposed to be 9/9/2017. He's coming down the stairs. Again, there's no boxes, right? There's no boxes, no red boxes. So, you know, he's showing this area and things. Now, look what happened. He has a bloody nose. But peoples, the video said 1:37. This is just right after Kenneka and them was supposed to have came to the establishment. But he has a bloody nose, as you can see. So why is he having a bloody nose and Kenneka and them just came to the establishment? According to the video footage, look, he has a bloody nose. So did he get into an altercation with somebody? And if so, how could that be when it couldn't have been Kenneka? Because again, Kenneka was supposed to be in the room, right, with her friends. Because again, this video footage said it was 1:37. Y'all see how people take things out of context and say, "Oh yeah," you know, they take a slice of video and stuff and say, "Oh yeah, that was Franz Cave, and he was down there, he was assaulting Kenneka and all like this and stuff." So now he walks down and he goes back. So let's see if we can get the time, because I don't really want to play the video like this, you know, just watching it. So that's why I'm skipping through. So now let's see if we can get a time, because last time we checked, okay, here we go. Now it was 1:37. Now it's 1:40. So we know that he's down there about 1:40. So he was going to go into the employees area. But now he's walking back, peoples. But he's walking back with a bloody nose. Y'all see that, right? Okay, so now let's fast forward and then let's see who is this. Now we see bingo. Supposed Kenneka at 2:25. The video says 2:25, peoples. There it is right there. It says 2:25. But at 2:25, where is she? She is in the hallway, right? She's in the hallway. But it says 2:25. But wait 1 minute. Wait 1 minute. Someone had said that at 2:24, right here, at 2:24, she was supposed to be getting off the elevator, right? At 2:24. But if we go and we look at the video that Lena Witness is showing, peoples, it didn't say no 2:24, she's getting off the elevator. It says 2:25, she's in the hallway. Y'all seen that, right? There it is right there. It's in your face. 2:25 right there, peoples. It says that she is already well in the hallway. And how did she get from the elevator to over here? Coming from the employees area at what? 2:25. So peoples, this is why I don't go by the time. This is why I don't go by the time, peoples, because see, the thing is, she can't be in two places at the same time. She can't be in two places at the same time. So which narrative are you going to believe, peoples? Are you going to believe the time frame right here when you see her in the hall with no video, no red boxes? Or are you going to believe this when the content creator said that, hey, she got off the elevator at 2:24. And then at 2:25, Superman gets off the elevator. So do you guys understand why I don't believe these things that the people are saying? Because there's always a conflict. Do you understand that now, peoples? Do you get it now, peoples? And why I say I have to do my in-depth research? Because I don't go by the time, because the time is lying. Because a lot of this video footage, it doesn't have the red boxes. So you can give me any time, and you can put people there at any time, but you ain't got no authentic video footage because there's no red boxes. So you know what they do? They just copy the video, and then they give a narrative to it. Without knowing exactly what time all of this stuff was supposed to transpire. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? See, this is why I do my own investigation. This is why I don't take for face value what people tell me. You can't tell me, because I'm looking for myself, and I'm looking at different times, and I'm looking at the time to when you say that she was supposed to be there, to where another video says that no, she was supposed to be here, to where another video says, oh no, she was supposed to be here, and then another video says, oh no, wait 1 minute, I am correct because she was supposed to be here. And all of these places where they said that she was supposed to be, it was a different time. Now you got the people confused because nobody know what time it was that she was supposed to be at. And just because you bark the loudest don't mean that you're right. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So this is why I never take for face value what people tell me, even when they're saying it. I was like, okay, yeah, all right, I see it. Okay. But prove to me in great detail that what you're saying is actual, factual, and true. And this is the case that I'm saying, peoples. In this case, and I've been doing this for quite some time, peoples. Quite some time. And I just sit back and I let the people talk because I need to let them say what they need to say. And then I just come back and I just totally debunk them. Because now, when you think that you know, and you know you don't know, but you want to try to play like you know, now I just show you that you don't know. Don't get the big head, and don't start talking all of this nonsense and stuff and thinking that you're all right when you're all wrong. because you got to make sense of it. And if you can't make sense of it, well, then why are you even saying it? So you can come with the distraction and talk about me, talk about my mama, talk about my kids, talk about everybody and stuff, but that still don't mean nothing to me, because now I'm looking at you like you stupid, because look, you telling me this and this and this, but I found this, this and this. So who's right and who's wrong? And if you can't explain it in great detail, why your part is supposed to be right, and I'm looking at something else, and they said, "Oh no, this is the time. This is where she's supposed to be." Well, then, guess what? I'm gonna look at you both stupid. Look at you both stupid. Y'all, hold on. See, people, this ain't nothing but God speaking to me. This ain't nothing but God showing me what I needed to see and stuff, so I can go ahead and bolster my claim and tell you, hey, you need to look at this again because something ain't right. Go on and take a second look at this and then tell me what's wrong. And then if you got an attitude behind it, well, then I already know what I need to know. Okay? Y'all see what I'm saying, right? So it says right here, she got off the elevator at 2:24, but in leave no witness, it says that she was here at 2:25. So who am I to believe? What am I to believe? Who am I to believe and what am I to believe, peoples? Because at 2:25, the guy was supposed to be getting out the elevator behind her. And there's no way that she could have been over here in this area, because she would have had to go through the employee's area before she ever gets over here. And this is nowhere near or close to the elevator. And ain't no way that she's going to be Superwoman and run from the elevator over to right here, peoples. It's impossible. It's impossible. And so this is why the good Lord had showed me this video, to bolster my claim, to tell the people that, look, you need to refresh what you're saying, or either hammer down what you're saying, because there's a conflict right here. Now, either you're wrong or either he wrong, but something is wrong, because you can't be in two places at one time. And I've always said, you cannot put Kenneka in where she's never been. You just can't do it, peoples. So when people wants to sit up here and hackle about this and that and the other, I say, prove your sense in great detail. And if you can't prove your sense in great detail, well, then it tells me everything I need to know. Everything I need to know. And what it simply tells me is that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And I've been telling you all forever and a day, I don't go by the time on these videos. I go by the layout and what is probable based upon the area of where the person is. I mean, it's only common sense. If you're down the hall from the other hall that we saw you in, well, then we already know that The next step is going to be down the hall where we saw you in. You know, we saw you by the elevator. Well, then you're going to be by the hall by the elevator, not way on the other side of the establishment, walking some halls of the establishment. And the time says this, but we just seen you get out the elevator just a minute ago. And knowing damn well that you can't get over in this area in just 1 minute. It's impossible, people. It's absolutely impossible. And that's why I did my own video collage to show the people that, look, you know, what you're showing, what you're trying to push out, what you're saying is wrong. Doesn't make no sense. Doesn't make no sense. And the title of this, Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls. And so all night long, I've been showing you about Kenneka, or the supposed Kenneka, or the girl who played Kenneka, walking the halls. But it wasn't Kenneka. I already showed you. I already took the original video that Kenneka was in. I did the photo comparisons and everything. I did the comparisons upon the attire that she was wearing and stuff. You know, you seen it yourself. These girls wasn't Kenneka. So you can't put Kenneka in what she's never been, peoples. You absolutely can't do it. And that's what I've been trying to tell the people for the longest time. For only those who have an ear to hear, to listen to whatever Joseph was saying. All right, so let's go right here, peoples. Let's go right here. Let's scroll through this here. Now look, so he did all this funky stuff, and now we got a clear-cut picture of the shape, the hair, and all like that. Look. Do that look like Kenneka to you all, peoples? Do that look like Kenneka? No. Not at all, peoples. And that's exactly my point. Not at all, peoples. See that? Now he's been doing all of this funky shit and stuff, so we're going to see. Even a close-up shot. Do that look like Kenneka, peoples? Did that look like Kenneka, peoples? It's not Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, as you can clearly see. And you know, you know what I find funny? It's really sad that you have to go to this great lengths to show the people and to tell the people what you know, and still the people see it. You go through all of the comparisons, the photos, the videos, the comparisons of the attire and everything and stuff. You compare it to the real person, and the stupid people still don't grasp that of what you're saying. That just amazes me, peoples. Now I understand why some of you haven't graduated from school. Now this is a very, 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 this is about the clearest shot that I have ever seen out of this video. Now, do that look like Kenneka? Kenneka don't have a big forehead like that. Let me take a screenshot of this. This is about the clearest I have seen in this video. And you can clearly see by the jacket, by the face, by the hair. That's not Kenneka, peoples. Clear as daylight. Clear as daylight. Now, I used to get down on leave no witness, but now I'm finding that his content is really good. I really didn't pay attention to him like I should have. He's got some really good stuff. So I have to take back what I was saying about leading a witness, because I mean, now I'm sitting back looking at his stuff. He's got some good stuff. I don't know where he is. That some people told me that they threatened him off the Kenneka Jenkins case. So, you know, but yeah, I didn't take really, you know, and really didn't take him serious. But he's got some good shit. Now look at this, peoples. Look at this body. Do that look like Kenneka? Look at that broad, look at that hair and broad shoulders and stuff. So whatever he was doing, this man is on point. And look at that stance. This woman is almost like she's humpback. And look at that body. Don't even resembles Kenneka. Kenneka had a nicely shaped. So he was using a very nice editing program. Now, I talked about the shadows, peoples, remember? And he's talking about the shadows. So it's a reason why that the Lord had allowed me to see this video footage right here. Now look at that. They done blurred out the face and everything. Put all of the different masks on there. Look at that. Look at that. Layers and layers of bullshit. All to camouflage who the perpetrator is that was playing her. See, look at that. They masked her face. Y'all see that? Y'all gonna tell me, oh yeah, that's Kenneka. Look all of those different faces that they put on here. See, they play with the video footage, peoples. Now, does that look like somebody being carried? No, that was a girl who was acting her ass off. Now, look at that shape. I want you guys to look at the shape. Here, let me rewind this back a little bit. I want you guys to look at the shape. Do Kenneka have a shape like that? Let me wait till he fast forward a little bit here. He's going to go back. And I want you guys to look at that shape. Look at that shape, peoples. Now, you tell me, out of all of the photos that you ever seen of Kenneka, did you ever see Kenneka with knock knees in a shape like that? No. No, peoples. Kenneka was never knock kneed, and Kenneka didn't have a big shape like that. Just, you know, her body was well formed. Well formed. Not those are what they call baby hips. when a person had a baby, you know, you sit the baby on those hips. This person had a baby because she's wide. That's what they call wide bone. So this person is knock-kneed, wide bone, and Kenneka wasn't that big. Even you compare the pictures in the freezer to this, people's Kenneka didn't have no big hips like this. You see that? Kenneka didn't have no shape like that. Now look, they done did all of this editing on this to cover up, the camouflage the person's identity, boy. They went through all of that shit. That's why they took this shit to Target. That's why they took the shit to Target, peoples. See, look, they still blurred the face. So if they just knew damn well this was Kenneka down here in the area, well, why the fuck did they go ahead and blur all of this shit out? Now she goes out and, you know, she goes into Shandell Lane, goes upstairs, goes into the freezer. Now look who's coming down at 3:20. Shemaya. So why are they coming down here? For what reason to come down here? They can be on any floor, 9th floor, 8th floor, 7th floor, 6th floor, 5th floor, 4th floor, 3rd floor, 2nd floor, but they're on the 1st floor. Now they go down to the lower level. And this bitch already knew what happened to one of the girls, but it wasn't Kenneka. Not Kenneka Jenkins. And I know you guys don't believe Kenneka Martin, but you know, that's for another day. Now look, they're blurring her face out and shit. He's just playing a video. That's all he's doing. He's just playing a video. I haven't seen anything he did to blur out these kids' face. All he's doing is just playing a video. And then here come the rest of the crew. Now there's Shemaya, and then here comes TY, and here comes the rest of the crew right here. Now he's using some type of filter to detect all of the different layers and stuff and changes in the video. This is why you can never see nobody's face so clear. See, look at that. Look all of this bullshit that they have done to this video. And all this man is doing is just playing the video. All right, here comes the rest of them. And guess who that is? Good old Monifa. Is that Monifa? Monifa. Because you can see the high pitch, high top up there. Good old Monifa. You know? All right, let's go ahead and fast forward. And then there's TY right behind him. And they're all on the lower level. Then here comes the rest of the crew. Bree and the Conehead guy. Look at the face. Look at Monifa's face. So the question is, why did Crown Plaza? Why did Crown Plaza go ahead and mess up all of this video footage like this and change the people's faces and everything. Now look where they're walking to. So Shemaya comes down and walks down here and is about to go into the employees area, and look where they walk to. They didn't walk in the same direction as Shemaya. Where they're walking to? Down by the dock area. So where's Shemaya going to? To the bathroom? See, peoples, when you put it in perspective, boy, it makes a big difference, doesn't it? So Shemaya goes to the bathroom, and then she comes out the bathroom. Then she walks around there and meets him. Y'all see that? Bingo. And so the Lord had given me that video footage to play because it coincides with the various narrative that I'm giving on today. And it gives a little bit more perspective to that of what I've been talking about, people. Yeah, see that, right? See? This is what happens, people, is when you serve God. God just gives you everything that you need, peoples. Now, when you put this stuff in perspective, peoples, it makes a big difference, doesn't it? Now it's not so much foreign to all of you, right? Because now you can see the effery of why they had took this stuff to Target, why they had them edit all of this stuff, and why they only gave you 36 hours of video madness when it was thousands of hours, peoples, that they could have gave you, but they only gave you 36 hours. It's just like the lady said, they had thousands of hours of video footage, you know, because it extended not just that one day, it was days, peoples, days. Not maybe thousands of hours, but it was hundreds of hours, peoples, you know, because it extended days. And they only gave you 36 hours of that. And they only gave you what they wanted you to see. And they put it in such a way to where you would develop a narrative behind all of that. So there you have it right there, peoples. Who's going to debunk me now? You're going to have some people who's going to try and stuff, and they're just going to fail miserably because they can't stand up to what I just shown you. I said they can't stand up to what I just shown you, peoples, you know? And a lot of this is just common sense. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out and understand what I just shown you. Why fight it? Just acknowledge that, hey, there were several girls who played Kenneka, and yes, these things didn't happen in the manner to which I'm trying to tell you, but it did happen. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? I get it. Everybody's going to spread their narrative and stuff, and everybody's going to stand 10 toes down with what they say, but then you got to understand, you got to make it make sense. Because see, what happens all too often, people take a sliver and a slice of things and then they run with it, and they be so happy when people give them a little bit of attention. But in actuality, what is it that you're saying? Why is it that the people all the time get down on Edward Joseph? Because I'm saying something that they're not saying. And I'm proving something that they couldn't prove. And I am debunking their narrative because they don't look at everything, and I do. And then that's why they tried to come and try to take down my channel and talk all crazy to me and stuff. Because see, they could if they had anything that they were proud of, well, then they would stand 10 toes down and show me and show the people and explain it in great detail. But they can't do it. They can't do it because they already know once you come to my channel and you start saying that stuff, and once you say it, I'm gonna hold you to it. Don't say it if you're not willing to back up what you say, because I'm going to always hold you accountable for what you say. And that's the problem with the people. They never want to be held accountable, but I'm gonna hold them accountable for what you say. You see what I'm saying, peoples? Then when I start to bring back what they said, well, no, you said it. You said it. So don't try to weasel all of it. Just acknowledge that you said it. And if you made a mistake, just say, hey, I made a mistake. That's it. And then correct yourself. And if you need to go back and do a little bit more in-depth research, well, then do that. But you need to correct yourself before you wreck yourself. Because if you don't, I will. I'll correct you for you. And I'll tell you that your narrative stinks. And that you need to reassess the various things that you're saying and then stop saying that. Once you come to the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of what you're saying is not correct, well, then stop saying it. Stop putting that madness out there for the people to see, because you're spreading false madness. And it's going to be people like me that's going to continue to talk about you and continue to keep showcasing that you're nefarious and hilarious. And if the people had any good sense, then they would listen to reason. But I get it. So I'm always going to have some people to stand with you 10 toes down, whether you're right or wrong. Oh, you know no wrong. You know no wrong. Oh, okay. Well, it's amazing. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Well, I don't know what you're saying. But I hold you account to what you're saying. You've been saying a lot. So people, I hope that of what I have shown you on tonight literally opens up things for you to have a greater understanding. That is all that I've been trying to do for the longest time, is to get you to understand some things and look at things in a whole new different light. And listen to other people's and their commentary. Because maybe I may have said something that I missed that, they're bringing about and bringing clarity to and whatnot. Don't just believe me, peoples. Look at other people's content and then compare it and see, if there's any continuity, or if it's something that they're saying that I didn't say that I probably missed or whatever. But I guarantee you that when you do that, I'm already knowing that my shit will come out on top, because again, I've been saying this and I got history behind it. Because you can't say that I've been saying this and that and the other when I have been, and I've been trying to tell you. I just didn't have enough to really show you. But now all of that's changed. Look at God. Thank you, Jesus. See, that's the difference between me and a lot of these other YouTubers. I stand 10 toes down with what I say. And I go in great detail to explain it to you. And if I can show you, I will. But if I can't show you, then I'll just keep on explaining it until I can. But now, this live, I have went deeper, harder, and heavier than I ever did before in this Kenneka Jenkins case. And it proved very beneficial because now many of you got a greater understanding, more so now than ever. And then what you would with any other YouTuber. Because see, people's, I don't go by the timeline. I don't go by nobody else's narrative. I go by what God gives me to show. Do you understand what I'm saying? And if the Lord gives it and puts this unction in my spirit to let me and give me the knowledge, wisdom, understanding to digest it and formulate in my own words that of what I see, well, then that's what it is. And I can't help it if people don't accept it, understand it. You know, I can't help that. That's not my problem. My problem is only just to present it and let it be and let the people decide what they want to hear. And that's what it is, people. That's what it is. I'm trying to see how long this other live is going to be, and that's about that's about another hour and a half. Okay, let's see. No. It's about another hour. It's about another hour, and we're already at the 6 hour and 42 mark. I'm not going to play the rest of that live. I'll wait. Probably tomorrow. I'll probably put it on. Yeah, probably tomorrow I'll put it on, people. For right now, it is like 1:01 in the morning, my time. So I already know it's like 4 o'clock your time in the morning. And many of you are sitting here and you're rocking with me, and I greatly appreciate that. Even more so. But I'm getting off of here. I did my damage for tonight. You guys got a lot of content to watch and stuff and digest and things. You're not going to be able to consume all of these videos and stuff, but you know, I'll give you a little bit of time. But I am going to go live tomorrow. I am going to go live tomorrow, people, because there's a little bit more that I need to say to this. And then once this is complete, or what I have to say on tomorrow, well, then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to speak to some more about the Kenneka Jenkins case, but in a different manner. I'm going to cover something a little different and stuff because some things needs to be said. You know, we're going to start merging in on what the gangs had did. We're going to start merging in on what the gangs had did because they're part of all of this stuff too. You know, I can't go and talk about this case without referencing their part. You understand what I'm saying, peoples? They had a part in it as well. And so I think I did good on tonight, people's reflecting upon Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls. I think I have shown you that it wasn't Kenneka who walked originally the halls, who got off the elevator, who was walking in the kitchen and walked herself in the freezer. I think I've shown you that, peoples. Now, it was Kenneka in that hallway at the end of the stairs, but it wasn't Kenneka who was walking down there. And I've been going through this video again to try to see the cut of where they cut this, but they did cut it. And I think where the cut happened is when the young lady was at the end of the hallway and right by the picture. I think that's where where it cuts into the real Kenneka Jenkins. Because that's what I said beforehand. I said, I think that's where the cut is. Because it certainly wasn't Kenneka walking down in the hall, but it certainly was Kenneka in that video footage that was at the end of the stairs and going through the motions. That was the actual Kenneka, because we have the pictures to prove it. And so you got to understand, people's, there is actual factual video mixed in with this reenactment. And a young lady did a fabulous job in, making sure that she camouflaged a lot of this shit. But she couldn't get past my eyes. And I see that she definitely couldn't get past leave no witness eyes. And I need to give that brother a little bit more credit than what I did, because I pretty much merged him in a box without really looking at the stuff that he was doing. But, it was kind of my fault, because it was kind of irritating just to listen to him. It would take forever to explain one little thing. But maybe I was just a little impatient back then. But the brother does have some great content, peoples. Now, I may not have always agreed with his narrative, but I can say that he does know about videography and photography, and he has brought up some great points. And so with that, this is why I had to kind of like reassess some things within myself and say, hey, if anything, just take a second look at him and see what you can ascertain from that of what he was doing. And that's what I did, peoples. I'm not going to lie. That's what I did. And I stopped being so much critical about him, because now I see his heart was in the right place, and he was genuinely trying to get a greater understanding. But it was my fault. But hey, and I'm not to blame for him not being on this case no more, or not talking about it or anything. That ain't. I'm not to blame of that. But I am to blame for putting him down in the manner to which I did many times over. And, I was wrong for that. And I don't have a problem admitting that I was wrong. But, look at God. Redemption is always in order. And now it's because of what he has done has literally helped me to go ahead and to express that of what I needed to express about this case on tonight, which was absolutely wonderful. And that video was right on time, because now it puts into question something that we had seen and talked about the previous night. And so the question remains is, what actual time that all of this stuff was really supposed to have happened? Because we have a conflict here, and we have to solve the conflict in order to move and press forward. Do you understand what I'm saying? So his video has brought a lot more questions than given answers to. And it's all about time, people. It's all about time. Time is of the essence. And time is what time? What time, peoples? Because when the people say, oh yeah, Kenneka was there at 1:13. Well, we've seen all of them together. We don't know exactly what day, but we've seen all of them together, which totally debunks some of the narratives that these people were saying, because they said that they only gathered together at night. No, you can see that it was daytime, and they were all together in the same outfits. And then you can see that some of the narratives wasn't right, because Kenneka was with them. And she didn't seem to be, all, well, I don't want to be with you guys. Y'all so bougie and stuff. She didn't seem to have an attitude like that. But it kind of felt like, she wasn't really her old jovial self. Did Kenneka know that she was going to die? That is going to be my next live, peoples. Did Kenneka Jenkins know she was going to die? It's going to be my next live. Because looking at that video, peoples, and knowing Kenneka in the manner to which I had grew to know her through the videos that I have watched all the time, jovial and things, that particular time, you know, she wasn't really all laughter and giddy like Shemaya and Monifa. And you clearly see it demonstrated in that little clip. Did Kenneka Jenkins know she was going to die? That is the question, peoples. All right, peoples, that's it. That's all that I have for tonight. I greatly appreciate each and every one of you for coming in and for hanging with me for this long and things. Y'all stay tuned. Get you some rest. Be blessed and get you some rest, peoples. You know, because, man, I tell you, peoples, I tell you, wow, we're about to hit it tomorrow. So if you guys didn't catch up with all of the lies by now, well, then don't try to worry about it now. Just make sure you get you some rest and be here tomorrow, because we are going to hit it, and we're going to hit it hard and heavy. So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to an Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, we're going to be here tomorrow, peoples, if the Lord says the same, but we're going to be here, and we're going to be here, and we're going to go in this thing in depth, hard and heavy. Did Kenneka Jenkins know that she was going to die, peoples? That is the question. Come back and see about the answer. Until then, peoples, be blessed and get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, I will see you soon. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.
Nobody does it better. Sometimes I wish